Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup Finals. I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Thibbledork, and we are going to be bringing you all of the action here for round one of the finals. Thibble, it is so good to be on the mic with you again, and honestly, I'm really looking forward to all the action. These teams have worked really hard to get to the finals here today, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table.
Oh yeah, I mean these teams have had a lot of time to prep, a lot of time to review. We're going to get into some of the level up some of these teams have been getting over the past couple weeks or so. But level up or not, ready or not, right? Here it comes. The final event is here. There's $25,000 on the line, like money's flying around. People have things to prove here today. So very excited to see what we can get out of these first couple matches.
Yeah, I am too. Obviously, both of these teams have worked really, or all these teams have worked really hard to get here through either the first or second qualifiers of the Challengers Cup. Had a couple of returners here for the second Challengers Cup, and they also made their way in as a result. So, they had some extra time playing the new Overwatch 2 game, as we all have ourselves, and I really think the results have shown overall in the gameplay and, of course, in the characters and metas we see presented overall, and, most recently in the Run It Back series. So I'm really looking forward to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah. I mean, so much work has gone into getting them there, so much prep, so much practice, it's so much fighting. These guys really had to claw their way here. There were qualifiers that were really, really intense to get them here. And, we actually have a little video queued up with some highlights from those last two qualifiers.
The grab here available for Boggling League pops. It gets on to 3 members, and that's just a free Team 5 win. And KJ hit 3 railgun shots in a row, make it 4.
And, well, the kill feed is saying it all. They are only flooding it, and
they're trying to chunk in any damage that they can. However, Bogglingly sitting on the Zarya with a Lucio to...
And that opens up this first point because Phone hits those direct shots.
And that blade is the one thing that 130 times when we're trying to survive through the body block from Estelle to make sure that the Genji doesn't find anything before she goes down is massive. Akuta's actually swapped onto the Cassie to deal with the fire. There's the traditional hit scan.
Have to use that Suzu to keep them alive, but the Suzu's not there to stop Zemret from getting a huge Reaper ult, and that's a full team wipe for Dart Monkeys.
It's expect more of like a Soldier or a Cassidy, or you just do that. What on earth is that?
Essel lives for now. Can't say the same for Dart Monkeys. 3K for Essel as Dart Monkeys are gone again. And they finally finish off Setsubu and the rest of Ban on Chalky Milk that were even just still existing, but at a distance, Mobile finds a double kill. Until Jim sneaks up in the backline with a Death Blossom. 4K, 5K ace for Timeless Ethereal. Then half health, surely they die, right? Yeah, that'll be the Death Blossom to end all.
Woo, and what a journey it has been to get here to the finals today, Thibble. Just a little glance at what we have coming up throughout the schedule. Obviously, we have our first few rounds of round 1 here in the quarterfinals, with Altiora Artemis going up against Kaiju Corp. You'll be seeing the Washington Justice Red versus Shock Timeless match momentarily with us, folks. Afterwards, we'll cover the Altiora Polaris versus the Altiora Nimbus team. So, curious to see how some sister teams go up against each other. And we'll have to see who from Shiki, Defiant, and Dark Monkeys proceed to the semifinals, Thibble, because that's going to be a tough competition.
Yeah, I am glad this is double elim because already we are just looking at a slate of bangers. And I can't even begin to think about where some of these are going to go. So all really we can do is just watch with our mouths hanging open. And looking at this bracket, right, there are maybe some names you don't quite recognize. We've had a few rebrands. We've had a few level ups, as it were, between qualifiers as we get to this final event. Kaiju Corp used to be known as Ban on Chalky Milk, which is a terrible name because Chalky Milk is just one of the best beverages ever. Washington Justice Red used to be 1:30 time zone, but have been picked up, one of the first to be grabbed by an Overwatch League team, excluding, of course, Vancouver Titans Blue, who, sign of the cross, are no longer with us.
Right.
Timeless Ethereal have taken the bump from a big team here, the Shock jumping into the Calling All Heroes circuit, taking over some branding for Timeless Ethereal, and the Defiant, obviously, stepping in for Shikigami here.
Definitely really good to see so much additional support really being funneled into this Calling All Heroes event. As a West Coaster myself, I got a soft spot for the Shock, and it's really exciting to see that they, recognize the importance of an event like this that really preaches and provides that space for inclusivity for marginalized genders. Obviously, today is December 11th, so we're covering some of the upper round matches, and then we're going to move over to next weekend where we'll get into our lower round matches and the finals, which, you know, that's what everyone's been watching these series and going on these journeys to really see here and close out.
Yeah, clamoring to see who's the best out of this first one. But we're giving you just a taste today, just a couple games to get your appetite whetted and keep you on the hook. And as we start looking towards our first match here, let's look at this map pool. We got some good ones in here. We have statistically most likely Kings Row, high over there. We have Circuit Royale, which has been so impressive. I just got off of a shameless plug. I just finished up Run It Back China. With my boy Big Hungry Phil, amongst many other amazing, talented people. And we saw some great games on Circuit Royale and also over on Esperanza down at the bottom there. Some very contentious push maps. So I'm hoping to see more of that like high octane, crazy meta sort of action that we kind of seem to be in. And I think these maps are perfectly suited for that sort of play.
Right. Well, it's always loser picks here in this tournament, so we'll have to see which ones they're actually comfortable on. But I would definitely love to be returning to Circuit Royale and Esperanza. Good call on the Kings Row there. But for our first round, we are going to be going over to Ilios. So I gotta say, I'm really excited to see what that'll bring. We gotta take a look at our teams and our matchup before we get too far ahead into the map pool. Obviously, like we mentioned before, Timeless Ethereal has been picked up and is now Shock Timeless. And they were some heavy hitters and some pretty strong contenders in the previous qualifier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of our strongest teams in qualifier 2 for sure. We joked pre-show, and I must include it. We wanted to see the Gone with the Wind name, the San Francisco Shock Timeless Ethereal. For whatever reason, that did not quite make it through, which I will be having conversations about. But before we get there to my yelling at anybody, this roster on its own, like, folks, just be ready. It's good. These are some crazy names here doing amazing work in the last qualifier, and I fully expect them to be coming out guns blazing in this final event because, I mean, they've got the resources of one of the best teams in the league at their back, right? Ooh. Like, that has to count for something, and even if it somehow doesn't, this roster on its own has proven that it is just crazy, bonkers, bananas, insane.
Well, they had a great foundation to start with, and having the additional backing can only be good news from there for a team now Shock Timeless, right? And man, they have been some really strong competitors in the Overwatch scene in general, even before the Calling All Heroes assembled them to this team. We've seen many of them play on other teams like Mochi in the past, and, you know, in the past qualifier matches as well, and also on Weezer Wumpuses. So we'll have to see exactly what they can bring to the table now that they've been powered up by the San Francisco Shock. Obviously, the Washington Justice Red does not have any chip off their shoulder as they want to go up against Shock Timeless here. Washington Justice now getting or having that support they need, and isn't that a clean team screen lineup, Thibble? Wow.
That is cool. That's really neat.
Mwah.
I love teams jumping in with some custom graphics. I know a lot of the folks over on the creative team at Justice, so shout out to them, doing some amazing work as per usual. And I mean, looking at this roster itself, right, getting past the admittedly beautiful looking graphic here, I mean, this team has also proven itself immensely. This was a qualifier 1 team that made its way through that first event to show their stuff. I mean, you saw some of the highlights in that video that we just finished up. There were a few names from this team in that video. So I fully expect them to kind of just jump in and start jamming right off the bat. And I mean, they have a tall order ahead of them, but I think, frankly, all of these teams are super crazy competitive, which for us is a good thing because that means some fun, close games. Hopefully, please don't cast or curse that.
Well, you had quite the cursing last time we were together. So
Yeah.
you guys know who to blame if that pops up. A lot of those Washington Justice Red members are, GM top 4. I see 4, 2, 2, and 3 here listed on their team sheet. So definitely no one I would ever experience in my games, and hopefully never have to go up in some warm-up matches. And there's a lot of talent here to go for our first match, Thibble. I'm really unsure of who's actually going to maybe be the stronger competitor, and we might have another 5 series like we had last time.
I'm all for it. I would love for like every series we get ever to go to map 5. I just want to see these teams jam. We talked about, especially seeing that we're going to Ilios first, right? We talked about how, like, what a mechanical map that can be.
Ooh,
You know, you've got Ruins, which is famous for its super long range sniper play, the Widowmakers, like obviously a map where the current meta of like long range hit scan can really thrive. And then of course you have there's a big hole there. It's fun. If you're a Lucio, obviously Roadhog is a big deal right now. So like you get hook potential, even a Junker Queen. If you want to pull out the Junker Queen, start just like chucking knives at people and pulling them into the hole.
Yep.
Like I live for that stuff. That's like
me too, dude.
direct injection, man. Like give it to me straight up. So
that's
getting
the
onto
moments we
Ilios
game
to start.
for, right?
Yeah. That's really what we're here to watch. It's just like the complete insanity of 2 teams running at each other full speed. And I think Ilios is the perfect map for that.
Well, and so many cartoon shenanigans unfold as a result, right? And it's Overwatch. So in a game where everyone is special with unique powers, it's really the perfect recipe to see all of those, minor nuances unfold that we enjoy. Seeing teams go to well is always a really stressful time to watch because, like you said, there's a giant hole in the map. And it doesn't matter how great of a sharpshooter you are. If you're too close to the edge and the Lucio boops you, you're out of the game. And, being map mindful and aware, definitely a huge factor on Ilios in particular. Because, well, between Ruins and Well, there's a lot of different types of angles to watch your head on. To be honest, you can get picked out of Ruins right out of the gate, Thibble. Oh,
yeah. I mean, it can really come at you fast, So these teams, like, they cannot afford to like, oh, we'll just warm up, like get the rust off. It's been a bit,
It's finals time, baby.
No, these teams need to be bringing it, but I fully expect that they will. Like, I think both of these teams, obviously, we're looking at 2 teams that have been kind of picked up and sponsored by Overwatch League franchises. They have been given the support of those orgs, which is a big deal, folks. As a guy, full disclosure, who works directly with Overwatch League teams on a regular basis, lending that support and giving those resources is not a decision made lightly. So I fully expect these teams to be coming out and playing some amazing Overwatch. And I mean, what more could we really ask for?
I mean, a map 5, right? That's the only thing we can ask for beyond amazing Overwatch.
I mean, we could go for a couple draws,
That's
I mean, if we want to if we want to start pulling 6
now
or 7
you're getting greedy,
maps,
Sybil. You better watch that.
every day
It's
I just
Christmas
hope
time. Easy does it there, Ace.
yeah, I shouldn't be too greedy. It's just every day I hope that we get like a Kongdu versus Runaway contenders finals sort of special, right? Like I think that's the dream of all casters.
That's
is
true.
to be in a series like that. And I would to see something like that happen here, I think would definitely be a good starting note for the Challengers Cup.
Well, I think there's a lot of, maybe not a lot, but there's definitely a bit of reputation on the line for both these teams. Like you mentioned, being picked up by OWL teams and having that backing is a big deal. And this might be a nice little preemptive test to see, if West Coast has it in us to really stick it to them,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, us Cali folk over here, we're obviously kind of keeping an eye over on the Shock. But as mentioned, I at least know a couple people from the Washington Justice, at least on their creative staff, not to name drop or anything. Just those guys are cool. I think they're great. So yeah, I'm kind of torn here because I love both of these rosters. I've been doing my best to study up on all of them whenever possible. And there's just so much like heart and personality kind of across this tournament. as we do look to start getting into game, folks. By the way, sorry we've been vamping for a little bit, but you know, we do what we do. We forgot about the big start game button on our desks that we definitely have.
Yeah,
Ooh,
we're holding everyone hostage here. Just kidding.
but it looks for now like we are starting on well.
To the well, yay!
So, of course, I must point at the Lucio players here. Lucio has been the main support du jour for longer than a jour. So Auburn and Jam, you know, both going to have their work cut out for them here. Jam has been phenomenal. I was not around for Qualifier 1, so I didn't see much of Auburn beyond obviously like just what was on YouTube and everything. I didn't get like crazy insights into Washington Justice Red and their play style. But I mean, well is a Lucio's delight. Like this is the place where these teams just want to run. And looking at the compositions here, Timeless coming out on, at least for now, big air quotes, the meta composition. Meanwhile, Washington Justice coming out on kind of what we've seen to be the counter, a Roadhog Tracer composition. Emma, though, on the Zen instead of the Kiriko. So looking for a little extra damage amplification, perhaps, against Santana's dive.
Ooh, but you are going to be a little more vulnerable as that Zenyatta comparatively to the Kiriko. So have to see exactly how those scales will tip in favor of one team or the other. It's definitely a very different mentality of approach, right? Having that Discord orb means you got to have a lot of team synergy. As Death goes down, almost able to top off, but the pressure was too much coming through from Shock Timeless. There's another kill in their favor, and now they're hunting Emma, who's very low. Oh man, up against the Reaper is not a fun time as the Zen.
No, only so much you can do there as a poor little floating Robomonk. Aramori hunting blood in the water here, going for that Tracer. Gotta be careful though, as Death already on the way back, being that first pick, doing that little Roadhog waddle back over towards the point. First capture here for Shock Timeless, only 10% and counting. It's not the end of the world, but already, with the exception of the Pulse Bomb, Washington Justice getting a little behind in the ults. They're gonna want a good neutral fight here.
That could be really critical for a map style like Control. Every little bit counts. Nasty stick comes through, and it's going to be Washington Justice Red taking the lead in the kill feed with so many picks onto the members of Shock Timeless. That's going to be Washington Justice Red taking the point for themselves for the first time this round.
And in case you're not fully aware of all the intricacies of this weird meta that we're in, which has been going on now for a couple months, we actually just got a patch, but that patch is not on this tournament. This Roadhog composition lives off of its pick potential. It lives off the pulse bombs. It lives off the hooks. And if you can't make that happen, you're not going to get a lot done. So Washington Justice Red already stepping up and showing the strength of this composition. Now it's a matter of, can you maintain that momentum? Because in an extended fight, Shock Timeless will start to wear you down with this Winston comp.
I like that I saw Phone earlier just kind of hunting and peppering Shock Timeless from the back. Now we can see Santana trying to put the pressure onto the heart of Washington Justice, but that Discord orb is really difficult to keep jumping into, giving space, and now we're diving again. The whole hog sustained through, and it's going to be Jim picked off from the side here from what? More kills coming through from Washington Justice Red as they've committed the sound barrier here from Auburn, holding the point strong now with 54% in their possession. And wow,
right.
Emma,
Yeah.
nice clip.
Yeah, let them know. Emma pulling the straight bone back shenanigans here with that long range snipe. We love to see it. An expensive fight for both teams, but that pulse bomb, again, it builds so fast, and Phone has been on it. So another chance for some pick potential here, and that Transcendence, I mean, I think at this point, you kind of just hold on to that. You barely even need to use it. And Emma's been doing well enough without it anyway.
That's, yeah, especially after we saw that late pick roll through. So far, another jump in here from Santana, and they're always discorded immediately there from Emma. She's gone ahead, popped the Transcendence, trying to keep people alive through this Primal Rage, and it's going to be a pick here for Washington Justice Red. They're trying to continue sustaining through this dive coming through from Shock Timeless, and it looks like it's not quite enough. Nice skirt away from the edge, but at the end of the day, Shock Timeless going to have the numbers and going to continue pushing Washington Justice Red off just at the last minute to retake.
And at the very least, the Justice here have 99%, so they have some time to work with. They can afford to lose probably a fight, no more than that, before they come in and take back control, in an ideal world for them. They have 60% towards another Pulse Bomb, because Phone has been phoning it in, and Esdeath also close to this whole hog. No Kitsune Rush to combo it with. Big Hungry Phil and I figured out that's kind of broken. But Jim
Pulse.
actually, yeah, stepping up.
That is that is a play killer right there, coming out from the pocket of Jim. Taking down Emma right away with the Pulse Bomb means that's the one fight that Washington Justice was, you mentioned okay with losing. Emma's gone ahead, switched over to that Kiriko here as well. Now we're pushing our last fight territory, Thibble.
And I think that's smart. If you're quick about it, you can build a Kitsune Rush in this time, especially if it's a nice extended fight. And for the Justice, I mean, you're in and out quick, right? Jim uses the Pulse Bomb, you're like, cool, there's an ult, and immediately the pick to get back in.
That was a nice hook, and now, of course, Esdeath goes ahead, throws the whole hog afterwards, trying to continue peppering Santana out of the air. There's still more pressure to be had, as now the point is reaching 99.99. Azure gets a nice pick, but it's Jim out of the picture. Trades back and forth for both of these teams as neither want to go down easily. Whoa. Teleport out of the way, Emma, because you are getting peppered and pressured here. Santana is an absolute lethal force, constantly all over this map, jumping on everyone left and right. Shock Timeless able to displace members of Justice Red just at the nick of time.
And that really all came down to that final fight as this overtime will wick away. First round going here to Shock Timeless. I mean, commanding position for the Justice to kind of start it out. But then I think not even with that last minute swap, but strictly off of like picks and 1v1s really decided that we're getting that like just run at each other and click each other's heads sort of matchup. You saw Phone winning the Tracer 1v1 over there, but then some trades back and forth. Azure popping off, getting like 2 or 3 kills in that last fight definitely made the difference. So despite these differences in composition that we're seeing and the strategies employed by these teams, at the end of the day, we are getting some good old-fashioned down-home mechanical Overwatch.
Ooh, okay. We're gonna we're out with the Symmetra, and then Phone's gonna catch up very quickly afterwards. Just a little bit of space there for Washington Justice Red to roll out faster, since Esdeath on that Roadhog doesn't quite have any of those maneuverability resources. There's the jump onto the high ground. Santana, of course, discorded by Emma once again. More pressure coming through, and it's too much. Phone goes ahead, finishes them off, and now there's actually been an exchange. Emma, vulnerable in the back, is taken down, and now both teams are looking to try and take this point. Miss of a hook there, and it's going to be a nice disruptor shot, forcing Esdeath to move away on this point. Still, members of Washington Justice are posted up, and now they've actually captured it for themselves. Shock Time was trying to continue putting pressure here and poke them off, but it's going to be a scrappy fight. What goes down in the process? And with Santana out of the picture, Washington Justice, they've got the power, they've got the tank, and they've got the space.
Yeah, losing your tank in a fight like that is so, not good. There's some analysis for you. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Santana going down was way more impactful than the one pick that the Timeless were able to secure in that fight. So the Justice, they sneak that first capture and then they just lock it down. Now they have some great ultimates coming online to help them out here. Aramori, though, very importantly, pretty far ahead in that Kitsune Rush. So if you can kind of extend this fight and not get immediately picked, there's a chance you come into this with a few good combos and maybe take this back right away.
It's a lot of pressure on Emma to really try and build that Kitsune Rush faster and try and, match that. We've seen kind of whoever gets Kitsune Rush first tends to lead, but when you get picked off the high ground from what? I don't know if that's going to be a recipe for disaster for Shock. They're going to go ahead, reset there. They've lost a huge amount of power with that pick, and a late pick onto Aramori too. Thibble, this is going downhill for Shock Timeless, that retreat.
Yeah, Shock really need to, I initially thought, okay, you get that first pick, okay, we know we're not getting into this fight, we're just going to back up immediately. But I guess on the way out, Aramori just kind of caught lacking. And now the Justice, we're passing 80% here. They have 3, almost 4 ultimates. True as well for the Shock. So this one's going to be spicy for sure.
That is a big pick opening up this fight here. Azure and Jim taking down both supports for Washington Justice Red. It is all over on their hope to defend with no supports. A quick, swift take here of the point, and now Shock Timeless, they're gonna have to play nigh perfect defense if they're going to win this map.
And they theoretically have the tools to do that, but I think they almost wanted that fight to go a little longer, force the Justice to commit something. That clean first pick just means the Justice immediately said, no one press your Qs, no one use your ultimates at all, we're going to use them all right now, actually.
Right, pretty much all the ultimates right now, indeed. Pulse bombs and whole hogs galore. Everyone's amped up from the Kitsune rushes, and now it's a matter about who's actually going to get picks. Santana's the first in the kill feed, but what follows very quickly? Now, who can continue equalizing? The Washington Justice Red have a lot of pressure on the point. They're trying to cap it themselves, and as a result, Timeless gets stuck. That's going to be another pulse bomb kill coming here for Phone, and that's going to be Washington Justice Red turning the tables and having the manpower here to hold on to this point.
Never say never, though. Santana getting a couple picks. Death does take him down. Some last-minute contests here, but the whip, no shot. Yeah, so a tied up series here. We are getting some good game out of this already. So many picks back and forth. Azure still stepping up, being an absolute hero. But the Justice this time just able to maintain their point presence, I think, a little more easily on a point like Lighthouse that's so like contained. There's cover. You can just kind of hide and do your thing and wait for them to walk up and then hook them right in the face. And with this one, though, now that we're on Ruins, right, we're maybe going to see a little more Well-esque play where there's way more angles to engage from. It's way more open air. There are few places on that point you can hide. So for the Shock, I think you're definitely looking to like press that topographical advantage and really just kind of like force the Justice to look everywhere and anywhere they can. But the Justice at the same time coming off of that win on Lighthouse, you know, maybe a little momentum, maybe a chance to be like, hey, we're pumped, we can do this, we're getting the picks, we're hitting the shots, let's keep going.
Right? Were they warmed up, or have they finally warmed up? We'll have to see. It's 1-1 for who is going to take our opening map for Ilios. Jim has already gone down early in this fight. Some pressure coming through. That Discord has been deadly, and there's 2 more picks in favor of Washington Justice Red. Thibble, they're going to cap this point first.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, this comp just needs to hit its shots, just needs to get its picks. The Timeless as well, but they definitely favor more of that, like, we're going to get in your face and force you to think about where we're going to go and what we're going to do. Whereas the Justice are just kind of like, we have guns. That's kind of it. That's kind of the thing. So they've been doing great so far, kind of playing off of those strengths. And the and Shock, now forced to kind of like rearrange themselves to account for that raw firepower.
Definitely a lot of impact and damage. We can see the picks coming through, and that's some good pressure there onto the back line. Santana falling low, and the pulse bomb dodge. Unfortunately, your friend didn't make it out themselves, but it's still a good hold at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Santana realizing like, oh, this fight, right, is over and they have control. I need to just stand still and let them do what they must do. 45% and counting here for the Justice. We have some ultimates close to online, some big ones at that. But the Timeless, though, Shock, coming online with both their support ultimates here pretty soon, and those pulse bombs from Jim and the picks from Azure, which have kept coming in, are going to be so impactful here.
That is a huge advantage. They did get taken down in the end, but Shock Time was still pushing forward. We've got this pulse bomb online from Jim, and Jam goes ahead and pops their own sound barrier. Can Shock Timeless go ahead and flip this point? They've gotten a couple of picks. Washington Justice trying to squeeze out every little bit of possession they can. It's a great stall and trickle coming through, but Thibble, at the end of the day, it looks like Shock handling the trickle and going to go ahead, take the point for the first time this round.
Totally. And they have some ultimates to work with here over the next couple fights or so. And if they're doing their math, which I'm sure they are very aware that the Justice have both of their support ultimates, which give them some pretty strong initiative tools, or perhaps the sound barrier, or the sound barrier could potentially cancel out the overclock that's coming in from Azure. Not that it'll matter if she keeps hitting shots as she's been, because they have been pretty gnarly.
Yeah. Nice, another pulse
Great
bomb
stick.
kill, but this time it's Jim taken down. What in the process? Emma had to pop the Transcendence to keep himself alive, and now the pressure is on to them. A nice boop is going to save their life, but is it going to be enough? Yes, Santana decides Primal Raging. Winston's gonna go ahead, try and chase that super slippery Lucio off the edge, and well, Shock Timeless still holding this defensive point, but they got a little bit of ways to go before they're gonna win.
Yeah, and using that primal early, I mean, to me, it felt a little early. I think you maybe could have held on to that, Jim, forced to get the heck out of Dodge there. Azure and Aramori, though, still with some powerful tools here. So if the Justice can't, never mind, they get a pick. I was going to say, that's the opening they need.
Yeah, and a nice sound. The pulse bomb was thrown at a beautiful time. Just as Suzu was about to expire, it went off, and that's going to be a devastating blow there to the Shock Timeless. Phone has been an absolute monster on this Tracer. Left and right Thibble with these pulse bombs.
Yeah, playing some 4D calculus chess over there, knowing, okay, that Suzu came out. I'm going to throw this now, and by the time it's over, that'll get you. And it absolutely does, but Jam deciding to go crazy in the backline here takes down what to start this fight?
Support stepping up here to be aggressive. Jim goes ahead and takes down another. We see the pulse bomb online and another kill. Is it even needed here to stall the point? No, they're going to have it for next fight too.
My favorite part of that fight was when Jim said, "It's Jimmin' time," and started Jimmin' all over them. Just like huge picks coming out exactly when they needed it. Another pulse bomb online already. Jam close to the sound barrier, a little Jim Jam special here. And the Justice, with very few tools in the bank, frankly need a bit of a miracle here.
Oh, he's dead, Jim. Emma's out of the picture early in the fight. Shock Timeless feeling good as they continue to hold this defensive point. They can't get it. Washington Justice can't touch. It's going to be Timeless going ahead and taking our first victory here for round one.
So there were some boops going on there. I don't know if that's a C9 or not. I'm not going to make that call. I leave that to the masses. But man,
let them fight in the chat.
Right? Yeah. You guys go fight about that. I have other things to worry about. But talk about a first map, right? What a way to start this tournament off. Like that is exactly what we were talking about. That is two teams just like, you warmed up, I'm warmed up. You want to go? Yeah, let's go. Like that's what we want. Give me 4 more maps of that, please.
Whew, man, if that's what we have in store for us and for this tournament, I am really looking forward to all of these final rounds in general. Yeah, we went to pretty much 99-99, all 3 maps. And at the end of the day, those Tracers really seem to be the stars of the show, turning the tides of the fight repeatedly. And I gotta wonder if both teams are gonna recognize that threat and maybe pay a little more respect or keep that Suzu in the pocket for those pulse bombs, because they were getting kills repeatedly from both teams. Okay, I want to give props to both sides.
Yeah, Jim and Phone both just stepping up in a huge way across that map. The Sojourns as well. Azure and what? Just hitting shots that made me go, what? So good on them, for sure. I mean, both of these teams obviously stepping up, obviously showing like what they've been practicing, which we very much want to see all the time, forever. Thank you.
Yeah.
And now it's just a matter of like, okay, do the Shock just keep going? Like, is that now a momentum swing for them? Do the Justice go, yeah, okay, that was pretty close. We're still feeling fine. Like a couple little mistakes here and there. Like that first round basically just came down to one fight. You know, and all of a sudden those maps can look entirely different. That's kind of the story of Overwatch. A pick here, a pick there, a cooldown missed, and that can decide like whether or not you walk away with a clean sweep or something much more contentious. And speaking of contentious, look at this map 2 picked by the Justice here, as you can see on our handy graphics. We are headed para ISO.
Yay! It's not Kingsbro, so we get a little bit of a change of pace to bring the action to you guys. I'm really excited for it, but I'm also, really liking the difference in team compositions that we saw both Washington Justice and Shock Timeless bring. Right? We had the Roadhog with the Zenyatta, and then we also had the Winston and the Kiriko for Shock Timeless, and I was really impressed with Washington Justice Red's ability to focus fire and continue pushing back on the pressure that Shock Timeless was applying through those Winston dives. Every single time they were diving in, they were always discorded, which means they got to bail out fast. They need to be using their cover, and they cannot be over aggressive because the focus fire was there for from Washington Justice to be deadly enough to just delete you in the blink of an eye, which happened a couple of times. You know, the Shock Timeless smarted up a bit, saw what was happening, and played a little safer. But, you know, the difference that I see there is just who can continue to really play that composition better and force the other one on to, you know, what makes them more uncomfortable. Washington Justice had to switch over to the Kiriko at the end, a little bit for time elements as well, since I think they need to get back fast. So I'm curious, you know, how is that going to continue proceeding through hybrid if they're going to stay on that Zenyatta with the Discord, throwing in that extra damage and, you know, I guess damage potential considering everybody shooting at them, or if we're going to see maybe that more traditional Kiriko with the Suzu.
Yeah, I mean, like statistically looking at this meta, Kiriko has been a staple. You know,
Right.
she's insanely powerful. She is everywhere. You always need a Kiriko. The Suzu alone makes her worth picking, even if she had nothing else. And then she has her ultimate and the damage she can deal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, and the get out of
So,
jail free card of the
yeah,
Swift.
you know,
At
no
least
big.
that's how I have to use Swift Step most of the time.
Oh yeah, yeah. I am right there with you. I mean, there are so many layers when you think about like how these teams want to make their compositions, right? Emma is a profoundly talented and experienced player here in Tier 2 whose kind of specialty across her career has been the Zenyatta. That sort of backline fragger who knows that the Winston is going to be coming and just doesn't care anyway. It's like, yeah, for sure. Of course they're going to dive me. I'm
Right.
ready for that. Like
Been
that
happening
skill.
since day one. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're.
As long as there has been a Zenyatta and a Winston, they have been arch rivals across time and
Oh, yeah.
space, you know, and Emma is very, very, very aware of that from their time across multiple teams here in
I'm
Tier
sure.
2.
She's
So
probably loving the kick, especially then as a Zen
Yes.
specialist. You know,
I
yeah,
can only
Winston,
imagine.
kick you out of the air. Pow!
And Zen, frankly, with just those little changes like the kick, has never been more capable of kind of holding their own in a fight. And of course, they rarely need to hold their own because the Justice have obviously been peeling for the backline, because if you don't do that, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So they haven't really had too many problems with that. It's just a matter of like, do you really want to stick with that and sacrifice everything Kiriko brings? Do you think that is worth it?
Yeah.
And as we get into map here, it's looking like they probably think so.
Well, with Esdeath on that Roadhog landing some of those hooks, as soon as that targeted hook is discorded and everyone's firing, it definitely helps guarantee, you know, the kill there onto the opponent. Holy cow, Emma! You almost got your head
Emma.
taken off out of the gate, homie. Watch out! Some Tracer duel here early on, forcing out recalls. No big deal. We're all here just doing some poke damage to see who and where everyone is at and on. Jim actually taking down Emma early in this fight, and now taking down Auburn as well. Woo, that extra mobility may be missed here from Emma on that Zenyatta. There it is.
Yeah, a very forward happening fight here, kind of happening all over the place. You see trades back and forth, you see multiple different positions, you see almost a tick captured for the Justice. Not quite. I respect the attempt. But Shock already just like, yeah, we'll push up to spawn. Totally, you're split. What are you going to do? Nothing. Now, though, forced to kind of back up until that pick comes through. So back and forth here. But it looks
Yeah.
like the Timeless are just going to hold.
Well, they did go ahead and they lost their tank, and so there's not nearly enough man or player power there to stay and take space. There's a bit of peppering, and with Jim caught by the hook, it's going to be easy pickings here for Washington Justice Red to go ahead and cap this point. Shock Timeless looking to maybe do a little bit of peppering contest. It's looking rough for him though, Thibble.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned kind of last map, losing your tank, especially in this Winston composition, is pretty much a death knell on your push or on your defense or what have you. And again, Santana goes down. I think the Justice are very aware that their meal ticket is via Santana showing up on the right side of the kill feed. But Azure, I mean, come on. Okay, never mind.
Okay,
What's
trying to
stepping
make
up?
some hero plays, but it's tough when you're, hanging out there and you're getting pressured by so many members of Washington Justice Red. Phone has just been tearing it up there in the back, and are they gonna try and push this
sneaky.
corner?
Sneaky.
Okay, found
Yeah, a couple shots.
What a
Pulls
nice
the-
Suzu! Aramori
Suzu.
totally saving Santana's bacon right there at the end of the day. I heard a pulse bomb get thrown, but nothing comes up in the kill feed. That seems like a rarity. It's going to be Esdeath continuing to pressure Shock Timeless here on this high ground, but we'll have to give it up eventually. Now we're hunting for another pulse bomb. Doesn't hit its stick. Nice little accidental dodge there from Azure. What goes ahead, pops the overclock, and it's going to be 2 kills in the feed for them. Washington Justice continue to capitalize and push forward Thibble, and it looks like they are going to take this first checkpoint.
And Santana doing what we kind of agree is what you should do whenever an overclock happens, which is pop Primal and smack them into a corner so they can't kill the rest of your team.
Right.
Unfortunately, comes in a little too late, loses 2 people. But Timeless with the quick recontest here with the sound barrier, and I think the Justice are just kind of happy to see that expenditure. They just see that go out and are just like, cool, back up. It's going to go away, and we get right back in.
Yeah, there's a nice little back up and give space there from Washington Justice, but also a great save of the checkpoint. Santana is actually the first to go down once again, and without the tank for Shock Timeless, it looks like they are up against the wall here, trying to just continue mitigating any of this damage. Too much with the whole hog, and that's going to be the first checkpoint cap with 4:22 left on the clock.
I applaud your restraint for listing the actual time there. The Justice, yeah, feeling themselves, having a good fight here. Emma also, by the way, we should talk about, swapped over to the Kiriko a couple fights ago. Has
Right.
been getting plenty of value, already halfway up to another Kitsune rush after that long fight. Just behind Aramori, but it shouldn't make too much of a difference at the end of the day. 4 minutes now under as the Justice make their push around this first corner, and Santana, I think, kind of needs to think about how this engage needs to go, because they've been getting kind of separated here, been getting kind of caught out, and in this composition you cannot afford that.
Well, they've been the first kill multiple times, multiple fights in a row for this map. It's going to be Azure going ahead and picking their counterpart first during overclock with already 2 kills in the feed. Washington Justice, we've seen both of these teams do this, Thibble. When they know they've lost the fight, they're okay with bailing out quickly to reset quickly and maximize the amount of time they have left to continue pushing as a real team.
Right, yeah, I mean, and that's definitely Overwatch 101 at this level,
Right.
is just, hey, if the fight is over, dude, die on cart or get out. So already immediately going for that, getting another quick re-engage here. Kitsune Rush coming out from Aramori, actually making the difference a little early from Emma. Now, though, Emma will perhaps have the chance to recontest with their own as the Justice.
They're on the cart,
look
they're
to hold.
pushing.
Oh, hello.
Oh my gosh, do they
We
know?
see, Jim knows, Jim's going.
Okay. Woo, okay. Finally, people are contesting the carts. Always extra stressful when that's the case.
Oh.
And as a result, Washington Justice
Oh.
knows Shock Timeless had to peel back. They clear him out, and then they just sweep right there at the end. Thibble, that was a whirlwind of emotion there.
I feel like that was almost an honorary C9 for what it did to that
Basically.
fight, forcing the Shock to go, whoa, hey, wait, hang on. Oh, God, no, we don't want to be in the compilation of all the C9s. And just kind of running, helter-skelter, tripping over themselves to get back to the point. Of course, it's also punctuated by the fact that what just, ripped 3 people's heads off as casually as you please, and what was going to maybe be a more contested contest suddenly was not. It was
Yeah.
just a fight that was over. So 234 here in the bank for Justice, and Shock. Okay, I mean, I feel like the gauntlet at this point has been thrown, dude. Show us what you got.
Well, I think, at the end of the day, the name of the game is to move the payload, not actually get kills. And Washington Justice Red were able to put that pressure on the point, forcing Shock to have to completely do a U-turn. And as a result, they didn't have a plan ready for how to actually receive the additional aggression. When you turn around to cover the rear, Washington Justice goes ahead with their forward assault on the front lines. And, well, it's nice to see Emma here starting out on this Kiriko. Looks like we're not going to take any risks without the Suzu, and I think that's the right move, especially with the way that Shock Timeless have been playing. They've been constantly putting that pressure on Emma and, you know, trying to keep or catch her when she's out on the side. Now, as the Kiriko, they'll have a lot more living and staying power in general. Some boop attempt come through, trying to displace Esdeath off this high ground. Not as successful as they're looking for, but Shock Timeless still have the space they wanted. Still more pressure, and what? This is the slide through the hallway, gets clipped in the corner, and then Jim takes them out. Now Shock Timeless have man up advantage, and well, as a result, we're gonna have to see them continue to put the pressure onto Washington Justice. They take down, oh, they lost Jam. Now the players are even here, and with Aramori going down, maybe a little bit too much aggression from Shock Timeless when they thought that they had the advantage.
Yeah, that missed slide, I keep coming back to that. You know, in 2018, I interviewed many a player over in the first season of the Overwatch League, and some prevailing wisdom I got is that a pro should always be able to go through a map backwards.
Right.
Without looking. Unfortunately, they never mentioned that you need to be able to go through it sideways. So what, unfortunately, kind of dropping the ball there in a big way. Luckily, though, the Justice able to kind of maintain themselves, reestablish their presence. Santana going down again, just being caught out. I mean, you're a big ball of hit points, and this Roadhog is ready to eat. So
Jam, honestly, that does not feel good for any player to be on the receiving end of a hook from a Roadhog, and then as you escape, you are hit with the whole hog and stuck in the corner. So, you know, just some nice classic game mechanics from Esdeath.
Yeah, I mean, just pulling out the things you need to be pulling out in a situation like this, right? You want to hold everything. Yes, that's a hook pun. Thank you. You want to just be able to maintain yourselves, not get kind of pulled apart like this composition kind of wants you to do, and kind of that concerted front and that burst fire is this comp's greatest strength. So good on the Justice for playing to it, going to the flanks only when needed to get those just little Salt Bay picks here and there.
Man, Esdeath should definitely have the Mako skin on, sharking behind the members of Shock Timeless to go ahead and get that initial pick before they could even engage with the fight. Now he's got another pick. They've got another pick there onto Jam, and Washington Justice may just do the fuller hold.
I'm here for a full hold. I am here for the statement win in map 2 to tie the series. Of course, we still got, 70 or so seconds to make something happen here for the Shock. They have some ultimates coming online. That overclock, we've seen Azure do amazing work with that. The Primal perhaps to cancel out What's, assuming Santana makes it to the point alive. And Jam as well coming online with the sound barrier, but the Justice, so many tools at their disposal. That Pulse Bomb unfortunately gets nothing, and the Whole Hog just looks to be a bit of a zoning tool.
Just a intimidation whole hog there from Esdeath that time. Now we can see Shock going ahead, using all the resources here to take this point. Primal Rage has found one, but Emma waits till the last moment, casts the trance, and now Sound Barrier has been cast on top of it. Washington Justice Red trying to continue sustaining this defensive fight, but Santana holding this pressure here by the door. Everyone seems to be corralled into it, and Washington Justice Red can't escape. It's like shooting fish in a barrel here for Shock Timeless as they clear him out and look to take this point.
I mean, given the position, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, except the fish are the ones shooting. Right. Which just gives it that extra uncanny flair that I love about Overwatch. The Shock finally getting through. It took him a little bit, but 2.5 minutes in the time bank is still plenty to work with, especially with the ultimates you see coming online. Jim with another Pulse Bomb. Let's see what they can do with that. And the Justice kind of left with not much after trying to make that defense happen. Just like Fetch, it did not happen. Now, Esdeath closest, perhaps behind Phone, who's of course building these Pulse Bombs mile a minute. So we'll see what these teams can do.
Yeah, now with Emma on that Zenyatta
Zenigate.
once again, came out clutch earlier with that trance. Another pick from Esdeath with the hook. I mean, this is your classic Roadhog playstyle where he's going around on the flanks, looking for people walking by the hallway doors, and boom! Grabs you and takes you down. Shock Timeless have got to be checking their corners more carefully if they're going to be combating Esdeath.
Yeah, and it's full retreat here for the Shock. No surprises there. Let's just get out of this fight. Santana going down. The Justice here with plenty of tools and getting that pick right after the Kitsune rush came through. I mean, completely nullifies that ultimate, which is great news for the Justice here. A couple tools left in the toolbox as they maintain their high ground control, and the Shock Timeless, excuse me, once again forced to figure it out.
A little bit of pepper damage coming through. Jim is the first person to go down in the kill feed. Now it's the whole hog straight into the face of Jam. Once again, the full recipient of it. Shock Timeless now losing players left and right and have only one fight left to try and push this payload all the way to the second checkpoint.
That whole hog was mean. That was just, I want this frog obliterated. And then Jam was turned to Jam. Now the Justice is still holding, doing their thing. The Shock still trying to figure out just the right angle, just the right spot. A pick onto Esdeath actually is probably the best thing they could have hoped for. An ult immediately coming out here. Shock know they need to commit now.
Yeah, if they don't commit now, they aren't going to make it to the second checkpoint. They are still putting pressure there onto the last couple of stragglers behind them, but they still have a long ways to move this cart, Thibble, and they had to commit, well, only the overclock so far. So gonna be feeling good moving into this last fight territory. 10 seconds left, and Esdeath leading the charge. Gets the hook kill onto Jam. Rinse and repeat once again from this Roadhog. Phone goes ahead, gets another pulse bomb, stick kill. It is all over here for Shock Timeless because the members of Washington Justice are absolutely on point. Nothing held back from them, and a phenomenal defense here.
Like I said, what the Justice needed was a statement win to tie the series, and they have given us exactly that. The Shock just kind of repeatedly left wondering what to do. There's only so much you can do when you start a fight 4v5.
Yes, wondering
kind of,
what to do here, eh?
yes,
Nice
there
timing
go.
for you.
Yeah, I mean, these shots, dude, just complete insanity. Like, you can't be doing that casually. Like, you're making us all look bad. Of course, myself as a gamer of unspecified rank, I just look at that and kind of shake my head. Like, what can you do? So
Well, and when you have players popping off mechanically sound like that, I mean, it's highlight reel footage for them. And when they're in the flow state and they're picking headshots, well, there's a reason Sojourn's been so deadly in these higher tiers. And if you've got the chops to actually hit those railgun shots, I give you exhibit A of what?
Yeah, that's what happens. It's like, oh, what happens if I consistently hit my shots? That you just kind of win fights like all the time for free.
Yeah.
So tied series here. The graphic needs a little updating. We'll get to that. And just, I mean, that's the momentum shift the Justice were certainly hoping for, right? Like you need that sort of hold. You need that, like, okay, everybody gets it. Everybody knows what we got to do here. Rock on. Let's keep going. So as we look towards map 3, we'll see if Shock Timeless here can kind of recover, shake off the haymaker that they just got, or if the Justice are going to start showing them really what they're capable of doing.
I think the Justice really stepped up there for that last map and, kind of showed Shock exactly how strong of a defense they could have. The real question for me is, are Shock going to, adapt and take a look at what just happened and come back stronger, just like we saw for our first map of Control? Or has Washington Justice Red figured out the Shock Timeless, and we're going to proceed to watch them continue their win streak here for the series? Thibble, we're going to go on a quick break, and folks, we'll be right back, so we'll see you in a moment. everyone. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Finals. We are in the midst of our first matchup of the day, and Thibault, we're at a 1-1 tie for the series, and it's a first to 3. So I'm really looking to see which one of these teams is going to really pull away with the lead. Maybe they've gotten some of their adaptations online for each other and bring some really, continue to bring the quality gameplay that we've been seeing for our other 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, this is about as good of a start as you could ever hope for to a series. Back and forth, chaotic, messy. Not the soccer player. And just like, maybe if he plays Overwatch, cool. But I mean, the back and forth here really is what it is all about. And like you said, this is the moment where one of these teams needs to step up and either show that momentum will continue or that this momentum is about to change. So Shock Timeless picking Dorado. This one's a fun one. We get some fringe picks here and there. We've seen some Echo. We've seen some Widowmaker. Like, we have seen this team actually specifically, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Throwing Jim on the Echo did tremendous work for this team. So I kind of want to see if they stick to that.
They weren't ready either last time. Their opponent was not ready. Jim just came out of the gate as that Echo with a pocket, the stickies, and the focus beam, and was slaughtering their opponent very, very. Right out of the gate can be really tough to break out in Dorado.
Yeah, but looking at these teams, right? These teams have a little more in terms of resources behind them now than they did. I'm sure they have been reviewing all of their opponents and all of that footage and all of these compositions. So if that Echo comes out, it maybe doesn't do as well unless Jim is really, really on it. That definitely becomes like, okay, there's no surprise here. This is just, can your mechanics beat mine? Right. More of what we've kind of been talking about this entire series. This has very much been the these teams are relatively equal. They both did extremely well in their qualifiers. Who's going to pull out just the stronger overall performance on the day? Shock Timeless here, showing us the Echo. We'll see if that comes true.
Don't do it to yourself.
I know, contractually obligated to say it could be anything. They could be messing with us. And the Justice stepping up, the same composition. Emma still starting on the Zenyatta for now.
All right.
Could actually be a pretty decent weapon against the Echo. At the very least, popping a Discord will force Jim to kind of think twice about how you position yourself.
Yeah.
So, I get it.
Well, it's a lot of pressure on What as well to make sure they're putting pressure onto Jim in the sky as that Echo, since Esdeath with the Roadhog will, based on the previous mechanics we've seen, probably can handle it, but it's going to be harder than your typical on-the-ground opponent. Jim here looking to flank around, get some additional side pressure angles, a nasty landing of the stickies from very long range as he continues to go ahead and put the pressure forward. Santana jumps in to try and capitalize. Emma falling low, but manages to skirt out at the end. Jim says no way, hunts them down at the end of the day, and now Shock Timeless have a player up advantage. They're going to continue pushing forward, looking to break through this archway because it could be really tough if you get stuck. And some nice late picks here, taking down, taking down Esdeath. Jim does go down, but I think their damage is done.
Yeah, and that focusing beam still doing so much damage, just not quite enough until right at the end when it apparently was. But that bait almost of Esdeath just like running around being like, ooh, I'm so low health, whatever will I do? Like, that actually kind of worked for a little. Shock Timeless now kind of reestablishing themselves on point, but a little fun kind of run around there as both of these teams, I think, are kind of spent that first point feeling each other out.
Yeah. Well, I'm really curious. Well, I think it's interesting to see that Washington Justice Red went ahead and selected defense first for this map. Obviously, they had a stellar defense last time. Maybe it could have been intimidating for Shock Timeless. Obviously, it wasn't. They've already broken through the first checkpoint, and it seems like it really lit a fire underneath them. Gonna be a missed pulse bomb there by Phone, as Armory went ahead and picked What in the process. Shock seems to have this momentum here on Dorado. Looks like they're really comfortable with this map, hence why they probably picked it, Thibault.
Yeah, their pick usually implies, hey, we practice this map a ton. Anytime it is our pick, we're gonna pick this. Hardly surprised that they're doing well on this map. You had some halftime to maybe talk about what the heck was going on. Emma, though, has had the halftime to, I guess, just stay warmed up because those shots are nasty.
Oh, a Suzu has to be forced out, of course, because Santana continuing to put the pressure on. Jim goes ahead, duplicates over to that Tracer. We know exactly how deadly she can be, and is ripped out of the duplicate just as quickly. Washington Justice Red continuing to try and hold this defensive point, but there are exchanges all over the board. The Shock Timeless go ahead, drop that sound barrier, keeping them even beefier in this fight. Overclock's been activated by what? That's the nail in the coffin for Shock Timeless. Run back to spawn.
I mean, I guess the only consolation there is that the overclock did come out for the Justice. The Shock at least are going, okay, we have our own and you don't. But they also know, of course, that the Justice are coming online with both their support ultimates here. Phone's going to be going for another pulse bomb in about 3 seconds. And ultimately, this is a pretty even fight overall, but the Shock do need to kind of reestablish themselves here. And a great Suzu coming.
Yeah, it was. And Esdeath tries to go for a sneaky hook around the side. Are they going to get caught off? No. They're so far Shock Timeless going ahead back to their original plan of pathing. They're looking to go and get Azure set up on that high ground with Overclock. There it is. Trying to free fire here from the sides, getting pocketed by Aramori. Jim is the one to go down first from Esdeath, and now Washington Justice Red continue to press the assault and push back Shock Timeless's most recent attempt to try and capture the checkpoint.
It takes a special kind of bravado to go, oh, she just popped Overclock? Yeah, I'll just go hit her in the face. Is that an option? Like, so much respect for Lucio players everywhere. And Esdeath, though, says, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. I'm going to go get a pick. Thank you. And another.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no.
Okay, that was quite the roller coaster there coming through between the Esdeath and Jim dance right there. I mentioned earlier how it could be tougher for Esdeath to go up against the Echo. Obviously, it got hooked out of the sky, so I respectfully rescind my earlier comment, Esdeath. My apologies, dude.
Yeah, Esdeath actually doing some pretty solid work. Aramori, though, a name, frankly, we haven't even said that much, despite being, like, one of the best players probably in this entire tournament. Also putting in some major work. As this is so tradey. All these fights have been so back and forth, but the Justice establishing themselves at just the right time here.
Yeah, well, Aramori has been key to throwing those Suzus just in the nick of time when Esdeath hooks their opponents, but with how frequently Esdeath is hooking their opponents, it doesn't leave a lot of room for a Suzu on Phone's pulse bomb either, Thibble.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I mean, there's so many small margins of error and cooldown forces that have to be considered. I'll always come back to this when we look at cooldown management, very Goats-esque. There's nothing Goats-esque about that pick from Emma onto their counterparts there.
Oh, misses a little hook there. That's all right, Jim. You are normally that Tracer player. Nice whole hog, and it's going to be the death of Esdeath in the game. More picks coming through as Shock Timeless now at 51 seconds on this time bank. They're looking to try and take this point. It's 3.19 meters, but what pops the overclock, takes down Santana, and that's going to be pushing Shock back to respawn once again with only one fight left.
Yeah, approaching 30 seconds here on the clock. Shock Timeless really only coming online with the overclock and the sound barrier, which, I mean, are still incredibly strong tools. And Jim, enough Echo. Going for the Tracer here, going for the raw pick potential. And they're going to need to bring that all to bear here because the Justice have the tools they need to hold this defense strong.
Justice set up on the high ground, and Shock trying to, well, path their way around. Esdeath drops down right away, has Whole Hog online, is waiting for the opportunity right after that Suzu's hit. Jam goes ahead and uses Sound Barrier. Shock Timeless don't want to give this up easily, but they've already lost Azure. Phone is trying to put in the work, and there are the kills all for Washington Justice Red with a great defensive hold here before the second checkpoint.
So I guess this answers your earlier question of why did they pick defense first? You were right. It was absolutely because they were confident they could mount a Streets Phase hold. And a great hold it was, right? I mean, great rotation of ultimates there, great rotations, like actually, like physical actual rotations.
Right.
Like the team kind of had it all in those moments. That Whole Hog was getting insane value, and it was not the only one. Phone and What stepping up in a big way, and Emma still just kind of like being the tentpole North Star player around which a lot of this roster seems to be rallying. And on the other side here, Shock Timeless, like, still pulling out some heroics, still getting some work done, but just not quite enough to kind of overcome the stoutness that we are seeing from the Justice right now.
I think that the lethality from Esdeath on this Roadhog combined with Phone on the Tracer has been really tough for Shock Timeless to try and decide, you know, who do we use our support resources to mitigate this damage and this threat from. You know, the hooks and the pulse bomb. Poor Kiriko's in general. I mean, they gotta feel like diva players with the defense matrix, right? You're supposed to eat all the ultimates and all the bullets, and now you're supposed to cleanse all the status ailments. Fine.
Yeah, I mean, talk about stressful, right? Your work is cut out for you and then some. So I feel what looks like was going for the early pick there, but goes for the immediate swap. No big deals there. And Jim maintaining this echo. I always kind of like this more as a defensive pick. I think just kind of being able to skirt around and do your thing is super valuable here. And of course, without a Winston on the other side for the Justice, not much you can do to contest them once they hide behind the high ground.
Right. It's well, it's gonna be Emma actually going down first from Jim. Deja vu. Once again, this is Roadhog 101. Walking around the side, grabbing you from an angle you're not looking, and then Hook killing you. Sybil, Shock Timeless need to be watching these angles because Esdeath is relentless. Holy cow, that could be a highlight reel.
That's just not fair. You can't be doing that to him. That's not right.
Jim on that Tracer.
Come on, man. Inclusivity. You're excluding them from all these team fights. Come on. Like, get with it, man. Like, don't hit all your hooks. This guy is insane. Esdeath just popping off in a big way here. Phone also stepping up with another pulse bomb. And Shock just forced to, like, what can we do here?
Throw everything at the point. Try and stall if you can. They are losing players one after another. They had Jim go ahead and swap over to that Tracer to match up with Phone, but at the end of the day, it's still Washington Justice Red taking this first checkpoint with quite a hearty time bank.
Hearty's a good word for it. Hearty's a good word for that pick that just came through. Emma, again, just hitting the shots, doing the thing. Shock Timeless coming back with a few ultimates in the bank, kind of all across the board here. I think the only outlier being Jam, who's a little behind on that sound barrier at the moment. So I expect a lot of Qs over the next fight or two. The Shock really want to establish an actual defense here and hold for another few minutes. I think if the Justice get out of this relatively scot-free and can pull some ults from Shock, it's looking pretty bad.
Woo, man, it's a rave. Ultimates are thrown everywhere, and it is time to see who fills the kill feed. Phone gets the pulse bomb kill, and another one. It's all Washington Justice Red in this kill feed. They threw almost all their ultimates at it, Dibble. I hope that they would be getting these types of results.
Absolutely. Yeah, and for the Shock, I mean, this is obviously you would like to win that fight, but failing that, the next best case is that the Justice use a ton of ultimates on their attack. Because now the Shock have a bunch of tools coming online, and they have a point to kind of rally around here. And the ults come out, and the picks start coming through.
Nice. Only the use of Azure's Overclock, though, to fend off Washington Justice's attack. So that is a really excellent use of discipline and knowing, okay, this is one that we can be very careful about.
Yeah, you want to be economical. You don't want to just spend everything all at once. You got 3 minutes left here in the bank, 3 ultimates to work with. That Primal probably waiting for what's overclock here in Santana. Actually, the sound barrier comes out first.
Oh, and it is a good thing. We've seen the deadly what here on Sojourn, and they are taken out in the process. Shock Timeless stabilizing once again, but Thibble, they've got 3 minutes to hold this point if they want to win.
3 minutes, but a time bank to work within and a playbook perhaps to kind of follow here. You know exactly what you need to be doing. The Pulse Bomb and the Primal just need to get you a pick or at least keep you in the fight long enough to maintain your defense. Meanwhile, the Overclock and the Kitsune Rush are just building and building and building, hopefully ready for the next fight or so. Wow. Unless what just decides to kind of do What things?
Well, you recalled straight into the railgun. It's not really your fault there at the end of the day. Although Shock Timeless continue to hold this defensive point, absolutely crushing it here on this Winston Primal Raging. Santana getting 3 kills in the process. Now Shock Timeless have burned the clock down with only 2 minutes left, Thibble, and, well, it's ever closer here to the golden box of victory.
A minute at a time, 30 seconds at a time. I do Santana a disservice by implying that Primal was only to be used for sustain or canceling an overclock. Of course, you just get 3 kills with it, right? What about that? But Auburn, though, getting the initial pick.
Nice job by Phone, trying to force out the Suzu before actually throwing Pulse Bomb. Doesn't even need it. There's too much damage here on the point from Esdeath and the whole hog. Washington Justice Red taking the 3rd map of the series.
Stepping up, maintaining that momentum, right? Keeping the statements coming. A great defense there from the Shock right up until it all kind of fell apart. Like, the ultimates were obviously getting value. Like, the neutral fight was working well, but with this pick composition, I mean, it can just kind of snap. And all of a sudden, you had this great defense, and then you have nothing and no one. So, strong mechanics coming through from the Justice right when they needed it. Just making the most of this composition that we haven't really considered the meta. We've kind of considered it the counter to the meta. But I suppose that's exactly what this is built for.
Yeah. Well, I want to give some props over to Emma as well, who seems to be, you know, flirting on that line between the Zenyatta and Kiriko, depending on, you know, what the map and the time bank really calls for. And I'm really pleased to see some of the value and success that we've seen from that Zenyatta, but how quickly they switch over as soon as the pressure starts to be maybe a little too much and they're not bringing the value is instant. And Washington Justice Red are really reaping the benefits from such a flexible support player as a result. I think, like I mentioned earlier, Esdeath, apologies for doubting you on hooking the Echo. Happily put in my place there and proven wrong. Just so lethal with those hooks, Thibble, that I gotta say, I really want Shock Timeless to be tracking exactly where Esdeath is going all the time, because there are so many deja vu moments where they're coming up, grabbing the hook from the side or from behind when Shock Timeless are trying to walk up the stairs. And, you know, it's very classic Roadhog play that I would love to see noticed more.
Yeah. I mean, looking at these compositions and the interactions that they have, there are obviously a lot of patterns that form. You see the flanking Roadhog. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The whole hog comes through. Oh goodness. Like, I think there needs to be a little more of that. Like, yeah, of course this is going to go this way. Right? Like, let's adapt accordingly. And I mean, with the Justice here on series point, Shock Timeless, like, it's kind of now or never to make those adaptations, have that like mid-game prep talk of just like, hey, no. This is not how this is going to go. It's time to force a map 5. We were looking great at the start of this series. We've let a couple fights slip away from us.
Right.
In not quite the way we would want to. Let's make sure that we are kind of maintaining our wherewithal. Keep your head on a swivel. We know these things. These are fundamental. Roadhog, go on flank, get pick is fundamental Overwatch. That's kind of his whole thing.
Right.
So I think these teams are obviously aware of those dynamics. They're insanely skilled players, and I am but a humble caster. But, you know, a little more of that, like, is the Roadhog over there? Okay, let's go.
Well,
how about over there?
Yeah, just a little more of Watcher 6 kind of vibe is all I would like. You know, not constantly looking around paranoid, but maybe with how many times Esdeath has been hooking, let's see here, Jam.
You name it, yeah.
If I were Jam, I would be paranoid up the wazoo. Once I'm hooked a couple of times, I'm constantly looking, like expecting to just get ripped out of position willy-nilly. And I think Esdeath has been doing a good job at also timing when he goes to encircle Shock Timeless. And I'm sorry, when she goes to encircle Shock Timeless, because they're never looking. All of the attention and focus fire is being brought to the front lines, and that's exactly the kind of distraction you need when you're gonna go and hook them out of position and get that early pick, which seems to be Washington Justice Red's recipe for success here. We're going over to New Queen Street.
We have not seen this one. We have seen a lot of Colosseo and a lot of Esperanza, but New Queen Street has kind of been the outlier, kind of the black sheep here.
Right. Well, it's a little bit more old news since it was the first one to come out for Overwatch 2, right?
I suppose that's true. Yeah, having spoken with some pros hither and yon across the tiers, it's kind of the general consensus that out of the 3 push maps, New Queen Street is generally the least favorite. You know, let's not mince any words. But if you're really good at New Queen Street, or if you have a practice strat, or you know the other team perhaps does not enjoy playing on this map or practicing it too much, that could be a nice little strategic wrinkle. We can only speculate, of course, but excited to see what Shock Timeless decide to kind of bring to bear on their map pick here.
Well, and with your map picks as well, when you know it's a map of your preference, right? That's definitely a different mental state going into the matchup, right? We all know the shift in mental state when we're in our games and it says, now entering King's Row. We're like, yeah, we're psyched, we're hyped for this match. Like, it doesn't really matter.
It's
we're
not
already
2 CP.
right.
Yeah.
Right. And so, you know, if you have that type of mentality, whereas, you know, Washington Justice may not, then definitely you want to take them to that map where they go, great, this one. And you're, you know, feeling the vibe. You've got your mojo online. The real thing that I'm worried about, though, for New Queen Street is that there are a lot of little, like, nook and cranny kind of hallways that you can weave through. And it might be a heyday for Esdeath on that Roadhog.
It absolutely could be. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of space for a Roadhog to kind of do their thing. And just hit those wacky flanks and just get some insane, just like max range, like the kind of hook that makes you go.
Middle ground area.
Yeah, just the kind of hooks that make you go, dude, come on, what? Not the player, the actual exclamation, what? So maybe we see a little more of that. I actually kind of wanted to bring up. I kind of just realized as we've been chitter chattering, we haven't seen any Reaper this series, and with a Roadhog doing as much work as it's been doing. Where's the Reaper guy?
Yeah.
You know, he has the shotguns. He comes in from the side, special ability, very powerful. Well, that other stuff.
We saw Jim on the
Actually,
Reaper for just a moment. But, well, I say unfortunately, phone is just on point on this Tracer right now, and they had to switch to match it. There was not enough pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is kind of the thing, as I've been kind of mind palacing out why the heck there's no Reaper. I think... Tracer's one of those, much like a Widowmaker or a sniper of any kind, where like if there's one on the other side, kind of the only best counter to it is another one, like your own. So yeah, if there's a Tracer just doing work on the other end, really the only other thing that's going to handle it is another Tracer. So they've kind of just locked each other in place. But I think that's been a big part of what has given Justice this edge is like, well, cool. We'll just play Roadhog because you can't play its greatest counter.
Right.
And I mean, hard to say that hasn't been paying dividends for the Justice here.
Well, and that goes to show you how strong the Washington Justice Red team is, right? When you are the reason that another team is forced to pick or change their composition, props over to you, Phone. Although it looks like we've just caster cursed them. Sorry.
Absolutely. Yes,
sorry, buddy.
Fully and entirely. The moment we started talking well about them, Shock Timeless said, dude, shut up.
Right.
We're going to show you what we can do.
They recognized it. They're like, we know Phone is a huge threat and we're nullifying. Or she's a huge threat and we're nullifying. Right away.
Okay. I mean, this is something we've seen on the kill feed, I feel like a dozen times this series already, as they're just popping immediately onto the tank counterpart here. Says, all right, we got way more hit points on the field at this point. Azure as well. Kind of putting paid to that with an extra pick onto Auburn.
Oh,
and that Susie was just a little out of radius. That's actually... Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, that was by the skin of their teeth. Just missed right there. A valiant effort nonetheless, and honestly, stellar reaction time. Shock Timeless still pushing the cart on forward, starting to slowly gain that advantage, but nothing too significant yet. We want to get closer to that first checkpoint, and then once they have that, we'll really see some spawn advantages roll through. As Death looking around the corner for their first victim. Hooks! doesn't find the kill off the end. No big deal there. Shock Timeless still trying to push this defensive point, and no one's running into the whole hog of Esdeath here. Nice stall forward and still continuing to find the kills. Aramori didn't look behind, didn't check the 6, and as a result is taken down. More members of Washington Justice Red continue to capitalize on this player advantage, and now they're gonna look to try and take this bot and gain some distance for themselves.
I mean, good on Shock Timeless here for keeping it contested all this time.
That's
Die
true.
on cart,
Yeah.
as the old adage always goes. So the Justice only now starting to make their progress. Shock Timeless with plenty of time to get back, recontest, set up perhaps on that high ground or around this corner. And they have some tools coming online as well. The overclock, the sound barrier close by. Emma with a Kitsune Rush, but Shock Timeless on the other side. Look at that. A full war chest, as our old friend CT would say. Plenty of ults to work with here in this next fight.
Shock Timeless stack both support ultimates for this most recent engagement. What goes ahead looking for anyone to throw damage into. Jim goes down. Not sure how that happened as a result. Oh, self-pulse bombed, unfortunate. And now Washington Justice Red continue to push forward. They've got the advantage, and another hook for Esdeath in the bank. Thibble, absolutely incredible.
I have breaking news. Esdeath is pretty good at Roadhog. There's your game-breaking analysis with Thibble, folks. She's just good. Hitting the picks consistently, turning fights around that Shock Timeless in any other normal universe would probably be in pretty comfortable control of. What as well, going for a little flank here, trying to just kind of do get over on the side perhaps.
My gosh.
Hardly matters though. Hardly matters at all.
Wow.
Stuff, like, yeah, never mind, I don't need to flank. Actually, I'll just walk up with you and then we're good, right? And they absolutely are. Goodness.
Wow. So right there, Washington Justice Red ignored Santana. Santana dropped their bubble early on the front line, ignored when she jumped over to pressure the back line, and as soon as that jump happened, Esdeath comes in with the hook, actually takes phone instead of the other support squishies they were probably hoping to get, but the outcome and the results are the same, right? They just sweep Shock Timeless off the point. Oh my gosh.
Whoa, okay, so
Wow, you shouldn't be alive.
Makes it out. Lives is just doing the Widow 1v1 shuffle. Doesn't matter. Oh goodness.
Oh
the
my
effort
gosh.
there. I must commend the effort from Azure there. You know, they just hit the DPI switch on the mouse and started wiggling. But it doesn't matter. I didn't even get to talk about Jim switching over to the Reaper. Finally, kind of fulfilling my prediction. Thibbaldamas at it again. And this is already back and forth here. The Justice maybe trying to start clawing this back. And they do. Yeah, they absolutely do.
You gave props over to Azure for, the jukes on that Sojourn. I'm over here giving props to Aramori and Jam for just pumping in the heels over there. I'm sure their heartbeats were stressed up the wazoo watching that crit symbol dip in and out. Another early pick, of course, coming through from Esdeath. She has been crushing it, and Santana is forced to go ahead, pop Primal. How many times is Esdeath going to hook one of these supports? Following up with the whole hog again just seems second nature. We've seen this movie before, folks, and Esdeath is so comfortable running it on replay.
And I mean, building the whole hog that fast, why wouldn't you just use it the moment you get a pick? Secure the advantage, keep this cart moving. We've crossed 100 meters. We've hardly been talking about the objective, by the way, because these fights are just so ridiculous. Jim stepping up, just trying to force this team back, saying, no, I'm supposed to counter you. Does actually manage to take down Esdeath. Azure with the overclock as well, getting some kills secured. And Shock Timeless at last can start to move this bot in another direction, but they've got a bit of an uphill to manage at this point.
Santana also switched over to Roadhog, Thibble.
Oh, hello. Okay. I mean, I saw the Primal come out. I wasn't the happiest with it, but I was just kind of let that one slide. Makes a little more sense now, perhaps. Like, hey, let's just see what we can do with that and then finally make the switch. If you can't beat them, join them. Frankly, I respect this bet.
Nice sound barriers actually from both sides, keeping the teams alive even after hooked by Esdeath. There's the overclock online for what? And it's the kill onto Aramori. Both of these DPS from Washington Justice Red have been tearing up the kill feed, and with Esdeath there to complement them and a Discord orb to make it easier all the same, Thibble, Washington Justice Red is having a heyday.
As just saying, hey, dude, kiss the ring. All right, the queen is here. This is the better Roadhog. You better come back with something a little better. Santana, given perhaps a second chance before this cart starts moving again, a hook coming through, no such luck. A Death Blossom online here, and Emma on the Zen actually swapping over, does not quite have the Transcendence yet, so perhaps a chance for some early engagements here.
Oh, Esdeath actually the first to go down. Pulse bomb thrown and no kills off the back end. Still some exchanges back and forth as Shock Timeless are still looking to push this bot back in their favor. They do have the spawn advantage. It seems to be coming in clutch for them. And now Jim on this Reaper really starting to find their rhythm and momentum and the value.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the Reaper needs to be doing, providing that frontline burst, providing that sheer damage total. Regardless of position, regardless of where you are on the map, etc. Shock Timeless also got a lot of ultimates here coming online. Justice. Whole Hogs have obviously been getting a ton of value. Emma with this Transcendence can cancel out so much, but not that.
Oh, Esdeath, I'm sorry. It's not often I feel like you're the recipient of the unexpected hook. Jim goes ahead, capitalizes on the Kitsune rush, and Shock Timeless continue to run forward. They only used Aramori's Kitsune rush as a result, and Thibault once again demonstrating really strong discipline and ult economy awareness.
Yep, and Santana booting up on this Roadhog, getting those hooks, getting some picks down, getting the work done. Now, checkpoint secured here, a little butt scratch going on. Shock Timeless forced to just kind of chillax, which gives the Justice time to kind of reconfigure. They have some ultimates coming online. What and Azure both stepping up in the pocket.
Which Sojourn will reign supreme, the one that has the sound barrier from Jam to reinforce and keep their health bar uber topped off. Now we can see Shock Timeless continuing to aggress forward. Santana has definitely started to hit that flow state with those hooks. It's the first time I think we've seen her play Roadhog this series.
Yeah, and I respect the attempt at the predictive hook onto the Tracer there. That would have been really cool. You'll get it next time, don't worry. Aramori coming online here close with this Kitsune rush, well ahead of Emma, which is a big advantage. But Auburn on the other side ahead with this sound barrier. That's the dynamic we need to follow. That barrier's out already.
Ooh, Santana hooked Esdeath and does go down after they were beefed up by the sound barrier. Now Shock Timeless continuing to try and push forward. They've got the bot in their possession, rolling it, and they've got a late pick onto Emma Thibault.
Yeah, the Reaper Kitsune rush combo is just too strong. Like, you just shoot too fast. Guns go burr. You know, there's not much you can do about that. So the Justice, again, just forced to reconfigure. We've got 26 seconds left and 8 meters, frankly, between these teams.
Shock Timeless need to win this map if they want to stay in the series. It's match point here for Washington Justice. Red, it's a great pick early here onto Auburn. And now they're pushing into only an overclock at this time. It could be deadly. There's a pick there onto Esdeath, and with no tank for Washington Justice, it is looking grim. Shock Timeless have almost overcome the victory bar to take this map win. Washington Justice Red needs to clear them if they want to stay in this fight and win. Emma takes down Jim, and this is intense. Thibault, who will come out on top? There are no more Reapers. Santana throws the whole hog into the face of Washington Justice Red. It is so close. It is 3 meters away from victory for them as Death goes down. Aramori pops the Kitsune, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Everyone has the stats they need. The bot is about to be pushed to the golden box of victory, and Shock Timeless have come back to tie up the series.
This is the part where I get to be very, very smug, because I came into this map saying, where's the Reaper at, dude? Wouldn't that make a really big difference? And it did. It totally did. The Reaper swap was an immediate change of pace. You could feel the temperature in the room spike. Poor old New Queen Street, all that snow started melting. It was crazy. That is exactly the swap they needed. I mean, there's not much else to say outside of it. Like, the counter pick doing counter pick things. It really can be as simple as that. Like, Overwatch, it's a very complicated game at these high tiers, but at its core, it has always maintained that, like, sometimes you can just get away with a direct counter pick and force them out of their comfort zone, force the dynamic entirely. Phone, you saw towards the end, swapping over towards the Reaper as well, just realizing, like, I got to try and make this work. They have a Roadhog and a Reaper, and they're doing really well. I guess that's what I need to do. But at that point, I mean, the momentum there for Time was feeling so good. And
Totally.
here we go to map 5.
Yeah, well, in our first to 3, Thibble, ask and you shall receive. We get to go to map 5, opening up the finals. So definitely a huge treat for us. Folks, it's match point for both of these teams. We're going to kick it to a quick break. They're going to pick a map, and we're going to see who will come out on top for our round 1 of the finals. Hello gamers, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Finals. We are still on our first match and round 1 of the series, and we are at match point Thibble. It's our first to 3 with Washington Justice Red and Shock Timeless already at 2 points each and looking to take home a victory on our last control map.
This series has been everything I could ever hope for, minus the draws that give us the 8-map stunner. But, you know, we take what we can get.
2CP's not around anymore.
No, I know. I'm still waiting for the draw on Escort. That's what I want more than anything. That's the feather in my cap that I'm waiting for. Not going to get it this series, but that is perfectly okay. These teams have been playing lights out, showing that they are worthy of the pickups from the big franchises up and about in the Overwatch League, showing that they deserve to be here in our final event. And we are headed towards control. This was initially, this game mode anyway, was a victory for Shock Timeless, though it was plenty close all the way through. 99s to 99s abound. So we
for
will
all
see
3 maps, folks.
Yeah.
All 3, okay?
Yeah, if you're like just tuning in and you missed the start of this match, like go back. Like maybe during the break. We're about to kick things off, but like go back. And now we're headed to Oasis.
Oh.
This pick actually makes sense. I didn't even consider this. We were talking a lot about Lijiang Tower, but Oasis also has some points where it's pretty easy to kind of like duck and use your natural cover as a roadhog, like plenty of walls and cubbies to try and hide behind.
Yeah.
So I get this. It makes sense. I think the thing we need to find out here in the next probably minute or so is if are both of these teams going to stick to roadhog at this point? Like, is that just what we've decided on?
Right.
Are Shock Timeless going to try and like go back to the Winston, like, oh, that was just like a one-off, like we can still do it with this composition? And of course the Reaper. I want a little more Reaper. I think that was really like the ticket, and if I'm Shock Timeless, I see that immediately work and go, well, yeah, of course that's what we're doing now for the rest of the series. So we will see. Ooh, fun little update there. The first Altiora team taking down Kaiju Corp. So Altiora will move on. Artemis, excuse me, will move on. I should specify.
With how many Altiora teams?
Yeah,
dude.
You really need to be specific, turns out. And Kaiju Corp jumping down over to the lower bracket, perhaps ready for a little salty run back there. We'll see. But we ain't there right now. We are here on Oasis at University. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, give me that, actually. It's probably not going to happen, but like, I won't.
Nah.
The Orisa composition really has been kind of the counter to a Roadhog. Like, it usually isn't a mirror. It's usually like, oh, they're running Roadhog? Let's go Orisa. And it looks like that is what they're coming through with. So much opportunity to mitigate damage. The Fortify, like countering off the hook. The Javelin spin can block all sorts of stuff. Like, this composition does make sense, and I'm excited to see it from Shock Timeless. Let's just see what it can do.
Well, and we see the variants on DPS of Phone on the Tracer and Jim on the Reaper. So there'll be 2 very different types of front line or side pressure presence here. Emma's going to be the first person to take down Azure. A little bit of pressure onto Aramori back there in the back lines, but nothing too crazy. as Death taking a lot of damage, and the Suzu during the whole hog take a breather, or during the breather, just easily gives them the top off in health. Now we can see Santana continuing to try and push forward. Shock Timeless did lose the point possession, but Thibble, they haven't lost the fight. They know the name of the game, and it's so they're okay with giving up a little bit of possession.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a little back and forth here is fine. Even a little stall coming through, no big deal. 11% there for the Justice as the Shock established their first control. A couple ultimates coming online for them as well. And actually, one more interaction, because I love talking about Orisa so much. The Javelin throw interrupts hook and take a breather. So that is a big potential counter to that, in addition to all the other stuff I already talked about. Or, of course, Azure could just get a pick.
I mean, Aramori had the Kitsune Rush online so early in this fight, and I mean, opening up the gate with it was an easy win there for Shock Timeless.
Let's talk about the Rat. Phone on the Rat. Okay, we've seen the Junkrat's kind of been like the meme pick that's actually pretty decent. So much damage capable for that hero. But Aramori just kind of getting out of dodge there real quick. There's a lot of ults come online.
Oh, and there's 2 kills coming through from Azure. Oh, a nice attempt at the air
cool.
javelin. That would have been so sick, dude. But a valiant effort if he was just pinned out of the air. That would have been
Yeah.
straight out of an anime.
Man, in the little fringe multiverse where that pick happened, you and I are both going crazy. But even then, couple ultimates here for Shock Timeless, maintaining their control despite their expenditures, or perhaps because of their expenditures. But here comes the
no.
Riptire. Let's see what this can do. It's 4 a.m. Or is it?
Woo! Santana's out of the picture, but so is Esdeath. No tanks, and, well, with one Lucio down, Shock Timeless are going to look to try and bring themselves in the lead for this fight. They already have 77% of this objective, and Thibble, they're looking pretty comfortable. Control was, a little bit easier for them opening up on the series, and now it looks like they are trying to close it out here nonetheless. Jim has the Death Blossom online. It's only a matter of time, and the Suzu's forced out. They're hunting for it. Ooh, good smart move to wait. Waiting out more resources before you get over aggressive. Now the overtime bar has been triggered, and a boot back actually prevents Jim from having as much impact and damage as she is looking for. A nice recontest here from Washington Justice Red. Not everyone falls down into the pit of despair, but it's still Washington Justice Red taking the point.
That boop was honestly like map saving right there, because that Death Blossom would have gotten quite a bit of work done, and unfortunately instead Jim was just kind of dancing on the dance floor by herself. So we have a horse mirror, by the way. I just want to throw that one out there. Esdeath making the quick swap, which actually got some pretty solid work done overall. Phone with the quick catch on the javelin there, not what you want to be catching there, bro. And we got some stall coming through.
Overclock from Azure. No kills yet. And what actually is going to be the person to get the pick? Still so much pressure here, and a Suzu to reinforce even more.
Whoa.
What was dodging for days, and still it's going to be Washington Justice Red with point possession. Oh, the tire doesn't find the kill. Maybe a little too early on the trigger, but nonetheless, Shock Timeless still resetting.
That was one of those tires where it's like, if I don't hit this right now, they're gonna destroy it.
Right.
Ultimately, didn't end up mattering, but I've been there. I've done that. I get it. Santana stepping up with a Terra Surge here. The Sound Barrier as well online. Matched, though, by Auburn's. Maybe slight advantages here, but only just slight for Shock Timeless. You want to force whatever you can before you really get this fight going.
Disruptor shot, blocking the gate, and now it's time to push forward. Nice reinforce to take the javelin to the face, throwing even more damage here. Santana trying to continue making this team fight for Shock Timeless. A nice Terra Surge, but it is not enough. These DPS are popping off, and both Sojourns are trying to find the picks and the kills. What is making hero plays here at 99.99 once again? Both of these teams are going the distance on our opening round. That Suzu was just enough to save them, but is it enough to help them retake this point? Thibble, it is a nail biter here at the end with Kitsune thrown by Emma.
Santana swapping over to the Doomfist, coming back for the last minute stall as best they can. Washington Justice still maintaining. We have a Diva on the field. Like, I don't know what's going on with the tanks at this point. I'm just excited to see it. Santana just trying to power block and get nothing done. Esdeath getting demeched by Aramuri here, and Shock Timeless actually maybe pulling this back. Overclocks on both sides coming through, and the Death Blossom not getting
Those
much, actually.
DPS clutching it out here for Shock Timeless once again. Amidst all that chaos, they flip the point, and now they take this first round.
I'm just going to call that entire university thoroughly silly. I think we hit thoroughly silly towards the end there. The horse mirror, the Doomfist coming out. Like, that's just one of those, like, everyone's screaming and panicking, like, but we're all having a good time. And now we kind of settle back towards normal. I mean, as normal as this series is going to get.
We'll see.
Esdeath, yeah, right? Esdeath for now looking at the Roadhog. Emma back on the Zen. Santana matching with the Roadhog. Seeing a little more of that new Queen Street comp that we saw from them. It did do some pretty serious work. Let's see what Phone does after this Symmetra TP forward. That looks like a Tracer, but it could be a Reaper. It's a Tracer.
All right, Washington Justice Red back on their, I would say their comfort composition, since it's what they seem to run and lead with regularly. Phone on the Tracer, Emma on the Zen. Shock Timeless running the more, traditional meta comp that we've seen around the circuit here. So Shock Timeless are already set up on this point, and they're pretty much just for Azure. They were dancing around in that inner column, but with that pick onto Azure, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually have any continued sustainability. There's not as much damage, and Washington Justice Red are just going to look to clean them up and take the point first for themselves, which they did last time as well, but this time they've won the fight.
Emma also building up so quickly
Oh,
on
holy
that
cow.
transcendence. I mean,
Yeah.
picks coming through for her, obviously, just real fast. So 75% gives you such an enormous boom right early on. You can pop that probably this fight if you want and not have too much to worry about, especially if you maintain that kind of ult charge, right? So a great early start here for the Justice. Shock Timeless already kind of forced on the back foot as they go for this engage, but that's the one thing that can counter an early transcendence. Just
Yeah.
get the hook kill before it's even online.
Man, and that's really tough. A stick and and then the hook. It wasn't gonna matter. Phone was gonna be gone regardless of where that damage came from. And now we can see Shock Timeless starting to pull away in the kill feed, taking the point for themselves for the first time this round.
Emma going down early was absolutely the only thing that would have gotten us here.
Right.
Shock Timeless stepping up, taking that early advantage that I was hemming and hawing about completely out of the equation. Now the Justice do have the Transcendence for sure. The Pulse Bomb from Jim gets nothing. It's just a matter of when do you kind of want to pull the trigger on all these ultimates.
That Discord on Santana has been nasty, and a hook into the Transcendence. Beautiful play coming through from Washington Justice Red, as that's exactly what they needed to mitigate all this damage here from Shock Timeless. They were reinforced by Jam's sound barrier, and now they're just continuing to pick them off one after another.
Yeah, you have so much sustain at this point in the fight. All your cooldowns being used just to keep everybody alive as best as possible. You have picks coming through. I mean, that's about as clean cut as it can get for the Justice. You even pull quite a few ultimates out. Both support ultimates from Shock Timeless. The stagger from Jim. Did Jim get knocked into traffic? I can only imagine. We're just gonna play some yakety sax in our heads and call that one a day. The Justice maintaining control here. They still have the sound barrier online. The overclock coming through from Azure immediately gets countered out by that ultimate, and we'll see if anything can get done.
Oh man, Esdeath gets a great hook there onto Aramori, and with the Pulse Bomb kill from Phone, this is deja vu from Washington Justice Red. They continue to run this circuit with those characters, and they keep targeting those supports repeatedly, Thibble.
Yeah, last fight territory here. Shock Timeless really only working with that Pulse Bomb. Gotta hope it gets some value down. Maybe go for Emma in the back line. Does not have that Transcendence. What, though, is going to try and just keep Shock Timeless pinned down here. And that Whole Hog might just finish things up.
Oh, another Pulse Bomb missed by Jim. That's actually 2 in a row. What goes ahead, pops the overclock, and is looking to continue sealing the fate of the Shock Timeless here for the second round. They are not going anywhere, Thibble. We are going the full distance of 3 rounds.
I mean, could it go any other way at this point?
Jeez.
Right? Like, this is exactly how this entire series has gone. It is how I expect it to finish out. Like, this is... We couldn't have asked for a better start to this entire tournament, you know? Like,
Well,
this
these
is
are
exactly
two
what we wanted.
super strong teams, not to mention
Absolutely.
both teams that got, additional resources and picked up from Overwatch League teams. There are a lot of eyes on these people to be performing. And it's still
Absolutely.
only round 1, Thibble. There's a lot of
Yeah.
games left to play.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten into any semis. We haven't even looked at the lower bracket. Like, this is literally just the beginning. And you guys have to wait a week after today's matches to get any more. Haha, I'm putting an L on my forehead and pointing at you. Shock Timeless stepping up with more of the usual, frankly, on both sides here. Both teams locked in on what they're comfortable with. And at this point, it is stand and deliver. It is execute. It is get a pick like that. Azure stepping up exactly when she needs to.
It's literally all on the line here for this opening series. Whoever wins this last round of Control is going to win round 1 of the series. They're going to stay in the winner's bracket, and they're going to have it maybe a little bit easier as they try to progress through the tournament. Washington Justice Red already losing Phone early in this fight. Oh, what? Could not skirt out of the way. It was a beautiful Suzu attempt there from Emma to try and save him, but at the end of the day, too much precision timing from Shock Timeless.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just stepping up and hitting the exact shots you need. Just getting that early advantage and sticking it all the way through. Now, the Justice forced to kind of skirt around, figure out what they can do to kind of crack this egg open. And Esdet forced immediately just back up, use your breather. And even then,
so much damage there. Pulse bomb early and kills Santana in this fight. There are no Roadhogs, no tanks on the table. So now it's going to be about which members can continue to be scrappy and find the value and kills. So far, Shock Timeless and Washington Justice Red just doing a bit of poke phase back and forth. No one's wanting to give up the point, and both are contesting. Aramori's Kitsune Rush is going to force Washington Justice Red back, but not enough. Jim gets picked, and so does Emma. It's back and forth for each of these teams, with Azure now trying to step up and continue holding down the fort for Shock Timeless. It's so much juice there on the high ground as what manages to kill Jam just before they go down. Now there's been another pick from Esdeath, and it looks like Washington Justice Red are trying to cap this point, but Shock are stalling out once again, Thibble.
Yeah, I mean, the Reaper already, tremendous stall potential, about to have the Death Blossom online, forced back actually by the whole hog from Esdeath. I think that was kind of the perfect time to use that, just physically force them off the point and get this first capture going. And Shock Timeless seeing that go, yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll come back with like all the tools we've got, and you know, we're not going to worry about it. The initial engagement with the sound barrier here, I like it.
Well, it is 15 to 79% possession. Santana's throwing the whole hog into the corner. 2 people going down, 3 from the Death Blossom of Jim, and now Shock Timeless looking to go ahead and take this point back for themselves. They've got 79% possession.
And Jam denying the Jim ace. You hate to see it. We had one in the highlight reel. I was hoping for number 2. And Jam said, nah, what if I got one of those? Still, nothing to complain about there for Shock Timeless, right? Like, that feels good. You're approaching, this is last fight territory. You're approaching 95%. You have a Kitsune Rush. Washington Justice have nothing to answer with except the hope that they get a pick.
And that is a lot of pressure onto Esdeath, who has been crushing these hooks lately. Kitsune Rush thrown, and that's an early hit. Hook onto Santana, forcing out so many resources. Santana does go down, and as a result, with no tanks now on the table for either team, it's going to be up to these DPS to steal the show. Jim on this Reaper has the sustainability. A nice Suzu is going to keep them in the fight a little longer, and still, Thibble, this is a chaotic back and forth. This could have been just like our previous round, with how many picks and how much these teams are fighting it out.
Santana back again on that last minute stall. Doomfist trying to get something done here. Phone takes down Azure, takes down Santana. This might just be the switch here.
At the very last possible second, Washington Justice Red able to flip this point. And Thibble, if it didn't go to 99-99, would it have really been the series that we were asking for?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I demand that this continue until I am satisfied. Azure with the overclock here, a couple more ults coming online for Shock Timeless, but they probably want to use this as more of an eco fight. Pull what you can from the Washington Justice, especially with this overclock coming online. Justice forced to kind of back up and use what they can. Here comes the Kitsune Rush.
And Esdeath goes ahead and gets the kill onto Santana. Whole Hog pushing back more members of Shock Timeless, but Shock Timeless backing out, wanting to try and regroup and probably build up that sound barrier just a little bit more.
Right, and you get the 2-for-1 trade, right? You pull the overclock, and then there goes the Kitsune Rush and the whole hog, just to like, hey, no, back up. Don't come over here and shoot all our heads off.
Right.
And Shock Timeless are like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, we're about to have a couple more anyways.
Yeah, this could be last fight here, depending on how long it goes. With an early pick, though, onto Santana. Shock Timeless have to fight this player down. There is no hope for the return, and you can see Phone here has the Death Blossom, patiently waiting for anyone from Shock Timeless to try and push. Got a couple people here on the top ready to touch when needed. A nice Death Blossom. Both Death Blossoms pop, taking out a couple of people. Santana taking so much damage. Phone trying to do the damage with this Reaper here, and the sound barrier saves them at the nick of time. 99% Shock Timeless trickling on to the point, and at the end of the day, Washington Justice are going to go ahead. Managed to, mitigate a little longer. Armory was there, but there it is. Yeah. Okay, Thibble, these stalls are really incredible coming through from Shock
intense,
Timeless.
Yeah, but what can you do? Yeah, I mean, that That is exactly how this series had to end. No other way. Just all the way back and forth, all the way to the end, stalling and fighting and scrapping and just staring at each other. Like we kind of called it perfectly.
Right.
Honestly, we wanted just like absolutely run at each other and go crazy and scream.
Ooh.
And I think that is exactly what we got in this series.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams fought tooth and nail. Obviously, congratulations to Washington Justice Red for being victorious here in round 1. They will go on to play Altiora Artemis later today. But of course, that series, Thibault, was so incredible. All 5 maps, 99-99 for all 3 control points on each map on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And not only was it, a back and forth between all these wins, but we saw some really interesting and different metas and compositions come through to try and combat those adaptations, which, what a treat here for our first opening match.
Yeah, getting that kind of rock, paper, scissors in a game like this really shows that both teams are pulling out all the stops, right? They're not sitting here playing with their food. They're not just like, oh, but we only practice one composition. Like, these teams and these players are showing their versatility on the fly in real time. And that's kind of the entire point of this whole tournament, is to get these players in here playing at this level and at this scale,
right? And
showing us hey, when you have all the resources that you can get to play the best that you can play, what does that look like?
Right.
And I think we got a great example of that here in this first match.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And, I'm really happy to see such a strong performance from both of those teams. This is, a parallel avenue to the path to pro. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on all of these players today, looking to see who might be, some potential pro material later down in the series. But Thibault, we are going to actually get an interview set up with someone from the Washington Justice Red. So folks, don't go anywhere. We'll get them lined up and be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup Finals. We have with us Auburn from the victorious team Washington Justice Red joining us here on the interview booth. Auburn, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your win, dude. That was some fantastic gameplay from you specifically and from all of your team.
Thank you. I'm so hyped that we won this match. Like I was telling my teammates after we won last fight, like I thought I was like having a heart attack. My hands were shaking. It was such a fun match to play.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
saying
excellent.
it was a fun match to watch, I feel like maybe is an understatement, Thibble.
Does not do it credit. The opening series here that we got today.
Oh, yeah. So, Auburn, tell us a bit about kind of what the mental state of the team was when you guys were picking compositions originally. We saw a lot of that Roadhog with the Tracer and the Zenyatta play, but it seemed like at a moment's notice, you guys all pivoted and adapted and made the call to change it up. What are the comms like, or what's the mood like for you guys when you're making those types of calls?
I mean, like the mood, like mid-map, I think we have a really good understanding of like what we're good at and how we can apply that to what's good like in the meta. So I think all of us have a very good understanding of our heroes, like what we can play. Like our tank player, S-Death, I love her to death. She's like super good at the Roadhog, but she can also play the Orisa. She can even pull out the Monkey, even though we didn't do it this scrim or this match. And then Emma, I mean, we just let Emma play what she wants. She calls, I'm going Zen, she's going Zen. I don't really care. And then obviously like Phone's pulling out the Junkrat. I just have so much. We all have so much trust in each other that we can just flip comps on a moment's notice, and it's perfectly okay.
And funnily enough, that was actually going to be one of our questions. Like, you guys had so many heroes rotating through, especially kind of the discussion around like when does Emma go Zen versus when does Emma go Kiriko. But like to hear that it's basically just like, yeah, just ego pick it. This is what I'm feeling. Like this is what we trust each other. Yeah.
Yeah, like
that's great.
Yeah, it's a super cool dynamic because Emma can just like we know she's amazing at Zen. So if she just calls like she's like I think Zen's good in this comp. Boom, she's on Zen. I pivot my playstyle. I'm playing around Emma now. Like
simple as that. Yeah, okay.
Simple and easy are two different things though, and you guys definitely make simple look easy with that.
Yeah, big time. I want to talk about kind of a big change that's happened between Qualifier 1 and here. You guys kind of coming under the wing of the Washington Justice here. What's that been like? What's that dialogue and how has that kind of dynamic helped you guys?
So, okay, about like a month and a half ago, we were contacted by Justice, just sort of like an interest, kind of like them establishing kind of a touching point. If they were shopping around for some teams they wanted to represent in Challengers Cup in Calling All Heroes, and ever since we signed with them, it's all been super nice. They have been super open with communication. They've tried to incorporate us into like their social media. I'm sure if anyone follows the Justice account, you've seen, they gave us a whole roster announcement and they're giving us graphics and we all have banners and profile pictures and whatever for our Twitters. And so like it's been a super cool partnership. I am very appreciative of the Justice and I'm super glad that a lot of OWL organizations are coming into Calling All Heroes because this is big. I love it so much. I just love to see the scene growing.
Yeah, no kidding. That was going to be my follow-up, actually, kind of your thoughts on kind of the growth of like OWL's integration into Calling All Heroes and vice versa. So, I mean, that kind of does handle it, though. Like, it feels good to see. Yeah, absolutely. So you guys are moving on. We're looking at round 2 for you guys at this point. You have your opponents, I believe, lined up. It's going to be Altiora Artemis.
Yep.
How are you guys kind of feeling going into that matchup, perhaps? And do you have any kind of like last like thoughts or messages to send out here?
So as far as like playing Altiora Artemis, we've played them. This will be the third time we've played them. We played them in groups of first qualifier. We played them in playoffs of first qualifier. Now we're gonna play them here at main event. And obviously they're a really good team. They have like tons of like contenders talent, and they have a bunch of like super good players. And for me, like there's always gonna be a little bit of like pregame jitters. But as soon as we hit the lobby, that's all gonna go away. We're prepared. We know our comps. We know ourselves. We're gonna go out and play, and what happens happens. And as far as like final messages, I just wanna thank my team. I wanna thank Timeless for giving us such a good match. I wanna give a shout out to all my friends on the team, everyone who's helped us out, all just everyone. I I love playing in this tournament. I love being in this scene. This is amazing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see it. And thank you so much for joining us. And I think at this point we can leave you to it. Go enjoy your victory and prep for that next match.
All right, thanks guys.
Oh man, and I'm sure they need to rest at least a little bit, after a
Yeah.
5-game series, maxing out all of the points possible. Obviously, they're gonna have a new target on their back after taking down Shock Timeless, Thibble?
Yeah, I mean that sends a message straight up, right? That shows like, hey, that team's really good. We're just that much better.
Right.
So and I think that's exactly kind of the mentality I'm sure they kind of want to start with.
Totally.
Right? Like I think that little insight into like all those picks that they were picking just being like total ego trust plays, like that to me speaks a lot about the kind of team this is.
Oh yeah.
They're playing fast and loose, they're playing very comfortable, and they obviously, as mentioned, as Auburn said herself, like there's tremendous trust on that team to just be like, oh yeah, Emma can go Zen. Emma's crazy at Zen.
Right.
Yeah, I don't care what the meta is. That's fine. If Emma feels that's the play, then that's the play. And I am going to adjust my own style to account for that on the fly. Like that is highly advanced stuff.
Yeah, but
coming
Auburn
out from
just
these
mentions
teams.
it casually, like, oh yeah,
Oh, yeah,
she does
this is
it,
just
so
what
I
we
just
do.
adapt, no problem. Like it's no big.
It's not. Yeah. To folks watching at home, that's not no problem. That's not no big deal.
Yeah.
So excellent work from them. Bravo again, and congratulations. We are going to set up for our second match here. So hang tight, stay tuned. We will be right back with you guys.
everyone! Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup Finals! For any of you who may just be joining us right now, I'm Waffles for Sid, and this is Thibbledork, and we are about to get into our second matchup of the day. We are still here in our round 1 of quarterfinals, but Thibble, this time we're about to see both Altiora teams face off against each other. We're going to check out our third matchup coming up, which is Altiora Polaris versus Altiora Nimbus. Folks, we all just watched the Washington versus Shock game before us, and of course, Washington Justice Red will be moving on to the semifinals versus the third Altiora team. Man, props over to them for having a huge amount of teams, quantity and quality. Whew.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, we can't even say both
I
because there's 3. I mean, a
You're
testament,
right.
frankly, to the org and its quality, like you said. Like, it is so clearly established itself as kind of the place for teams of this caliber
Yeah.
to want to be.
And they've been that place for a long time, right? They've been well established as an LGBTQIA plus type of org that's been a safe space and welcoming space. Not to mention our very own Bailey, aka Pizza Penguin, helped start out that organization originally. And, you know, obviously she has been key and instrumental in bringing this entire event to you today, folks. So huge props out to her. Make sure you give her a follow if you haven't already. And I'm ready to see these Altiora teams face off and show who's actually the top dog from their org.
Yeah, that both fighting for the favor of their old Supreme Contenders overlord, Bailey, Pizza Penguin, Overwatch. I can't forget the last name, of course. Altiora Polaris here, a qualifier 1 team, so plenty of time, I should say, to kind of get ready, see what's going on, see what this competition is going to be looking like here. Roster obviously strong enough to make it here and show us what they can do, and I'm very excited to see them just keep running in that same sort of vein, just like we talked about last series. This is very much a, yeah, okay, you're here, do not slow down sort of environment. So excited to see what Polaris can do. And on the other side, a team you and I have been casting hither and yon in qualifier 2. Altiora Nimbus looking pretty good here.
Yeah, they have been, I mean, like you mentioned, we saw them last for qualifier 2. So I'm actually really excited to see how both of these teams go up against each other. Now that we've had some substantial time playing Overwatch 2, there's been some shifts in the meta and some reworks of characters since we last all met. And honestly, I'm really excited to see these teams go head to head. Obviously, Nimbus didn't make it to the finals during the first qualifier, and they came back strong during the second one after the Junker Queen meta kind of its time, and were really a force to be reckoned with. So I don't know who is going to be standing strong, but I'm pretty sure it's easy to spot which players are going to be on those Lucio O's between Kuropi and Froggy Thibble.
I respect the branding so much
Right?
of Lucio players who were just like, Frog. I like Frog.
And all
we have-
variants.
Yeah, just any sort of frog thing, I'm about that.
Or-
Much love to frog people out there.
Do you think that they already had the tags and were like, oh, there's a frog character. This is my character. No question. Oh, hard lock every time.
I know that is true for at least a few. I don't know about these players specifically, but I've seen many a Lucio player who their origin story is just like, I saw that there was a frog character and I love frogs. And, you know, I just love that for them. Like, that's what this is all about.
Welcome to targeted marketing. It works.
Yeah, no kidding, right? It's like, hey, we're Overwatch. And they're like, yeah, what about it? It's like, we have a frog character.
Right?
It's like, never mind, I'm sold. Here's $40.
I'm still hoping
Like-
for some turtle action. All right. There's not very much
Okay.
turtles going on in Overwatch.
Turtle characters. There is that Zarya skin, I guess. That's not one of the
See,
better ones.
that's the disclaimer at the end that doesn't really sell it for me. I get.
Yeah, that's very much an I guess. You're right. We could go further beyond into turtle territory, and we have not gotten there just yet. In any case, we're loading up. We're starting just as we started our last series on Well. both teams here kind of showing us more of what we expect, as I call it, air quotes, the meta
Right.
composition. The Winston here online, the Sojourn, and the Reaper here in the DPS slots, and in the backline, the Frog.
Yeah.
As well as the Kiriko.
Of course.
The frog and the fox.
Right?
As we were saying.
Got all the animals, including the Winstons there in the mix. And, well, we're going over to Well, which always reminds me of the Princess Bride Pit of Despair.
Of course.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Always a good time.
We're contractually obligated to make that reference every time we come to this match.
I
And I love that about our contract.
Still a lot of pressure. I love this initial poke phase damage coming through. Disruptor shots are in the face of each team's, and it's really going to be about who's going to extract the value. There's a lot of poke coming through, and still no one's actually hit the kill feed, Sybil. Terra is very low, and finally topped off again, looking to jump back into the fight. The point has unlocked, and now it's going to be more pressure. Altior Nimbus caps it fast. Polaris did not contest one bit, and honestly, that was really surprising. The fight has not been won yet. Meiman didn't quite make the swift step out of the hole, and now as a result, Polaris gonna go ahead, run away in the kill feed, and look to take the point back, although Nimbus is gonna squeeze out a bit more possession.
Yeah, I mean, the stall here coming through, I mean, at the very least, yeah, crossover 20%, and you're chilling after that.
Yeah.
23.
Okay.
Not bad, actually. And some good, like, kind of staggered picks, as we finish out that fight, giving just a few more seconds for Polaris to just establish themselves here on this point. Those initial picks coming through, but the cooldowns and that kind of outside rotation initially caught Polaris off guard, but then your Sojourn hits the shots, and now your backline has the ultimates, and you've got a good position here if you are Polaris.
Foxes back and forth, and who will capitalize on them? The sound barrier from Froggies is going to keep Polaris extra topped off as they continue to get aggressive. There's the late sound barrier from Karopi to respond, and there's still exchanges back and forth. Nimbus starting to pull away in the kill feed as more picks come through. Good pressure there onto the side, forcing back Saber, but at the end of the day, it's still Nimbus holding strong and gonna take this point back.
Yeah, pulling things back just in the nick of time here. An expensive fight on both sides, at least from the backline's perspective, and really mirrored, frankly, in the ultimates. Nimbus actually a little bit ahead there. Essel getting some picks to finish out that fight and build up that Death Blossom, which is coming online now. Now 3 tools here in the bank, but Polaris, I mean, in a longer fight, they will equalize for sure, but AJMR stepping up first.
Like that little boop from Froggies, displacing Sniper from the high ground early in this fight. Terra goes ahead, follows up with the Primal Rage, continuing to put pressure and displace the members of Nimbus. Meiman goes down as a result from Saber's railgun shot across the way, and now we can see more pressure still being thrown onto Nimbus. It's just gonna be Essel here on the Reaper, jumps into the well, and Polaris gonna look to hold and take this point back for themselves.
All right, Sheep. Okay, I see you. Doing work over on the Reaper over here, maintaining the Death Blossom. True on both sides here.
Right.
Again, so mirrored in the ultimates. This is interesting. It's effectively making every fight pretty neutral and really just kind of a showing of mechanics and who can get more value just out of that neutral game. The Death Blossom coming through from Sheep actually is not going to get anything at all.
Wow, a nice dodge there coming through from Nimbus to just skirt back and avoid the damage. More pressure coming through as they continue to slowly work their way up towards the well and towards the point itself. We can see the Death Blossom from Essel is it's online. And they're hunting and waiting for the opportune moment. Get out of that disruptor shot. You'll get melted immediately if you pop the Death Blossom. And, well, Altior Polaris continuing to push back Nimbus.
Yeah, and now we see the ultimates kind of start to diverge a little bit. Essel holding on to that Death Blossom. Obviously, the fight not quite going Nimbus's way. Opts not to hit it. And Polaris actually using the early Kitsune Rush means that Nimbus now have the opportunity to kind of come back with their own unanswered. A Suzu comes out early for Nimbus there.
An early Suzu could be trouble for Nimbus. Backing off a little bit. Now Polaris goes ahead, pops the sound barrier. It doesn't matter. The Death Blossom rips through it, taking down Terra in the process. It's 99% for Polaris, and Nimbus takes it back at the end of it. And that is now in last fight territory.
I love the beginnings of a 99 to 99 on every round map 5 sort of series. Give me another. So many things expended there. So many things happened in that last fight. It felt like Sniper, excuse me, coming online with a Primal Rage, but behind Terra here. So a momentary advantage perhaps for Polaris if they can get a good engage on him. That looks like to be exactly what they're going for.
That's a lot of displacement and a nice Suzu coming through from Meeman there to help the team members getting punched around by Terra's Primal Rage. Saber goes ahead, throws the overclock, and who is going to stand up to them? Still a lot of pressure, and AJMR respawns with their own overclock and kill in the process. That's exactly what Nimbus wanted to take this fight, and now they've got the advantage they're looking for. More kills to follow suit in the feed, and now it's all Polaris can do to trickle on the point. 99 triggers down, and Nimbus takes our first round.
Contentious. Okay, so this is the kind of game we're gonna get again. You can hardly say I'm complaining at this point. Very back and forth. They're very even, I felt, on a lot of those fights. And Nimbus, I mean, just pulling it out towards the end, right when it counts. End of the round is the most important time to win a fight, as they say. So, now we're getting over to Lighthouse. We've seen some different looks, obviously, in our last series here on this particular submap. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting that this time. I think the mirror just is where these teams are pretty comfortable. So a little more of that back and forth, that hit and miss. We'll see how that translates on a new stage.
Yeah, we're here at Lighthouse now, so it's definitely a bit of a different gameplay style when you don't have the giant pit there to fall into or be mindful of. There is still some ledge work, but it's really about this high ground that we see both teams trying to take. HMR getting pressured here on the Lighthouse, but does manage to take down their counterpart Saber as a result. Now that Polaris is down one, well, now both DPSs have been exchanged, Sybil, so I was thinking one might retreat, but if you're evened up, you might as well as keep on pushing forward. Someone's got to take the point first, and Polaris starting to pull away with the advantage. Can Altior Nimbus continue to keep this pressure? Maybe not as well. Polaris taking the first cap.
Yeah, Terra stepping up, getting a couple stomps here and there. Essel does get that last trade, and Polaris take control. I mean, those fights, so back and forth. I feel like we've had so many moments where it's like, oh, they got a pick, they're up. Oh, never mind. That immediately went back and forth 3 more times. Like, these fights happen so fast, and both teams obviously playing very close to one another in terms of their skill and their execution, which is why you see so much checkerboarding over in the kill feed.
There's some nice pressure there from the high ground, and Sniper is feeling it from across the way. Saber has been deadly, and that's a nice disruptor shot. It actually clips Karopi enough to take him down in the mix of the battle, and now Polaris are still up an advantage as they continue to hold this defensive point. A late pick there on Namiman is tough for Nimbus, and now, well, it's still a lot of time burned off the clock.
Right, if you're Nimbus, you just are forced back to spawn here. Just regroup. Don't get staggered anymore. If you can help it, just go. Now going for the re-engage. That speed boost turned right up. Celerando, as we say, but that is quickly silenced.
Yeah, hunted and deleted just as quickly. With no Lucio on board, Nimbus not going to have the speed they want to retreat or really maneuver around. Sheep just goes ahead, jumps in the small room to pop that Death Blossom, and, well, it is looking grim here for Nimbus on this second round.
I mean, I feel like that was such an ego play. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to walk up and press Q on this one person. I'm like, that'll send a message. And it probably did. Like, to be fair, like, Meeman's probably like, what? Come on. Not the Sojourn from last game. Like, what? The exclamation. So now Nimbus, I mean, like you said, last fight territory, they have some ultimates, but I mean, they need to get to point in the first place. Polaris positioning so forward here and committing resources.
Yeah, and pushing into Polaris here when they're already this aggressive is tough for Nimbus. They managed to trigger the overtime bar, but with Saber just camped up there on the high ground, it is almost nigh impossible for them to apply pressure and continue pushing on. Boops again. Holy cow, Froggy's red Karopi right there took him for a drive, and, well, that's gonna be both Altioras tied up for this control map.
Pure chaos. There were like 3 boops there.
I know.
Both primals coming online. You got the Lucios doing Lucio things around there. Like, that was just like the one time, I guess, where everyone's just like, oh yeah, we can get environmental kills on this map. That's pretty effective. We should do that.
Right.
So good for them. I mean, again, just complete unadulterated mischief happening here on Ilios, and it's all coming down to ruins. I would love to see a sniper. I don't think we're gonna. Give me something. They're not gonna.
Nah.
That's okay.
They're not even teasing.
No. They're not even messing with me a little, unless they are.
Full seriousness.
No, they're not. Fine. Be that way. Play your heroes that you know are very good, I guess. Both teams just jumping straight up.
A little bit of initial poke and instigation here by the health pack, by the ledge. Watch your step, folks, because you don't want to get booped off the side. Still more poke coming through, and really, who is going to bring out the lead, force out those additional resources? Looks like Polaris can't actually get to the point yet. This has been a nice move here from Nimbus to take the space, and now Polaris has been pushed back far enough where if they want to approach, they actually have to push out from two of those choke sides. With the aggressive Lucio Froggies here, it looks like it might be an easy flip for Polaris as they continue to push on now that they have a player advantage. A great force out of the Suzu there early, and now Nimbus looks like they're on the receiving end of what they just did to Polaris and have to back out.
Yeah, just the immediate flip, like in all ways, the point, the attitude, the dynamics, the positioning, it's everywhere. Sheep stepping up and just pushing that advantage that much further. Saber trying to avoid getting shot in the head. It happens. And Polaris, yeah, setting up like this forward, not super forward, but forward hold, a little high ground control as well. Very nice. Obviously sees the dive coming. It's just going to step away there. And Nimbus trying to figure out exactly how they want to approach this.
And Polaris going to use that Kitsune rush here early in the fight. Dax goes ahead and allows everyone to get aggressive. And as a result, Nimbus goes ahead, backs off, and looks to reset. Really quickly, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the best case, right? You pull out some ultimates, you know that fight isn't going to go your way. Just back right up and go again.
They didn't even
Instead
use
of taking,
ultimates.
Right, yeah. I mean, just instead of trying to force the issue, you know, just call it when you see it, right? And now the ultimates get to come in.
Well, that's really smart recognition from both of these teams all together. We saw that happen last match as well. Sound barrier from Froggies is keeping Polaris alive, and now Karopi joins them in the mix. Everyone's been beefed up for a bit of time, and the Primal Rage coming through from Sniper is a lot of displacement for Nimbus. There's more damage rolling through as AJMR now has overclock and has been a bit uncontested in the back on that Sojourn. Some good pressure available, and now Polaris now needing to regroup.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, 68% is fine, certainly. Like, that's a great, like, start to this stage all in all. But Nimbus have a real opportunity to start to, like, build up and catch up quickly. It can get away from you. With the Overclock and the Death Blossom online, Polaris have to be pretty smart about this, but that Suzu looks to be handling the bulk of that.
Yeah, it definitely did, and Sheep is actually victorious with their own Death Blossom as a response. Couple more easy clean-up kills in the mix, and now Polaris has the point again. They've got 75% possession, and we are encroaching on last fight territory.
They absolutely are, and they absolutely do. AJMR with this overclock could be a little something. I mean, if you can just pop off and get a couple picks, right? But Tara, oh, never mind.
Shut down. Right. Caster cursed it right there. AJMR decides to step up to the plate to go ahead and take down the members of Polaris. It's looking to be a great matchup here for Nimbus as they don't want to go down without a fight. 52%, or they now have possession just before Polaris hits 99.
And amazingly, I caster blessed someone. I didn't even curse them. I said, oh, if AJMR gets a couple picks, like, that's basically the fight. And it was. That's crazy. Anyway, Tara popping that primal almost like reflexively, like, man, maybe I can do something, and then half the team was already dead. So I get it. Not much you can do there. Polaris now just with the Kitsune Rush, and they pop it right away. They know they have that advantage. Right?
Yeah, they want to instigate this fight, pushing Nimbus back off the point, trying to take that space, forcing out early resources. Tara tried to jump down there, and now Miman goes ahead and throws their own Kitsune Rush. Polaris can't handle the aggression as Froggies goes down. There's still a continued forward aggression and onslaught here from Nimbus. It's non-stop, 94% and counting for their possession. It's make or break it time. Sheep can't touch the point, and that's going to be Nimbus here to, a quick stall. Nice overtime trigger, actually. Really good job from Polaris. We see Froggy's going to keep stalling it out a bit more, but that's going to be Nimbus taking our first control map here. Thibble, 3 maps, 99 to 99. Have we got another 5-map series on our hands?
I feel like we haven't lost a step. I'm certainly hoping, like, let's make it a late night. That's fine. I'll order out. It's okay. I don't need to cook food and save money. Whatever. It's so back and forth again. We say this for the 6th map now in a row.
Right.
These Death Blossoms just kind of hitting Beyblade mode, whatever. And man, yeah, I feel like all of those fights, were pretty consistently just either super checkerboarded, or it's just okay, that person got 3 picks and this fight is over.
Yeah.
So very explosive, I think, from both teams. Obviously super close. Control is chaos. So, you can only really draw so many conclusions from that. But I think what we can draw is that that's a great start to, hopefully, a pretty great series.
Ooh, I sure hope so as well. I think it was really interesting to see how quickly both of those teams recognized when they wanted to essentially cut their losses and let the other team continue expending resources or ultimates and getting ready themselves to reset and fight the fight they want. And, we saw that in our last matchup as well. I think it shows exactly why all these teams are here in the finals, because that's very strong gameplay recognition. And to be able to do that consistently in these matches is very different from, being able to watch it and us tell them, oh, they should have done that, right? Sometimes it feels like there's a chance, but these teams today in general feel like they know when they have an opportunity to really capitalize or pop off, or when they just, like I said, want to fold, let's play the next hand.
Yep. Yeah. Just maintaining those dynamics and communicating that as well is so key.
Right.
At this level, you need to be able to articulate very quickly, no. We're not going to try that. Let's just back up.
Right.
Or maybe we just lost someone, but if we commit ultimates,
Right.
a lot of fights can be kind of pulled back if you surprise them. Right, and kind of break up the usual tempo of a game of Overwatch, which it very much has, despite all the chaos. And speaking of, another segue into another fun map. We're not even going to King's Row today.
Woo!
We are looking at Paraíso again.
Jeez. I wonder if Zoe and Mr. X will have the same luck on Hybrid.
Yeah, we'll see, I suppose. We'll see if that's just a trend or if we just got lucky. So, I mean, this is a map that definitely still favors the compositions that we've been seeing. This is perfectly fine to just keep running that Winston, keep running the Reaper Sojourn. You have no problems there. It's also one of those maps where you can catch people by surprise. You can break up the tempo. You can commit ults and try and make something happen, especially in Streets phase.
Right.
That last point, maybe a little more closed in with all the cover. Right. That's more of a we're just going to brawl this out. We're just going to get a little
where
crazy.
We'll see Reaper really shine.
Very much so. Yeah. And the Sojourn too, just on very specific places.
Right.
On the very last kind of straight that heads towards the actual endpoint, Sojourn has so many firing options there.
There's 3 different high grounds that you can all slide jump to.
So it forces you to think kind of depending on where you are pretty much what do we need to be focusing on?
Right. Well,
what's the most important thing here?
And that's going to be a lot of pressure on the tanks as well to be mindful of who's kind of uncontested on the high ground and who needs to be pressured as a result. Because one of the last things you want from any of the Sojourn players, pretty much in all the finals, is for them to be free firing uncontested from high ground, waiting for Overclock to be online to continue free firing uncontested.
Yeah, that is what we call a very bad time
for
anybody else except the Sojourn, I guess, who's probably having a whale of a time. So we will see exactly how these teams choose to kind of handle all those dynamics, all the fun shifting pieces moving across the board.
Yeah.
That's really the meta that we're at. It is very just cerebral, kind of back and forth. Let's think about cooldowns. Let's think about where we want to be. Who are we going to focus? What resources are we going to use for that?
Well, and I wonder, how close these teams are with each other, right? They're both Altiora teams, which I'm sure you guys have heard me get tongue-tied a bit between trying to say the full name and just cutting it short to Polaris and Nimbus. But, considering the fact that they're from the same organization, they have got to be, sharing a certain amount of resources, or maybe they're scrimming together, or if you know each other from scrimming regularly or from playing together regularly, you definitely anticipate each other's moves just a little bit differently, or maybe take that extra aggression you wouldn't normally do. It looks like we have an update though in general. We've got Dart Monkeys taking down Shiki Defiant 3-0. So whoever wins this map will go on to play Dart Monkeys. And of course, the losers will both face off in our lower bracket and have some chances for redemption. But is that a Torbjorn?
That is
Thibble?
absolutely good old Torbjorn Lindholm.
Okay.
Hanging out in the back, throwing turrets on wacky spots. That almost reminds me of that little spot on the start of Anubis.
It does.
That you can throw it to, which is,
Yes.
I hate that one so much. As a tank player, if you play that, I'm reporting you.
Good
So
thing 2
maybe
CP's gone, right?
Right, well maybe this is the new iteration of that. I suppose we'll see how effective this can be as Polaris immediately look to engage here.
Pushed off the high ground a bit, and like you said, looking to engage. Polaris still pushing forward, and now Nimbus moving around the side. It's a ground fight here as Sheep takes down 2, opening up this kill feed easy peasy. Polaris now just gonna go ahead and step straight onto this point, and poor Essel didn't stand a chance, totally overwhelmed by just the numbers of Polaris.
Oh no, poor Torbjorn. There's only so much you can do, right? Let's see if he sticks to it. Absolutely not. I don't blame him. Yeah, the swap to the Reaper, that was definitely like a maybe this will work, and it didn't. And that's okay. And sometimes you just kind of take those gambles.
Right.
Polaris, though, happy to capitalize on that. 5.5 minutes in this bank. And now Nimbus, you really got to restabilize here.
Oh geez, you really gotta restabilize if you want to try and stop this point. They did, Nimbus did opt to go ahead and play defense first, so Polaris, trying to overcome that particular obstacle, and they continue to just aggressively push into the face of Nimbus. I think Sheep on this Reaper was a great advantage initially, and it might be tough for Nimbus to recover from it.
Yeah, and it felt like Nimbus really just went for like, yeah, let's just go for a fight. Let's just kind of walk at him and burn some time off the clock, which I guess you need to be doing, but like, I want maybe a little more concerted effort in terms of like making that fight last. Like, you can't just walk up and get a fight out of it. You need to you still need to have a plan.
I mean, you could also get a pick and burn clock as a result from that.
Yeah, I absolutely think that was the case. They were like, let's just try and go for a pick. Let's try and just make this messy and burn some time off the clock. And didn't quite work, but I think this fight is kind of making up for it.
Yeah, Nimbus is showing a much stronger defense here around this corner. They went ahead and used Neiman's Kitsune Rush as they continue to hold, but this is a lot of offensive pressure, and Altiora just popped Sound Barrier. Oh, Polaris just popped Sound Barrier. Froggies does go down. Essel maybe making hero plays here and definitely helping stall the point just before the second checkpoint.
And even catches the back spawners there, which that's just brutal, but also kind of exactly what Nimbus needed.
Time off the clock.
Right, yeah, exactly. No more 5.5 minutes. We're at almost 2 minutes down from that point. Yeah, I can do math. Crazy. Nimbus now coming back. Got a couple ultimates here. Could engage with the sound barrier. They know they have that advantage. Probably going to use it to cancel out Saber's overclock.
Disruptor
Not
shot
that they
there
need to,
in the heart. Yeah. It's going to be Saber already going down as well with overclock online. That's a huge offensive resource already unavailable. And once again, Polaris cut and run so quickly as soon as they acknowledge that loss.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like the moment you know, don't waste your time, don't bother, just like get out there and then just go for the re-engage right away. Jumping into this little tiny Overwatch spot, but sniper.
Jeez.
True to the name.
I mean, jumping, or maybe not jumping, the Polaris has to walk through this room, and walking into the disruptor shot, the the normal railgun shots and Sniper standing by the door waiting to just tickle everyone walking through, that is a really tough ask. And as a result, we can see Polaris starting to rotate around a whole different direction for their attack. Overclock from Saber's been activated, but the sound barrier from Nimbus is trying to mitigate any of that potential excess damage that we've seen Saber easily output. Nice backing off here as Polaris continue to push around, but they do have the high ground. Doesn't matter because there's 2 exchanges from the DPS. Once again, we've seen that checkerboard repeatedly, but Saber and Terra now start to pull away in the kill feed. Altior and Nimbus still holding down the pressure, continuing to push Nimbus backwards, and they still have Primal Rage if needed. Terra doesn't need it yet, although Sniper's trying to displace the other members of Polaris off this point. Karopi's gone down. Thibble, this is a long, drawn-out battle, but at the end of the day, it looks like Polaris now pulling ahead in the kill feed steadily and decisively to look to take this second checkpoint.
That was a juggle and a half there from Terra on the late Primal Rage, which I think actually was the play. It's often the wisdom that the later ultimate is the better one. And I think for Polaris, just kind of waiting out all the tools that Nimbus threw at that fight and then going, cool, we have some of those too. I think it really caught Nimbus off guard, who were perhaps hoping to get a little more value, force Polaris a little further back, and unfortunately did not quite get that done. So now Polaris maintain control, get it past that checkpoint, 245 here in the bank. Some tools coming online. Let's see how they use it.
Oh, Sniper already kills Sheep early in the fight, and that means there's no Death Blossom available for Polaris. They're already backing off, giving the space. They folded this hand, Thibble. They know the drill. They're getting ready for the next one.
See what you did there. You called back to your earlier reference. That's good. Good stuff. We love the metaphors in this house, folks. Polaris just trying to find a way in, but the overclock coming out early. Both sides.
Oh, and a sound barrier also from Froggies to top off the members of Polaris pushing into, this third alleyway checkpoint here. Death Blossom from the high ground drops down to find a whole lot of nada. Unfortunate there for Essel as the members of Polaris continue to push on through. They were able to dodge out very speedily, and now there's the damage coming through from Terra. It does force out the Primal Rage from Sniper, who's trying to continue displacing Polaris, but there are a lot of angles that this team has taken, and they seem to continue bombarding Nimbus. Kitsune Rush, Miman here trying to save the game, but Dax throws a counter Kitsune too. Both teams now fighting along the alleyways as Sniper goes down. Karopi is trying to keep the members of Nimbus in this fight a little longer after they've lost their tank, but it is a tough uphill battle. Everyone seems to get peppered down left and right, and it looks like Terra just always has jump online to collapse on anybody.
Yeah, and I mean, Polaris, they're being so good about like, oh, they used a thing, back up. Okay, they're out of stuff, walk up. Sniper now swapping over to the Diva just for some hopeful stall. Essel over on the Genji trying to make some burst damage happen, but Dax already shutting down that tank right there. Froggy stepping up, taking out the back line. I think that's going to be about it for this round.
Yeah, I mean, some really nice stalling coming through there from Nimbus. They actually ended up burning another like 20-ish seconds off the clock as a result, pushing to a 52-second time bank, which, if we go to a round 3, could be really critical.
Under a minute is always pretty good, because if you can finish with over a minute,
right?
Sorry, mind blanking. The 52-second team will get bumped to a minute, and then you keep the extra. So obviously here you want that faster attack. You really want to just hit the gas as best as you can and try and take that time bank advantage for as much as it's worth. And for Nimbus, I feel that's possible. Like, Polaris had a great attack there, but Nimbus were occasionally pulling out some really solid stops and some good ultimate usage too. So it's a matter of, can you make that a little more consistent? Because to get a time bank of a properly good size here and give yourself a meaningful advantage if you go to extra rounds, you need to finish with like 2-ish minutes in the time bank probably. So we'll see if Nimbus can kind of step up to that task. Ooh. It's a tall order on this map. Paraíso has not been forgiving to attacking teams by and large. So we'll see what they can do. Both teams stepping up on their usuals.
Right.
No swaps, no crazies, nothing like our last series. No Orissas and Roadhogs and Tracers and
Junkrats.
all this other mess. Yeah, Junk
right?
and Zenyatta, like none of that. we are sticking to air quotes, capital meta. And let's see what Nimbus can do here on their attack.
Right. And for those of you who might just be joining us, this is a 1-to-3 series here in our round 1 of the finals. We can see Nimbus still continuing to try and push forward, taking the high ground from Altiora Polaris as the pressure comes through. There's a little bit more and a nice Suzu forcing out the members of... Oh, actually, I'm surprised that Saber went down in the mix of all of that. I thought it was going to be a tough call for Nimbus, but it looks like the pressure is there, and they're going to continue filling the kill feed and take this point.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's all you need. You just need to get down to brass tacks and have just like a messy brawl sort of a fight. And I think for Nimbus, that seems to kind of be like where they operate best, is when they're just like running around together as a big old mob and just taking people down. So good on Nimbus. This is a great time bank to be working with. This is exactly what I was talking about in terms of gaining yourself a meaningful advantage here. Not just 10 seconds or so.
Right.
I'm talking a couple minutes.
Right.
So good start here as we get into Streets phase.
Well, and if you have a couple minutes, right, that means you can actually build up resources, ultimates, and have a couple of team fights. That could make or break a play. And, well, we see this high ground approach once again. We saw Polaris pushing this way originally before they decided to opt around a different route, but now it's Nimbus's turn to run the same gambit, still poking into the members of Terra there, and, well, honestly, getting heckled by the constant Winston damage is tough, and Nimbus can't break out of this room. It's just a back and forth poke, and now we have Primal Rage online. Now we're skirting around the back and forcing out the Suzu early. Sniper was trying to put pressure onto Mimin, and both Kitsune rushes have been activated. Sheep on this high ground going to be reigning as the Reaper gets into the thick of the battle. Thibble, and it is chaos here as both Primal Rages are now popped.
And we talked about this kind of stalemate. We talked about all that little tiny Overwatch going on, but that whole time the cart was moving. I mean, look where it's at. Yeah. It's gone all the way through Streets phase. So despite kind of looking like a nothing burger, as they say, apparently, that cart was moving with the quickness, expeditiously. And now Polaris are forced to play pretty far back, and that time bank is still pretty robust. Polaris have the tools. You know, they have the Death Blossom and the Sound Barrier coming online pretty quick. Saber with that overclock as well ahead of Karopi's Sound Barrier.
Right.
So some meaningful damage could be put down there. And Nimbus, I mean, have been making great progress on the cart, but still need just that little bit more to get this done.
Oh no, Sniper, are you separated?
Oh.
Oh no, Sniper, what are you doing, buddy? Watch out!
Yeah, nope. Just fully caught. No one can really go after Sniper to help, because then you're just kind of also feeding yourself into the meat grinder.
Right.
So, I mean, at the very least, Nimbus, I think, caught that early, and we're just like, nope, everybody leave, everybody walk out. Sniper's basically getting staggered, and that's fine. We're just going to come back again, all the same tools. Saber actually used the overclock there, so technically that's a trade.
I would
maybe
say
not one you would take.
With the way Saber's been playing on that Sojourn, though, I'm okay with getting rid of overclock easily. There is the Death Blossom stacked on top of the Sound Barrier. Sheep had no fear jumping into the heart of Nimbus as a result, and Polaris just gonna hold this defense just like last time.
Still holding, but still spending as well. Now they have not much to work with, though Dax is building up towards that Kitsune rush very quickly. Nimbus now with a couple tools. The Death Blossom of their own could get a lot done.
Well, and Polaris has rolled this cart back a significant amount from what we saw earlier. Death Blossom doesn't find any kills, but it does force out the Suzu early. There's the Sound Barrier from Karopi continuing to help Nimbus push on through. Polaris just decides to back off completely. Now that Sound Barrier's over, they pop their own Kitsune rush, and Dax tells everyone, continue to aggress forward. As a result, Nimbus decides to back away from the Kitsune rush, and now they're hunting for their own. There it is, getting thrown here from Mimin, and now we can see Sniper literally jumping on so many different levels, trying to continue pressuring down those squishies. No one's gone down yet, but now as I say that, Froggies is the first to fall. There's some pressure here on the backline. AJ Mars literally won
1 HP.
An actual 1 health right there. Not often you get to say that. And, well, Polaris still seeming really comfortable on this defense, regardless of the chaos. And really hard to displace from this high ground.
Yeah, it's messy, but that for sure favors the defending team, right? This whole time, the cart is not moving as much as perhaps Nimbus would like it to. And everyone's just running around trying to figure out what the heck's going on. You know, like, all of that was great for Polaris. We were at 5.5 minutes. We were about to cross 1.
Right.
Nimbus now, you're coming close to the overclock for sure. You have the primal as well. Like, that is an advantage over Polaris, who have basically nothing except the high ground. So, you know, this is still pretty close.
Well, and except the high ground, as Anakin taught us, is a very, very strong place. Can there be a hero play here from AJMR? They need to get that overclock online to try and bring the heat there to Polaris. Snipers jumping around all over the place, trying to displace people. Overclock's overrated. Just pop them with the railgun. Normal, easy peasy AJMR. And now it's time for the overclock. Just in the nick of time. There's only 25 seconds left, and if there is a time to step up, it was now. AGMR did so, and as a result, Nimbus has the second checkpoint.
So 145 here in the bank, which means that, I mean, it's really going to be all Nimbus can do to finish. From my perspective, like, this will probably go down to some overtime fights, assuming Polaris don't get rolled over. We'll see how that caster curse manifests itself in fun and interesting ways. They have some tools to kind of stabilize here, right? Both support ultimates coming online. The Death Blossom here close as well to the other two. Nimbus, though, already just going to pull the trigger.
And with the Death Blossom being pulled on top of it all, there's so much damage output from Polaris. Nimbus just has to run, retreat, and be happy with the resources, the 2 resources they forced out of Polaris.
Yeah, you pull some ults there for sure, but with a minute left and with what you've got at where it's at, you're really not going to pull out anything meaningful in terms of like super burst damage. Like, you really just have to rely on your neutral, on your Reaper and stuff like that. But Sheep right now is the one standing and delivering.
Man, and relying on a Reaper in the neutral fight, like, that's one of the characters where they've got the sustain, they've got that front line damage that the squishies cannot have a part of.
And Terra is literally just like, yeah, come get me. You have to spend time looking at me. They do actually manage to take her down, which does give them an opening, but so much time burn there.
Yeah.
That was basically 25 seconds just dealing with that Winston.
Well, and now Nimbus has no hope of, overcoming Polaris's time bank, right? If they catch it in OT now, it is make or break it time for both of these teams. We're going to have to go into round 3, and SL has the Death Blossom online. Sheep is taken out early in this fight. That could be the advantage. Nimbus needs to actually steamroll and snowball this cart through towards the 3rd checkpoint. Overtime bar is triggered, and it is make or break it time. Death Blossom alive. OSL manages to stay alive and gets deleted. Oh my goodness, Saber absolutely snapped them out of existence and has been absolutely clutch on this Sojourn. A beautiful play coming through, and now all Nimbus can do is try and stall on this point. Polaris are going to roll through and take this win.
And I mean, that was even closer than our last match on Paraíso. So we maintain the streak, as it were. Now 7 maps of crazy, contentious, amazing Overwatch. So back and forth there. A little bit of shenanigans, a little bit of tomfoolery. You know, there was some running around. There was trying to figure out who the heck's going where.
Right.
But I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes that's just how it goes. And can't say we weren't having a good time the whole time.
Well, there was so much back and forth between the damage the Reapers were bringing to the table, Kitsune rushes being thrown early, or maybe both teams just backing out after seeing the Kitsune rush and then throwing their own. Both sides doing exactly that repeatedly to each other. So I'm not surprised to see the back and forth between both of these Altiora teams of Polaris and Nimbus, Thibble.
Yeah, I mean, like you pointed out, I think actually one of the more important bits is all of that back and forth and all the 4D Parcheesi around the ultimates that was happening, right? Realizing like, okay, they popped that, we're going to back up a little bit. But then almost, I think both of the teams were kind of hitting the point where they were like, we're going to pop this because we know it's going to force them to back up.
Right.
We know they're going to disengage off of that, and hitting that extra layer of like, we just want to burn time. Let's just pop one of these. Like, unironic zoning ultimate.
Right.
You know,
Intimidation
so
can work some days.
yeah, and both teams I think really trying to get into the other's heads,
Yeah.
which just makes for some really interesting kind of off tempo but very fun Overwatch.
Well, I think they did a great job at really burning down the clock throughout all the points and defensives that both of these teams had. Obviously, the score is all tied up, folks. It's our first to 3 series. So we're going to go to a quick break, see what next map these teams want to go to, and we'll have to see which Altiora team will reign supreme. Hello, gamers, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Finals. If you are just joining us, we are in the midst of our second round 1 matchup today. We see Altiora Polaris go up against their sister team, Altiora Nimbus. And Thibble, they came to play because it's 1-1 in the series so far.
And again, we get a series that is just complete action, wall-to-wall insanity. You know, we have people running around on the Winston just trying to get away, burn time off the clock. We have crazy overclocks. We have weird death blossoms. We have tiny Overwatch rooms. Like, this feels like an SNL skit, but instead it's just a really good game of Overwatch. So I'm pretty here for it.
Yeah, I agree with you. And both of these teams have had a significant, back and forth push as far as who's got possession of the point, how far it's being pushed. We went all 3 maps in our control round, and we're going to be moving over to Circuit Royale next as of the pick of Nimbus.
I'm very, very happy with that. Circuit Royale is just an insane map. Like, you get weird comps on it that you don't get anywhere else. Like, you get crazy picks and sightlines and like different ways to kind of think about the game, really regardless of meta. Like even during like the Junker Queen meta, you were getting Sigma.
Oh yeah.
And now during this kind of like Winston focus meta, you'll get Orisa, you'll still get Sigma. Like, you'll get like Bap Zen in the backline, like all of these crazy different variations. Just because of the way the map is set up and the dynamics by which you have to kind of like respect the map.
There's a lot of flexibility for what teams can bring. And like you mentioned, we could be seeing, some of that Sigma. I think Sigma might be like the classic Circuit Royale kind of vibe, in my opinion. And of course, then you add whatever meta beyond the Sigma at Circuit Royale constant. And I'm really curious to see exactly how the DPS are really going to capitalize. We've seen the, Sojourn Reaper combination, and with Altiora Nimbus subbing in Senna for Essel, I'm wondering if we're going to continue seeing the Reaper, or if maybe there's going to be something else brought to the table for the Circuit Royale map, because like you said, this is a very different topography and style of map that could bring a lot of different comps.
Yeah, I mean, even beyond the Sojourn Reaper, we see exactly what we're seeing right now. I was going to say, double sniper is kind of the order here of the day. I suppose for Nimbus, it's triple sniper. Because
yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for moving that one along. But this is exactly the composition on both sides that we've been seeing, like at the Overwatch League level, like in contenders, like across the world. Like this long range backline, this high damage, high poke, take advantage of these long sight lines sort of comp. We occasionally have gotten a couple counters in the form of like a Genji or a Sombra or something like that. But those are definitely fringe cases, and it takes a lot of work to get value out of them. So no surprise that we're seeing a lot of that. Senna, actually, who has swapped in for Essel, by the way, going for a little sniper action to counter sniper action.
All right, we talked about the Sigma play earlier. None of us are surprised to see this alleyway exchange rolling through. Good kinetic grasp, going to be saving Terra as they try and bail themselves out, backing up just a bit. Senna here on this long alleyway, and it's duel time. Is anyone going to be the unfortunate victim? Oh! It's actually Saber taking off Me-Man here on the back end of Nimbus, and now as a result, Polaris is going to have the advantage they're looking for. They're continuing to hold this front line pretty aggressively.
Yeah, Sniper forced to kind of tuck into a corner there as Karopi and Me-Man do their best to keep them alive. Saber hitting some shots in this last fight, though, trying to still keep their head down.
I like the dances that we saw both Sigmas doing between their shields, trying to place their shields beyond the other Sigma to prevent any healing or additional resources being thrown at them, and them having to dance in between their own and their opponent's shield as a result. still, you know, some nice long distance peppering and exchanges. And, well, Saber is hunting once again. Is anyone going to be foolish enough to poke out their head? No, not quite yet. We see Kiropi has the Ant Matrix online, and that's probably going to be one of the opening instigators. There it is. Polaris decide we don't want a part of that. Back out of the sightline as a result, and now they're caught in the gravitic flux. No kills off the back end, and Polaris decides to respond with their own Ant Matrix. It does force out a very early immortality field, and as a result, Nimbus have to return back to spawn and give up some of that space.
And Polaris handled that perfectly. Textbook. The Ant Matrix comes out, and you go, okay, yeah, we'll give you the corner. That's fine. Then the gravitic flux comes out, but they're still backing up. No one actually got caught in that gravitic flux from Sniper. So you immediately regress, you pop your own Ant Matrix now that they've stepped forward and have nowhere to fall back to. And that fight's just done and dusted. And now this fight's done and dusted because Saber just takes out AJMR.
Well, and then another pick there onto Neiman means that there's no Transcendence available, which wouldn't have been used anyways in this fight that had already been lost. That late pick there onto Sheep could actually be a nice opportunity for Nimbus. It'll take a minute for Sheep to get back, and overclock isn't something they have to worry about pushing into for this long alleyway stretch. That could be so devastating, right? It's just, well, I say it's just Saber, but one DPS instead of 2 is better.
Ooh, the stun.
That was canceled right out of the gate. I saw that Senna was going to get picked by that and is saved as a result. Nice. Now Nimbus just go ahead, pop their own ultimates. Okay. The overclock is going to take down multiple people, and there's the point rolling on forward.
Another ace stolen by a support player. They can't keep getting away with this. That was beautiful. By the way, I just want to throw that one out from AJMR. Just fantastic work there. Getting so much done in that kill feed, obviously. Senna stepping up as this first capture point is taken, just trying to give some space. Terra just trying to reestablish any sort of control here on Street Fights.
Yeah, chunked down heavily from Senna there on the side. Nice little redirect as we see Senna taking some additional angles. It doesn't matter because Saber decides it's time to pop off with 2 picks there onto the heart of Altior and Nimbus. They're going back to spawn, they're regrouping, and well, Polaris still have this high ground, and this is one of the toughest spots for the offense to push into.
Yeah, tricky business here for Nimbus at this point. They have to hope for a shot or hope that they can just get around without having their heads taken off, which is not going to happen. Sorry about that one. Actually, for Nimbus, excuse me, because Saber. This shot, this angle, by the way, is disgusting, and I hate it.
Yep.
But also, it's very effective, so I get it.
The cynical laugh is all I can do in response to that tee-up, dude.
Absolutely. It's just one of those where it's just like, ew. Ugh. God, I can't stand it. But even so. And now Nimbus, again, just kind of back where they were. Sniper, popping. A bit of flux here. That was a little.
Man, and some of those dodges that we just saw from Saber as far as when Senna does their own pop shot, I mean, you would think that they could see through the walls just like we can. Just so pristine, perfect timing and awareness of their opponent and their abilities. And as a result, Senna feels really Saber was feeling really comfortable on that high ground.
Was operative term, because HMR again just lit up that kill feed. An expensive fight for Nimbus for sure, but at the end of the day, they're not complaining too much. Senna with the early intel advantage here, forcing Saber really to just kind of hang back and let Terra kind of do all the work in terms of maintaining the front line. But regardless, that cart is moving and is not likely to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, there is just about 1 minute left on the clock here for Nimbus to push it to this second checkpoint. We see Froggies also has the Transcendence online, so they're waiting for that opportunity and for the moment when they need to bail their team out. With Terra going down, that's definitely the call. More overclock damage trying to be output, but it's not enough. The damage from Altior and Nimbus is actually too much. Saber has to retreat as fast and far away as they can, and now there's the second checkpoint.
Yeah, Nimbus just kind of pulling things out of the hat and making these fights work. HMR, again, just doing insane things. Just putting on the moves, putting on the skates here. 2 minutes in the bank, dwindling as it is. Polaris have a chance to try and force some final defense and establish themselves short of a finish. But Nimbus do not want to walk away after the momentum they've been able to build.
Yeah, it's been quite the shift so far. There's the aggression coming through, and Senna takes down Froggies in the mix. Polaris now down 2 players, 2 critical players at that, and the cart's just gonna cruise forward.
Yeah, I mean, simple as you please, right? No stoppage at all for Nimbus here. No problems.
Oh, no.
Already still just hunting. And yeah, you can't get away quick enough for that disruptor shot not to just take you out of this fight entirely. Walls coming out for Saber here, a slight advantage, but the Gravitic Flux from Sniper immediately says, dude, I don't care. So maybe not the best idea, and that, yeah.
Oh my goodness, I wasn't ready for such a shutdown there coming through at the end. A really nice zoning between getting in the face of people turning out from spawn and of course throwing the accretion right out at that Baptiste. Oh.
Yeah, the fundamental flaw of this composition really only comes to bear right there at the end, because you got a lot of people who don't want to be in the mix. Like, don't want to get in close, don't want to kind of get bowled over in a brawl. But when the card's about to finish its cap, you kind of need someone on it. And so if your tank goes down, you're left with a bunch of squishies who don't really know what to do. Or at least don't have the tools, I should say, to kind of sustain themselves in that sort of fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like we have the Reapers back on the board like we saw previously with the lifesteal. These little squishy Widowmakers are... well, their hitboxes are thin, hard to hit, and their life is equally as small.
Yeah, really all they've got are the high DPI jukes and like a couple slidey things.
Right.
And then the supports,
and the crouching,
like,
of course, right?
Sure,
The
yeah,
squats.
right. Yeah, that counts. And then, I mean, the Zens have nothing unless they have their ultimate, and then the Baptistes have their lamp, assuming that hasn't been used already, which it absolutely was.
Right.
So, I mean, just tricky scenes here for Polaris. Not much they really could have done. But an opportunity now on their own attack to set themselves apart. And we see Froggies actually kind of breaking from the norm here, because we also have Sheep breaking from the norm and going on the Genji.
Okay. So that means with Sheep on this Genji, that means there's now pressure to be diving the backline, diving Senna on that Widowmaker, getting in their face, and maybe deflecting their shots back at them. A little taste of their own medicine is always a fun time when you're the Genji, and a nice amount of discipline coming through there from Senna as a response. Not looking to, be the provider of their own demise. So much damage thrown back at the members of Nimbus. A great deflect there from Sheep, and Dax is just taking it easy here on this high ground. No one's pressuring them in the back, but there's...
Wow, okay.
That was filthy. I would love to see a replay of that slide into the air to pop them. Well, that was filthy.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty schnasty, as the
Oh my
kids say.
gosh,
And
that's unfair.
that's not cool. That is not okay, what just happened right there at all. Polaris now forced to kind of step back. Is this what they want to keep going with? It looks like it at the moment. They're close to that Kitsune rush, which is going to be a pretty big advantage, especially if they're going to build it up quicker than Nimbus's supports will be capable of defending against. But, I mean, you've already burned 90 seconds off this clock here. You got to get moving. You got to have some fights happen.
Pushing through the alleyway is Polaris, trying to make some space. Both shields, deleted really quickly. There's a lot of damage. Oh, I thought that was going to be a pick early on onto Nimbus, and it is! It's actually going to be Saber taking down Senna, their counterpart, with no sniper online here for Polaris. It's going to be, for Nimbus, it's going to be Polaris all day in the kill feed, pushing on through. A beautiful chance here from Neiman, keeping everyone alive regardless of the damage, and a great hold here just before the first checkpoint from Nimbus. Absolutely clutch, and could be critical to them holding this defense.
Yeah, I mean, 145 and a lot of resources committed there for Polaris, and it not resulting in a cap is pretty disastrous, frankly. They still have a few tools left, as Kitsune Rush is going to make a big difference.
Both teams trying to be aggressive off the tail ends of it, and now Karopi goes ahead and throws their own Amp Matrix. Polaris rounds the corner from Kitsune Rush into the Amp Matrix, and as a result, the damage is unstoppable from Nimbus. They continue to just berate the members of Polaris, and once again have held just before 4.74 meters from this first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get too much closer than that. The only thing Polaris has at this point is a Dragon Blade. And you actually see a full swap here to kind of the usual, a last second sort of like, let's see what we can do with what we know we're comfortable with, perhaps. And with that Dragon Blade and with no Transcendence in sight, this is a true opening for Polaris, but they need to go now.
Can they capitalize on this opportunity? We can see Froggy's just dancing so crazily across the map here on all high levels. A lot of good visibility and still more aggression. It's Sheep here with the Dragon Blade, and we all have been on the receiving end of a Genji dashing non-stop. It looks like Sheep is actually shut down though. Great shots coming through from AJMR. Actually, AJMR just single-handedly stopped that play and clutched it out for Nimbus. I think that might have won them the fight.
I need to ask this person for backpack recommendations because whatever they've got is doing some major work for Nimbus right now. Can Polaris even touch?
I don't think so. Oh my gosh.
Just will.
Wow, Terra, super clutch there coming through from that last minute jump. They are deleted instantly from all the damage and the gravitic flux from Nimbus coming through. It is a desperate fight, and Nimbus don't seem to be panicked at all. They calmly handle Polaris floating into the point, and they're gonna take Circuit Royale for themselves.
Okay. That was our first, I'll say it. That was our first not super close, crazy, contentious map we've had all day. Which, I mean, is a testament still to both of these teams and our other two teams that we saw. But man, whoa.
This was it. This was the play, right? At the end?
This was one
Oh no,
of
this is
many.
one of them. Okay.
Yeah, there were like 3 minimum from AJMR where I was just like, what on earth? I'm surprised, frankly, that one got play of the game. But what can you do? You know, the algorithm is fickle, as we often say. So, I mean, goodness gracious. Some last-minute swaps there from Polaris, right? I kind of want to talk about that because it was pretty clear that they hit the point where they were just like, forget this Sigma comp. This is dumb. We like this other one. We're going to go try and make this work. And we got a Dragon Blade, like, whatever. And that didn't really work at all. I think just like when you see those swaps coming through, you did see Sheep immediately, or excuse me, I am blanking. There was a Reaper swap. We'll call it that. From Senna, excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Senna with the immediate Reaper swap as soon as that Genji came through.
Right.
Which was just kind of the insurance of like, yeah, you're going to come in and dive us with the Dragon Blade. We know how this goes. Yeah, I have shotguns.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Well, and they also have AJMR.
Yeah, and they hardly even needed the shotguns. Right,
Right,
exactly.
yeah.
AJMR just like, I think even if Polaris were super comfortable on that Sigma comp, which towards the end it didn't quite look like it, I think just we'll call this a Sojourn diff. We're just going to call that map a Sojourn diff, like by and large, because wow, there were so many fights there where Polaris were starting to kind of come online, and then AGMR was just like, no, you're not.
Well,
what's up with that?
I think Senna really did a great job on the Widowmaker of applying pressure, being a huge threat, and really taking up the like main sight lines and alleyways that are typically the Widowmaker threat. And as a result, AJMR wasn't looked at as much, which means it's hunting season. And we saw that like super sweet slick slide where they just popped up, killed the other Widowmaker right on the bridges. They do a nice little quarter turn. I don't hit those shots. That seemed, it's no 180, but definitely was a really clean, beautiful play to be watching. And, you know, we do have Essel actually subbing back in for Senna as we go over to our push map of Colosseo, which makes me think Senna is definitely more of their sniper, Widowmaker type of specialist that they bring through for like Circuit Royale, like we just saw. But Essel coming in makes me think we're going to see more of that Reaper like we saw on our first map.
Yeah, back to what we're expecting, I think, from these teams as we get away from the one weird map.
Right.
You know, that is exactly how this is generally going to fly.
We could call it a unique map.
Yeah, yeah, you certainly can, right? Like it's just one of those, and then you get there and you finish up, and you're like, okay, what were we doing again?
Right.
Like, oof. I mean, it's so fun. Like we've had a lot of maps that have done that in the past, like historically. Like Junkertown has kind of been that one for a long time. Like we've had those maps where it's just like, why is this one different? I don't know, it just is, and it's fun like that.
Yep.
Colosseo, though, as we head towards map 4,
Right. Match point for Nimbus here.
absolutely is, yes. And I think a good spot for them, because this is just one of those maps where, like, the usual is perfectly fine. But if you want to switch it up, you can find some spaces hither and yon. We haven't seen too much of, like London Spitfires comps with the Rhine and the May and all of that or anything. But here and there, you'll see the occasional swap, especially if it's pretty contentious and you're kind of thinking like, what's this one little edge that I can get? Is there anything I can do to start kind of countering this out?
Right.
More traditionally, when you start seeing like the Roadhog compositions, obviously from our last series, we saw that can get pretty rock, paper, scissorsy very fast.
Well,
but with both of these teams sticking the mirror, there you go.
Well, and I want to remind everyone that this isn't the first time these teams have faced off. They saw each other in the first qualifiers, and Nimbus suffered quite the 3-0 loss at the hands of Polaris. So I gotta say, it seems like they have really worked on their research, brushed up on those opponents, and have come today to Calling All Heroes with a big fire in their, underneath them, looking to try and win this and not let history repeat itself. It is a first to 3, it is double elimination, so there's a little wiggle room here, but at the end of the day, these teams have been extremely competitive, and as you can see, a lot of poke damage, a lot of pressure here. LTR Nimbus going to have to give up some space, but we've seen both of these teams recognize instantly when they need to retreat and do so swiftly, Hibble.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to have to use too much of that wiggle room, so you want to kind of have all cylinders active at all times. Like, no excuses here, right? Don't leave anything on the table. So, Nimbus trying to just establish an early control. We're in a very contentious early phase here where it's super back and forth. They're already popping ultimates 90 seconds in, but Sniper has been all over this the entire time, and Essel too. I mean, look at them go.
Yeah. Well,
between the two of them, easy cleanup here, and this bot is going to keep on moving.
It is easy cleanup for them. They make it look easy. And,
they really do.
Man, with the way Polaris has been playing, I think it's been really tough for them to handle the success that Miman has on this Kiriko. I mean, it was like 70 to 100% as far as Kitsune Rush built. We've seen and talked about in other, on other like contenders and stuff about how important building that first can win you the fight. And now it's going to be Dax trying to instigate the response with their own. Altiola Polaris continuing to try and push the robot, and now Nimbus is waiting. Jump into the trap, fall into my maw. AJMR goes ahead, pops the overclock, and with sound barrier coming through for Polaris, it's not going to be nearly as easy. The bot is still in favor here of Polaris as they continue rolling forward, and Nimbus trying to escape with their lives. Looks like it's just Karopi on the speed making it out, and Polaris looking to overcome Nimbus's progress.
Yeah, so an early lead swap here, 3 minutes into this match. Nimbus, you could tell, the moment that Kitsune Rush came out from Dax, they were like, yeah, sure, back all the way up, and seemed to be making a pretty solid play there. But, the trappers became the trap pretty quickly. I think Polaris just kind of turned around and were like, yeah, we knew you were going to be waiting for us. Of course, we're still going to get you. But Essel now immediately starting to equalize. This bot's already starting to move back towards neutral ground.
Yeah, and the continued pressure here from Nimbus needs to be strong as Polaris is trying to retreat and give enough space for themselves to regroup, but they don't want to lose the, bot progression or the lead that they have. Sniper has the Primal Rage online, and they're looking to engage. Where is the opportune moment? And there it is in the heart of the members of Polaris. Essel pops the Death Blossom in the thick of all this action and chaos, and well, it's going to be Nimbus continuing to move this bot, and they're going to be looking to retake their lead.
Sheep just not able to get the same amount of value. out of their Death Blossom, plain and simple. Essel just timed it perfectly, waited for all the right cooldowns, waited to be just the right spot, and there's not much you can do when all of those boxes have been filled besides die. So, Nimbus now stepping up, heading towards his first checkpoint, establishing a comfortable lead in the early phases here. They're still not even halfway through this push map. It's already been so contentious. It feels like we've been going for ages.
Ooh, yeah. And, well, these teams have been pushing back and forth really significantly, right? We've already seen both leads taken from each other and back and forth, and well, now we're here just before the second checkpoint. Nimbus is throwing everything they have trying to take this, and as a result, it's not enough. Polaris take the bot back. Progress is going the other direction. Well, can't say Progress is going the other direction because they haven't hit their check mark, but it is still Nimbus on this back foot. Karopi got picked late, and Thibble with Sniper getting picked even later. That's so much time and space that Nimbus are gonna have to wait.
Yeah, in push, you can't just win the fight. You need to win the fight and then go stagger the next fight. You know, like that's really the dynamic you need to be making meaningful progress, especially when the leads are starting to be established deeper and deeper into your own territory. Luckily, Polaris at the very least are heading back towards the barricade, but they basically need to win one more fight to actually start trying to take that lead back.
Like AJMR's slide into the Winston bubble does get taken down because of the over-aggression. Now we can see Polaris continuing to push forward and take the space. That's some great staggers rolling through, and they still have Primal Rage on Thibble. That is a great resources they're going to want.
Yeah, and I mean, this bot didn't make it very far, Timothy Smythe, as Big Hungry Phil calls him. It's going to get the checkpoint here. We're going to do a little butt scratch in just a moment. And all of a sudden, I mean, Nimbus do get, so the checkpoint is still captured, but Nimbus do immediately get an early advantage into this fight. And I think, given that the bot's not moving for a bit, Polaris are just going to try and get out as quickly as they can.
Yeah, good call there. I mean, once again, the teams recognize when it's time to, you know, bail out, fold the cards, and wait for the next deal, and move on through to an engagement where they actually have a chance to stop the enemy or bring the value they're looking for. I love those railgun shots and these Winston alt fires getting thrown across to just start off the action. Primal Rage trying to find some value here, but it's really tough after Karopi casts the sound barrier. Terra falling low, does manage to make it out and take down AJMR in the process. Death Blossom from Sheep is taken down. The Suzu was there for Nimbus, and now you can see the amount of damage that they were able to bring.
Yeah, and still with some tools online, right? The Primal very close, the Kitsune Rush still here. Dax has one to match, but goes down. So this will probably be Nimbus taking the lead back again. And the more these swap, the later in the game that they swap, the harder it is to overcome them again.
Right.
So if, I shouldn't say it yet, because if Nimbus can take this lead back, Polaris have their work cut out for them. They're not going to let that happen easily.
Absolutely right there. And Polaris do not want to go down here or without a fight. It's match point right now for Altior Nimbus, and if they win this map, they're going to continue on through the winner's bracket. They'll have that extra cushion because it is a 2 elim style of finals. Nimbus still engaging around this high ground, and there's Kitsune Rush from Dax. It's going to actually encompass almost the entire alleyway Nimbus was trying to push up on. They decide pass and bail out.
And I think that's fine. You do lose one in that process, so it's all that decision's kind of made for you anyway. And a neutral fight coming back again. Timothy Smythe just getting to the middle ground here as Nimbus reestablish themselves. And Nimbus at this point are not even playing necessarily to push the bot any further. Just to kind of keep it here is totally fine.
They don't need to. They've got the progression that gives them the win if they can make it through the last 2 minutes. Polaris here coming in hot. Sheep gets that early kill, and Saber's gonna follow the pattern. Regardless of being taken down, there's still a lot of kills in the feed for Polaris. They're rolling the bot forward, and will they actually take the lead in this next push?
You might get just to the checkpoint and start it pushing before Nimbus can make it back. They have a couple tools as well. The Primal to throw. Terra does not have theirs. AJMR with the Overclock, which has been doing so much work. No answer on the other side, except Froggy's sound barrier, which I will allow. But Polaris seemingly just kind of giving this up for free, going back for another neutral fight here instead of trying to contest.
There's the overclock from AJMR, and Froggies pops the sound barrier very quickly afterwards. Polaris knows exactly what happens if you don't reinforce when AJMR uses that. Essel's gone down, and now Polaris look to have a lot more space and opportunity to overtake Nimbus's progress and take the advantage for themselves for progress.
Disaster for Polaris here.
Oh no.
Or sorry, no, other way around. Goodness gracious, I'm getting it all mixed up. Disaster for Nimbus here. Polaris take the lead. There's 54 seconds left.
Wow.
It's not just the difference in the numbers that you see, right? The 82 versus 90 and counting. You need to make it all the way back over to your own bot. And at this point, it's starting to kind of look untenable.
It's definitely starting to feel that way, although the way both these teams have been playing, I don't want to count anyone out yet. We've seen a lot of really clutch mechanics and happenings. AJMR using that railgun, actually finding that kill. Another couple kills rolling through from Nimbus. I mean, if they're gonna turn the tides and retake their own progression, it's got to be now.
It needs to be now, and it also needs to be for the next, like, 4 fights.
Well, they've got 4
Like-
ultimates.
Sure. Yeah, hey, yeah, okay. Break it up. 1 ultimate per fight win. Go. That's a tall order, folks. There's a lot to be done here. This neutral ground fight already starting. We'll see what tools are brought to bear, but we are in overtime. Nimbus must be perfect.
They have to be if they want to win this series. That's a good opening start here. There's a bunch of support ultimates thrown onto the battlefield, and now we see Essel with the Death Blossom, who will be the victim of it. As we can see the continued efforts here of Nimbus, they are still getting kills one after another, and they've got 2 ultimates.
Well, I mean, they didn't use 1 per fight, so now their families are starving. Thanks. But I mean, still, that's good. This is actually great for Nimbus. This happens very rarely in Push, where you can just chain those fights back to back and make that work, especially considering you pulled the Death Blossom and the Kitsune Rush out of Polaris here.
Yeah.
So Nimbus with a real chance. If you get a good Death Blossom and a good Primal just to keep the bot moving, this is doable.
Yeah.
This is as doable as it's ever been.
We were doubtful, and it was an uphill battle, but it looks like Nimbus doesn't care. Essel drops the Death Blossom, taking out Saber. Snipers trying to boop around members of Polaris out of the way, away from the bot and from their team, keeping them protected. It's a clutch play here from Terra. You can see the Primal Rage getting the kill onto Karopi and pressuring out the other supports. That was beautiful coming through from Terra. That was exactly what Polaris needed to actually close out this win, tie up the series, and take us to, once again, another map 5.
Okay. That's just the day we're having, I guess. The spirit of Big Hungry Phil is watching from some small suburb in the east and saying, yes, good. Terra, right here at the end, actually. I wanted to talk about this play, so I'm glad it got brought up. The almost ace, once again, stolen by a support player. Like, that bubble right there as well, that's the only thing that kept her alive through that entire fight. So just phenomenal tank play coming out right at the end. A little clutch right when you need it just to finish things out. Nimbus did make it very close.
Ooh, yeah.
And Push, that does not normally happen, folks. That's abnormal. We are seeing some weird stuff today.
There was a moment where there was a very strong chance and huge, like the door opened, we could see it potentially happening, of Nimbus coming back from such a huge deficiency and winning all those fights in a row. But Polaris is showing us what they're made of, right? They were our Calling All Heroes first Challengers Cup winners, and of course, the sister team to Nimbus, so not wanting to, roll over too easy. We're on our map 5, folks, coming up for Control. It's match point for both of these teams, and we'll have to see who will reign supreme from the Altiora home front. Thibble, don't go anywhere, folks, and we will close out in just a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Finals. We are at match point here for our second game of round 1 for the finals. It is Altiora Polaris up against Altiora Nimbus, and folks, we're headed back to control once again.
You hate to see sisters fight. But if they're going to fight, they might as well give us some good Overwatch, right? This is exactly what we were hoping for all day long, and we have gotten everything we could have asked for and more, minus the 7-map draw. I'll keep saying it. We're going to Nepal, though. I like this one a lot. I don't think we've seen this one today.
No.
Plenty of options here. I would love to. I don't think we're going to see a lot of the switch-ups. This is not the rock, paper, scissors. This is not the Hog comp followed by the Orisa comp followed by the Doomfist swap. Like, it's not really the game we've been having across this series. But at the same time, I can hardly complain. The mirror matches throughout have been so spicy. And if we're just going to get a little more of that, then we're going to get a little more of that. And I'm going to have a good time.
Well, and I think the tanks have been really critical and playing really well, actually, from both of these teams. Definitely being linchpin and clutch moments with how they're using Primal Rage to, displace the other team, and how they're using their bubbles to protect their own team.
Yeah. I mean, those bubbles, like we talked about in the last play of the game, right? Like, that made such a difference for Terra.
Right.
Allowing the almost ace. Like, that's the kind of stuff you need. You need just those little bits. The little differences that make all the difference,
right.
Really. So we're starting here on Village. Give me a Mei. I want a Mei. We're not going to get it, but I want it. This makes sense. This is exactly what we expect to see from these teams.
Yeah.
More of the same here as they explore their shuttles.
Just having some spawn room shenanigans as per usual. I've got a big focus here on the Kirikos, at least for, some of this initial engagement. We've seen Mimin really build Kitsune quite fast comparatively to Dax, but it doesn't seem like it's been as critical since Polaris recognizes when to back out and give space for those rushes. So, there's a little bit of an odds and a value game being played as far as what space and versus the aggression can be. A little bit of pressure coming through here. Of course, we're engaged right in the heart of the shrine. An early Suzu forced out from Dax is going to and now countered by Nimbus is going to put these teams now on even footing. That's a first pick there onto Froggies. Polaris doesn't have the speed. They don't have a tank now, and it's going to be Nimbus opening up the fight with their first capture.
Nice and clean, right? As clean as you could ever hope for a first point cap there, which is vital here on Village. It gives you all this space to move around. You see them immediately go up to contest the high ground. They know already that's where Polaris is going to be thinking about coming through. So lots of poke now going to happen in the tiny Overwatch room as Polaris look to re-engage.
Ooh, that disruptor shot is nasty to try and push into. Polaris have to do a lot of resources to mitigate that damage. Essel gets Sheep in the mix of all of it, and Polaris can't quite seem to break through this choke point. It's going to be really tough, especially since Nimbus is already set up and waiting for them to jump into the trap.
Yeah, I mean, Nimbus, they're just obviously in control of all the high grounds and all the grounds in general. Sniper maintaining that, getting Saber and immediately going for more.
Good pressure coming through here from Nimbus to just fend Polaris back. And now they're regrouping, ready for round 2.
That was so weird. That was like a third of a fight.
Yeah.
Not even half. Maybe like a quarter. It was like a quarter of a fight. Very strange. They just kind of looked at each other and all went, meh. Which, sure, I guess is fine. Polaris now trying to take over control of this high ground. Saber getting that pick onto Me-Man is exactly the opening they need.
Polaris took a couple different angles of approach, encircled Nimbus, and now they're taking them down. AJMR is trying to make hero plays with this overclock, and it's going to be the sound barrier denying any potential for that there. Nice job coming through from Froggies to really opt to capitalize on their advantage and continue to help Polaris try and take this point back. We're now at 81% though, and the point hasn't been flipped, or has just been flipped now for Polaris.
Yeah, and the later ultimates coming through here really serving their advantage for Polaris. That sound barrier was huge to give some a little extra sustain on the point, and then the overclock coming through right there at the end, just getting you a couple picks to clean things up. So now Nimbus on the back foot. Polaris doing exactly as they were given a couple fights ago, just trying to set up on the high ground. Nimbus, though, going for the quick rotate around. They do have the Death Blossom here, just a bit ahead of Sheep. Otherwise, really the only things on the field.
Yeah, definitely deadly as a, oh, I thought that was gonna be a little bit traumatic here for Nimbus. More push coming through, and there's a Death Blossom. It's actually gonna be in the heart of the shield and not finding the value they're looking for. Great job there from Terra, even though they end up going down. And now Nimbus, taken out of the game. Sheep just crushed them there with that Death Blossom, and it's gonna be 55% for Polaris now.
Yeah, we want to talk about Death Blossoms. That was a Death Blossom. So, Nimbus, they're building up towards a couple, right? You're closer to the Primal than Terra. You're closer to the Sound Barrier than Froggies, but you are far behind on this Kitsune Rush. And for Polaris, I think you just want to use that even just to force them off or just to easy win this fight. And if you're Nimbus, you absolutely just want to pull this and maybe just back away at that.
Yeah, well,
or you go straight
maybe
for it.
not. Sniper just goes ahead and pounces right on to Saber as a result. Hiropi is left behind in the back, but the teams are evened up. The point flips over to Altior and Nimbus. I'm surprised Polaris gave up space and quite quickly at that front, and now the pressure is on. Nimbus is going to be continuing to take possession, and now they pop their own Kitsune. Can Polaris actually change the tide of this fight to retake this first point? Essel takes down 2 in the mix of it, and now overtime bar has been triggered. It's all about the trickle game, as we can see Froggies goes ahead, tries to make it to the point, and it's going to be a round 1 over to Nimbus.
Yeah, there was nothing doing in that last fight. I feel like Nimbus just kind of gave him the runaround. Like, very similar to what we saw in Streets phase in Paraíso, where it was just like, hey, come over here. Oh, I'm so killable. Whatever will I do? Never mind, we switched the point and actually the round is over and you're lost.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
but
that's a heartbreaker.
A lot of back and forth between the teams once again. I mean, are we going to go to 99, 3 maps again, Thibble?
Well, no, because that was 99 to 84,
right.
which is still pretty freaking close. Let's be real. Still very contentious all the way through. So who knows here on Sanctum, right? We're going to see more of the same composition, still no changes as predicted. But now it's just like, okay, you have all this space you can run around in. It's very open air. Like, you have the ledge, right? Like, good spots here for the Lucios and the Winstons to kind of get their work done. But of course, we're going to head straight towards the Mega here on the side.
Wow, a nice, I like the zoning and the space that Polaris took right out of the gate, forcing Nimbus back onto that little platform. It pretty much pushed them away from the health pack there, and they had no cover either.
A great posturing fight there for Polaris, just playing with confidence, knowing like, hey, it's cool, we're going to run straight at them and just completely throw them off their game. Play at a different tempo, play our own tempo, which at this phase and this meta especially is so vital. So good on Polaris at least for stepping up in that early fight and making the difference that way. Now they have a long road ahead.
Well, and we've seen these teams go back and forth repeatedly, regularly. Oh no! AJMR couldn't quite skirt through the door, missed it by that much, and is taken down. Now Polaris is going to continue pushing on through. They've got that advantage, and 30% still.
Yeah, just continuing to build here for Polaris. They obviously can't just like go back and forth and have this be close. They want this to be pretty dominant because they still have a whole nother map to win.
Yeah, Nimbus is a match point.
Yeah, absolutely. And on map 5, no less, right? Like, let's remember the stakes here going on. Polaris really need to be as perfect as they can be. They're building up some solid ultimates and they are getting some first picks. And this is great, but keep this going, right?
Stuck in the corner. Sheep is getting bombarded from all angles right there. It was a really nice opening play, but at the end of the day, it looks like Nimbus is starting to, come back in full force. They did go ahead and pick off a couple more, but they haven't capped the point yet. A good stall coming through from Polaris, and well, Nimbus is going to take it for themselves after Polaris has got the 69% for possession.
Nice. Terra even gets away with the Primal there, just gives plenty of ult charge over to both of the supports, actually. A solid like 10 or 15% for both of them, which is huge. Though both are a little behind of Miman over there with those quick Kitsune rushes. The Death Blossom could be a difference maker for Polaris, but Nimbus have so many tools to work with.
Well, and we have seen Sheep have a lot of success with these Death Blossoms. We saw that in the last match. Now, though, Sniper goes ahead and uses Primal Rage. The ledge is here, and they need to be mindful of the potential damage. A sound barrier is going to be thrown, and it's going to be really tough for anyone on Nimbus to take down the members of Polaris as a result. We see Sheep has this Death Blossom available, but the point is now slowly being flipped for Polaris. And that's a cap.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't even need to use it. You just zone them off because you had all that extra health, and Nimbus just couldn't follow up on anything. So now they're both popping overclocks, and we're going to see if we can burst things down now that there's no sound barriers.
Who's headhunting? It's Saber taking down AJMR in the mix of it. And, well, now Polaris is going to be feeling good about holding this defensive line. They've still got the Death Blossom. Nice job, Sheep, on the discipline there. And they're holding it just before Nimbus tries and contests at this last moment. The point has been activated, and a beautiful Wraith Away comes through from Essel. He does manage to go ahead and live in. Nimbus comes back with the flip. Could this be any closer, Thibble?
Well, technically, yes, but I'm not going to get pedantic about it. Sniper maintaining, just getting some extra stagger kills here, which is actually pretty nice. I think the only thing for Nimbus that they would have liked is that they committed the sound barrier thinking that fight was going to be a little more contentious than it was. So if you were still holding on to that, like, you're sitting pretty. Now you're 30% behind in the sound barrier, really.
Yeah.
Though you are pretty close pretty much everywhere else, if not a little bit ahead, especially in that Kitsune Rush, though only by a little. So it's going to be extra close. I mean, we're looking at pretty neutral fights for the rest of the map.
Some pressure and pathing from Polaris to try and move around the point. Now they're trying to actually take the point, and Nimbus has to contest, and they have to have a presence. It's already been 99% for Polaris, and we're slowly encroaching on the 99 for Nimbus. Terra goes down early with AJMR, taking the fight to them. Now it's going to be even tougher for Polaris to try and come back. They've lost 2. Thibble, that might be the nail in the coffin. They're losing people left and right. Overtime bar has been triggered, but it is just Froggies here on this point trying to stay alive. Now we see Terra Primal raging, trying to boop anyone around, and OT bar has been triggered for so long. The wick is burning down fast, and that's going to be Altior and Nimbus taking the win.
Well, okay. I mean, Polaris made it pretty close there towards the end. But at the end of the day, I think Nimbus really just, like, had so much composure through so many of those fights where everything was going crazy, and it's like, okay, we're just going to kind of let this play out. We're going to go for the later ultimates. We're going to go for the smarter positioning. Like, they were still caught out hither and yon. Like, it wasn't fully perfect.
Right.
But they played some amazingly consistent Overwatch over the course of that series.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And congratulations, of course, to Altior and Nimbus with the, one of my favorite team logos, as I mentioned before.
It's pretty.
Right. Oh, man. Gotta love a dragon as well, or a wyvern, whichever you want to fancy. But congratulations to Altiora and Nimbus, and in general Altiora teams, because that was an outstanding matchup between both of them. And I honestly was unsure of who would actually pull out the victory there at the end with how much consistent back and forth they both showed us.
Yeah. I mean, really showcasing the strength of both of the teams, of the org as a whole, to develop squads like this and really let them flourish in this way. So, I mean, if I'm Supreme Contenders Overlord Bailey Pizza Penguin Overwatch, I'm feeling pretty good about that.
I am with you there. And, it's great to see how well these Altiora teams are doing. Obviously, guys, don't forget there's still one more in the mix of all of them. You've got Artemis that we haven't quite seen yet. And, well, folks, we are going to head over to a quick break. We're going to grab someone from Nimbus to give us the scoop on how they felt during those matches. And we'll be right back. Welcome back, gamers, to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup Finals. We are excited to be welcoming Mimin from the victorious team of Altiora Nimbus over to the interview booth. Mimin, congratulations on your win, and how are you feeling after such a close back and forth game?
I'm feeling great. I'm really proud of my team. I'm really glad we could turn it around.
I mean, you definitely turned it around. What was some of the energy or comms around those more high pressure moments, or maybe in between rounds when you're trying to figure out how to actually get your mojo back for the win?
It was a lot of Caro yelling at us to listen to Sniper. A lot of just listen to what Sniper says, do what Sniper says.
Yeah, just kind of rallying everybody around. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Obviously, we were looking at a match of sister teams there. Like, what is that dynamic, if any at all? Like, do you guys talk often, practice against one another? Like, how does it feel going into a match like that where you both have the same first name?
Definitely crazy because we were under the same org. They once the bracket came out, they said they didn't want to scrim us, and we hadn't really scrimmed them since like the first qualifier, so we didn't really know what we were going into or any of the new pickups or anything. So I'm really proud that we adapted fast, and I think we did pretty good.
Ooh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you guys stepped up in such a big way across that series, especially towards the end, obviously, which is where it counts the most. We won't keep you too long. We got plenty of show left ahead of us here. Do you want to send any messages out to the rest of the teams, your own team, fans, etc.?
Shout out to our coaches. We got new coaches. Shout out to Spilo. Spilo is an amazing coach. I love them so
Yes,
much.
he
They helped
is.
us so much.
Yeah, right on. Okay, well, we'll leave you to it. Go enjoy your victory. We'll see you in the later rounds here of the tournament. And thanks very much for sitting and chatting with us.
Thank you.
Oh man, both Altiora teams really bring in the heat and competition. And like you said, it's always unfortunate when the siblings fight, but as they share the same family name, one must fall. And actually, it was really nice to hear that they didn't, really scrim each other too much from the first qualifier. Nimbus really got a chance to show up, show that they could adapt, and not let history repeat itself when they faced Polaris earlier during the first qualifier. So I have a big hats off to them personally, Thibble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hardly surprised by that. Very similar to kind of the scrim habits of Overwatch League teams. You don't want to be scrimming the team that you're about to play and give things away.
Right.
I get it.
Right.
And yeah, good on Nimbus. Absolutely. It was a close series all the way through.
Ooh.
They pulled it out exactly when they needed it to, and now they get to move on and face Dart Monkeys
Oh,
of
man.
all teams.
I don't know. That's definitely maybe not the greatest of luck, but it's definitely going to be a great matchup to see those teams. Folks, we are going to wrap up here for our first couple of matches. There's a lot more Overwatch to come, and you're going to be taken care of by the wonderful Mr. X and Zoe for the next couple of games. We will see you guys next weekend for the remainder of the Calling All Heroes finals, and have a good night, folks.
See ya.
and welcome back. We have a change of the casting pair. Really, it's just one caster here, and I'm just here for the cribs. Well, I'm not a caster. I'm not entirely sure why I'm here, but I'm channeling my best Mitch impersonator with many flowers on my shirt to keep you company, Mr. X. It's semifinals time here for the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. I'm very excited.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. We've been watching this kind of competition now for weeks. No, kind of culminating here in our final event. We can take a look at the bracket here. As the matchup we'll be bringing you guys first is LTR Artemis against the Washington Justice Red. Shout out to the Overwatch League teams that are supporting Calling All Heroes. Awesome to see the Justice Red and Shock Timeless in this event.
Absolutely. And I mean, so far on this stream, you've been treated to really matches which went all the way to map number 5, which is lucky because the 2 matches today, which didn't go quite as close, weren't on the stream. So they never happened. Isn't that how it works, Matt?
No, not entirely how that happens. We'll actually get to see those teams though up next, right? As we'll see Dart Monkeys a little bit later, and then in this match we'll see Artemis, Altiora Artemis against the Washington Justice Red. So we'll get a look at some of those teams that we didn't catch on the mainstream a little bit earlier.
Yeah, no, the matches we saw so far were super interesting. They played it very, very close. We saw different compositions as well coming out from all of those teams. So we saw a lot of good adaptation, especially I enjoyed the Washington Justice Red going up against Shock Timeless. That was quite a game of chess. So if you missed out on that one, you should definitely go back and rewatch it. What was that? What happened to you? You're dying.
It's hot down here. It's hot down here. We moved. You were like, "Oh, is it snowing?" I'm like, "No, it's pretty toasty where I'm at." But
wait, how's that? Isn't New York supposed to be cold?
Yes, but I'm not out. I'm not outside. Like
that's strange. Why aren't you?
What?
You're such a naked guy. I just assumed you're casting outside. Matt never leaves the house, by the way. That's why I said that. Let's take a look at the rosters whilst he's trying to, stay alive. Altiora Artemis is going to be the first one we're going to take a look at. And we have a lot of names already here, which in this cup and actually also prior to this cup have quite made a name for themselves. Of course, the Altiora organization. Is it an organization group?
Yeah.
The conglomeration. They rocked up to this entire Challenger Cup with 5 different teams. I think 3 made it through to the next round, and then 2 actually ended up being here in the final event, which is 3 made it through to the final event, which is quite impressive, honestly. So
yeah, it's awesome to see. It kind of reminds me of like a old school esports, right? Where you'd have like a Cloud9 would have like Cloud9 blue, white, Cloud9. They'd have a bunch of different teams ready to go and kind of in it. Yeah. And awesome to see the org supporting tons of teams and obviously awesome teams.
Yeah, and I mean, Artemis, they have a lot of pre-existing synergy there. Quite a bunch of the players for that team. They were one of the core from Umfi Aimers, which very recently won the, what was it called? The Empowerment Cup. Exactly. So yeah, we have a lot of great synergy in that game, in that team already. They've been playing with each other before, and that certainly shows on the server when they're rocking up. But let's take a look at the opposition, the Washington Justice Red Squad, which we did get to see playing already a little earlier today, and quite the standout performances there as well. They had an absolute blast on their Roadhog composition, really forcing the Shock Squad to kind of switch off of their comp. So they kind of forced the Roadhog out of the opposition, which was just phenomenal to see. There's so much pick potential in the composition they were playing, and they played it perfectly well. So yeah, I'm excited to see more of that.
Yeah, Roadhog is really strong. Even after, Balance, still really strong on live. Roadhog plus like Kariko Cleanse. It's just like a lot of one-shots, right? Sojourn's still really strong. What we saw earlier today played phenomenal on the Sojourn. So looking to see a little bit of a repeat performance here in this series.
Absolutely. And I think the player I was most impressed with on that Washington squad was actually one of the support players, Emma, because she just seamlessly transitioned from Zenyatta to Kiriko, like
Yeah.
however was needed, whatever was needed for the team. And when there was too much pressure coming from the Winston from the opposition onto that back line, she just changed it up, went off of that Zenyatta and onto that Kiriko and played it perfectly well. So she did a lot of work with that flexibility for the team, and that was awesome to see. I hope we see more of that, and of course I hope that the other team did their homework, because we might see some different compositions coming out from both of those teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, we haven't seen Artemis here on the mainstream today. Have in the past. We'll get an idea of kind of what we're looking at in terms of maps here in a bit. But I know from what we saw with the Justice team, went back and forth down to the wire earlier today. Sometimes those long series take a lot out of you. You have a little bit of a break now coming into this one, but not a huge break, especially compared to a team who played in the same type spot in the bracket, right? And got that 3-0. So the first map we'll actually have here will be Lijiang Tower, one of my absolute favorites, just in Overwatch in general.
Why is that? Why is that?
What, this map? I mean,
yeah,
why would this map not be one of your, like, out of like,
it's not,
I think of
it's
Overwatch,
none of mine.
I think of Overwatch, like the iconic maps to me, I don't know, it might be a hot take. King's Row for sure,
Yes.
and like Lijiang Tower, I would probably put right behind it, really close.
Okay, but that doesn't really explain why it's a favorite, but we take it anyway.
Well, it's just, I think the gameplay, like regardless of what meta, has always been awesome on this map. Rush style comps, fighting for the bridge, fighting for the point here as well, boop opportunities. As we'll see the Justice Red here, so they'll come out with that Roadhog comp yet again. Bone on the Tracer and what on the Sojourn, as we'll actually see an Orisa based composition here from Artemis.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder how well that's gonna work out for them. As on the other side, we once again seen the Washington Justice Red rocking up with that Roadhog composition, which has served them so very well in their game against Shock. And we already see the first pick. Roadhog unfortunately has to go down against the opposition Sojourn, but it was a good trade still.
Yeah, and you see like the effects of both of these compositions right at the start here, right? Roadhog, you're able to get that early pickoff, and then what you want to do with this Orisa-based composition from Artemis, which I really like against this Roadhog, is you can actually run the Roadhog down with the Orisa. You have that Lucio speed boost there as well. The brief moment of like immortality, from the Kiriko cleanse. And you just, it's odd to say you bully out the Roadhog, but that's what you do there. And we'll have a change off that Roadhog comp, so we'll get an Orisa mirror.
That's not what I expected to see today at all, but I guess we take it anyway.
That's what's been awesome about watching Calling All Heroes throughout the entire tournament. It's just been so many different comps, right? I know even when there's a certain meta in the Overwatch League, is Phone actually a huge pick there with a pulse bomb. Even if we see like a comp like that's like really dumb in the Overwatch League, there's like lots of experimentation, different types of comps we've seen in Calling All Heroes, which for me is just exciting. I love seeing the heroes come out like Junker Queen and now Orisa and Roadhog.
It also makes it a lot harder, of course, for the teams to really prepare what they're up against. If everything seems ever so slightly valid or viable to some of those teams, then you can't just prepare for the meta comp and call it a day. Right now, if we're looking at the tank meta, which kind of dictating the meta, we do see predominantly a lot of Zarya, Winston. We have seen quite a bit of Roadhog. Doom definitely has found a niche as well, but not so much Joker Queen anymore. Orisa comes really map dependent.
Ooh, that is a huge terror surge! Oh, I was like Mary's charging this up for such a long time. It's like that's usually really hard to get like a big terror surge off. So I usually kind of whenever I see my Orisas do that on live, I prepare for them to die. Using everything available. That was massive. I mean, you saw once we got over the POV, like 500%. Extra damage, terror surge. That is huge as that flips the point.
That's the one time you actually get to see the full animation. Animation. There we go.
You'll still never seen a full rocket barrage on any broadcast.
No, have no idea how it actually ends up.
but right back, it's the Justice actually going to get another pulse bomb kill. Last time they had a pulse bomb, a kill on a bun. This time a double kill with the pulse bomb. So just like that, Justice Red able to flip the point back. After it was a fight where like a lot of ultimates were used, you know, by Artemis and Washington Justice Red, you come back for Justice Red and you're able to flip it with that pulse bomb kill. That's massive.
Yeah, and I mean, Phone definitely a player they have to keep their eyes on, because quite frankly, Phone went unchecked in their previous game, and that's just absolutely deadly. If Phone gets those picks together with S-Death on the Roadhog, their pick potential was actually insane. AK coming out of the Blossom, unfortunately didn't really convert that into many a kill. S-Death does go back down.
I gotta say though that play there by S-Death was really nice. You know, she was able to actually hit that like you know, spear onto the Reaper while that Death Blossom was coming down, interrupt it. Just not able to stay alive through it as Artemis has flipped the point back. This will be a Kitsune rush here from Emma on Justice Red as they're trying to flip the point back, and just a last second effort, which they got 3 players on it, they will.
Yeah, just in the nick of time as the Altiora Artemis is sitting comfortably at 99%, and they're gonna have some ults up as well and available for that next fight. They're gonna potentially come in with a double support as well.
Double terror surge here.
Yeah.
So there's one. That's usually how it ends up. Oh, that is so difficult to keep the Orisa alive in that type of situation, especially with Justice Red. They don't have that sound barrier benefit there. I know as Altior Artemis, they come in, they use that sound barrier that Ana had, and looks like right now nobody able to touch for Justice Red. So really close. Map number 1, you know, 100% to 81, but it's going to be Artemis taking round number 1.
Yeah, and that really was just on the back of having that double support ult available together with the Orisa. So yeah, but they played it really close. I do wonder if we're going to see them switching it up here. I see Mary already hovering over to that Roadhog, H-Key over to that Genji. So might see some different compositions. And Emma on that Zenyatta. Zenyatta definitely not really a meta pick right now, but it's been working really well for the Washington Justice. Like, they actually played it so well. There was so much extra damage they had. I put it together with that Emma, and of course the Discord orb there, which did so much work for them.
Yeah, well, so you can have the Zen in a composition like this, right? You don't need like the large healing output per se to keep the tanks alive, because Roadhog just has, you know, ton of HP, able to keep himself alive. You're not worried about like a bio grenade on the other side, where you can actually just use the Discord to be a little bit more offensive with your supports. And then Lucio's always kind of in the mix for speed, right? Just get the Roadhog around the map.
It looks like Altiora Artemis is getting those first few picks, and most likely will also be able to capture that point first thing.
So they actually have the Genji in the mix. So the Genji's a little bit interesting, where it doesn't have as much like kind of like consistent damage, you know, survivability as like Tracer, but just that burst potential with the Genji is massive, to where you have a lot of damage going out from, whether it be Kariko, Roadhog, Sojourn, that the Genji can quickly go in and try and follow some of that up.
I mean, Genji also just is an absolute blast to play if you have a Kiriko in your team. Because quite frankly, with dash reset, the cooldown reduced with the Kiriko ult, you're just going in and farming kills as soon as that rush goes out.
And we saw what earlier on the Sojourn had such a sick performance, and Bun so far, you know, matching or bettering it like this far, like just a really awesome performance from you know, both of the Sojourns on each side, as Bun was able to pick up 2 kills there.
I wonder if you're gonna see a single game today without a Sojourn. What's your guess? Yeah,
I like seeing lots of different things with the meta. Sojourn is almost a requirement. Another double pulse.
Man, I would love to see stats on the pulse bombs for Phone, because it feels like each and every single pulse has hit at least one person.
Oh yeah, and that one they were able to connect on the Lucio is like one of the harder targets to hit. I mean, those pulse bombs like turning the tides in some of these fights, where Artemis is able to build up to 64% sewing, but you know, that pulse bomb is able to turn it back, maybe give Washington Justice Red some momentum here.
Yeah, and quite frankly, he's also being able to charge his pulse bomb so very quickly. He's getting so much damage done, so they really have to keep him in check a little bit more.
Yeah, as we'll see now as Artemis come on in, they'll have that opportunity here. So for the double support ult, as Emma will use the continue rush. And look at this, Artemis, they're actually just going to back out of here. So they're actually going to rotate around and try and take precedent on the point.
Yeah, and Anyun just used her rush. And therefore, they were able to actually recapture that point on the back of that. Great defense.
Yeah, and I think
great attack, not defense.
yeah, and the biggest thing there, right, is so the Justice Red, they wanted to get a little bit more proactive. They wanted to go in, use the Kitsune rush, and it was a really nice play by Artemis. As soon as the Kitsune rush happened, they realized they don't have to really fight that in that situation. They can actually rotate out. So they rotate back out to the point, and they use their Kitsune rush there. And what that also allows them to do is hold onto their sound barrier here. We're gonna have a whole hog here from SF on the point. Just don't want to shoot it into the Genji that's deflecting. Always can be a bit of an issue. Is Justice Red, they've actually taken the point back here. So
But
Justice Red in control.
Yeah, that was a costly take back. Now they really just have that pulse bomb ready and on hand. However, if we're looking at the other side, there's not really any ult coming up anytime soon either. So they might be quite even. In fact, Emma will be having her Kitsune rush for the next defense, most likely. So that might actually give them an advantage, and they might be able to stay on the point.
A phone with a pulse bomb, though. Able to connect with so many. Yeah, so many. This one would be game-changing, though, right? As they're gonna need it now. They lost their support.
They're holding on to that bomb. There he goes, and he's actually not able to get that connect.
Yeah, but even then, though, so Estet able to get two. What with another? Justice Red able to battle back after being one player down as Auburn drops early.
Yeah, that was once again, though, Emma really timing that Kitsune rush very, very well, and the team being able to get a lot of value out of that.
Oh, his phone is popping off. Takes out Anna, trying to make her way back towards the point as Barry has to make the change over to the Diva just to be able to try and make it back, but a big blade could come through.
HK is actually popping up, getting a 2K right there. Let's see if we can get some more done. Bun takes down Emma. However, Anyun also goes down on the other side, so this is looking a little messy there at the very end, but it looks like Azura Artemis is actually able to recapture that point and actually finishing out the map.
Wow.
There it goes. Wow, what a finish.
Oh, man. HK came in with the blade there at the end and was able to just dominate. As I know they get the Diva switch right to actually get back to the point just to get a touch. As this first control map goes down to the wire, both teams really playing at a high level. I know Phone constantly with those pulse bomb kills seems to always find the supports there. On Artemis, so something definitely to look out for the rest of the series. But Artemis just a strong performance overall.
Yeah, no, and I mean both teams really playing to the strength to their composition. Once again, I want to compliment the Washington Justice Red, even though they did drop that one. They did make adaptations to their composition right away and trying to go toe-to-toe with that Orisa. And that's just something that I don't feel like we've seen that much earlier on in the qualifiers. I feel like the teams really kind of stuck to their compositions and were just like running with it. But now everything on the line, the teams are really switching it up and they're really making those adaptations last minute when they're within the game, which is fantastic to see. Now, we are going into a very quick break, and then afterwards we're back with more action, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all. Zoe is here together with Matt, Mr. X, Morello, and we are about to dive into map number 2 of the semifinals, the first match of the semifinals. In fact, LTR Artemis are currently up 1-0 against the Washington Justice Red squad, and that means that the Washington Justice Red will get to pick the next map. We're heading over to Hybrid, and Paraiso is a map of choice.
Interesting.
Matt, I feel like during the qualifiers, the map of choice has just been King's Row and King's Row, and then some more King's Row. Every once in a while, there was an accidental Eichenwalde popping in there, but Paraiso, why is that?
It's an interesting selection since both teams really were playing a lot of like Roadhog based compositions. Like Control Center, we saw Orisa, and I think Orisa's just good there overall, just kind of like all the time. Where Paraiso, there's just like tons of verticality. So do you want to play the Roadhog? Do you want to play Winston? Do you want to play Diva? I mean, I could say, would you want to play Wrecking Ball? But like, probably not with like Wrecking Ball right now, just in kind of like current state where you would say he is in the meta. So this tells me maybe like a little bit of a different shift in compositions. Maybe it's the Justice Red saying, hey, let's try out some Winston-based compositions here, try and get some high ground.
Yeah, definitely something we have not seen from them today in terms of composition, as a kind of running without Roadhog. Orisa actually the first version of a set composition. Now hovering over the Queen. Not entirely sure if that's what we're going to see, but quite frankly, like on Paraiso, I think it's just an interesting map layout, which does favor a lot of different composition depending on the point you're trying to defend or attack. It is, I feel like, going in favor of the defending team at the map most of all.
And I don't know if you caught that lower third, but if this goes to game 5, Emma on Justice Red will be late for class. I do wonder what the situation would be for game 4, because that would be how they would win, right? So if you're watching Justice Red, you gotta sweep these next 3. You don't want to go down to the wire yet again.
Don't want to be late for class. Let's not make Emma late for class.
Right. Well, you'd want to get a win and not make Emma late for class.
Exactly.
So Justice Red will start out on defense here, and they actually will play the Hog here on D, which for defense, like in this part of the map, you can just kind of think how Paraiso works. Like there is some high ground, but it's really like a lot of point control. So you can kind of like play the corner with the Hog, where HQ will go for the Genji yet again. So it'll be like a Genji versus Tracer matchup with Emma going back to the Zen.
I really quite like the Genji on this particular map because there is so much verticality and so many different avenues to go in as a Genji. It can be really, really annoying. For the Tracer, you can also be annoying, but you just don't have that verticality in your kit.
Yeah, the thing that's so scary about the Genji is just trying to traverse like the large area of the map here by the point is Altor Artemis, they get that first pick early from the Hog, and then the Genji's able to go in towards that high ground because it's so dangerous, right? You're trying to cross that huge open area where the point is with the Zen on the other side. You know, Tracer as well able to put down some damage. Sojourn getting on that high ground. Very difficult to do, but Altor Artemis, they execute that perfectly. They'll take that first checkpoint rather fast.
Yeah, that is some good time on the clock for them, while the Washington Justice kind of have to, you know, regroup a little bit and try to defend this next point.
We'll see. Altor Artemis, they'll push up here. They'll try and get some space. Get Mary in a position on the Roadhog to maybe just get an early pickoff. And that's what's so scary about these Roadhog-based comps is obviously Roadhog just insane one-shot kill potential, which you get an early pick. It's so difficult for your team to bounce back. As you see there, they actually tried to maybe like bait SF in a little bit, but what able to find a pick over on Ana. So that's huge. Maybe stabilizes here the Justice Red on defense.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also where Emma Zen is really coming in handy. If you want to get that Roadhog HP down a little quicker, having that Discord orb onto him to really help your team out there a little bit. Because it's quite a beefy unit, you know? Like, it's really, really hard to, like, commit your resources onto that Roadhog since he's just not up.
Oh, that'll be a Kitsune Rush. Oh, that is so well executed there. From Altor Artemis so the Kitsune Rush comes from the side here, so right by the payload. You can kind of see the trail end of it. Like Mary comes through the alleyway with the Roadhog and uses the whole hog from that angle. Like you would almost expect it to just like follow up straight through the Kitsune Rush, get the max amount. But I think they were caught off guard a little bit, Justice Red, by the hog just flying out of the alley.
Yeah, I mean, when there's a Kitsune Rush on the map coming towards you, like, all you want to do is, like, back away as quickly as you can. You don't want to fight into that.
Getting so close to completing the point, and there'll be a Dragon Blade, but there's going to be the Transcendence from Emma, able to counter that. Is Sound Barrier drop by Ana, we'll see it drop by Auburn as well. It's just both teams just dumping tons of ultimates in, but Estes getting that first kill on the Roadhog. So it looks like Justice Red here might be able to hold on for a little bit.
Hook. Yeah, great hook there from Estes, and Emma now also fragging out to get with what. So yeah, that's a good time for them. They're able to actually hold it, and that's a great point to hold it at as well. It's going to make it a little difficult for Altiora Artemis to get back in there.
Right, because you can hold this high ground here on Paraiso. Talked a little bit earlier about how good what in on the Sojourn, able to land some of these shots. The Tracer can cause a lot of like difficulties here, just lurking around some of these like corners and alleyways. So definitely a possibility that Justice Red able to make a stand here.
Yeah, this is where they have to make a stand, but let's see if they actually get it done. We do see the Roto coming on through the main street. Unfortunately, didn't quite want to go down. What is coming in clutch there in the Rotok battle, actually helping to push Mary into the fray.
You can see though the Soldier's able to just like trade off a kill each. One will get another one as they're going to use the Kitsune Rush here, Altiora Artemis. They want to maybe just kind of scare Justice Red back and walk this one on in. As it looks like it's like a 2v2 scenario. Phone will get on the card.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it works, right? You don't want to fight into a Kitsune Rush, so they force off the point, and now that means there's a lot of push, and there's not much left to actually ride this payload home for them, and it looks like they have the manpower on the point as the opposition is going down. Washington Justice is not able to defeat the defenders much longer, and there's the point.
Yeah, that is Mary coming back on the Doomfist right over the top, but really nice shots. Bun was able to land, I think, like 2 during that fight, and Aniyun able to connect. Use the Kitsune Rush, and then obviously able to put down some damage. Really, it was like a 2v3 scenario where they were down in players, Altiora Artemis, and had everybody rush back trying to help. Get the card across the line as they'll try and take some high ground here. Now we're going to see some Sigma play, and Sigma up on the high ground could be really difficult to dislodge, right? Has that shield, just really good consistent damage, forcing that Roadhog back.
Yeah, that can be extremely annoying. However, for the next round of defending this point, Washington Justice Red is coming in with a lot of alls they banked up during that last fight. So they might actually be able to hold out for a little longer. It's 2 minutes and 15 on the clock.
Yeah, but for Justice Red, you're going to be able to have another fight here, though, right? You have Whole Hog, you have double support ultimates coming out of the spawn, so definitely a possibility of getting a hold here. You see Emma just poking out there. Behind S-Death, you're going to have to get the Hog on the point. Oh, really nice interrupt there with the Accretion. Is going to force the Whole Hog out early.
Yeah, not in the best position there to actually Whole Hog. However, he does go down right afterwards as well, and that might be it. Emma's popping that Transcendence, trying to keep her team alive. Let's see if they can actually get it done.
You still have this Blade. You're just waiting for some of these support ults to come back. Then HK going to go with the Blade. Emma trying to defend herself, but because the deep like right there is Estes will come back on the Winston, but just waiting, so patient with that Dragon Blade until the support ults are gone, and then popping it. It'll be Altiora Artemis. 1 minute 23 on the clock into full map completion.
That is quite a lot of time if we consider that it is on Paris, so it is. So it's such a defense forward map. How do you even say that in English? It does favor the defending team. So being able to finish and with time that's big.
Yeah, and it's I don't know how much you've played like Shambali, the new map on Escort, but like it's very similar, and like it feels very long, right? And I think like as you're winding through kind of the streets from the first to the second point, it can just take a long time, and there's a lot of high ground control for the defense. So Altiora, they navigated that pretty flawlessly, right? They needed a big clutch at the end, but even at Overwatch League, what we've seen in the past, like that's how a lot of teams kind of get that one over the line, is Justice Red now on offense, they'll have a really clear idea of what they need to do. So, right, I think you're going to have to set a pretty good time here on point A. And then if you're going to play the Roadhog, we don't know yet, but, maybe try and, fish for one of those early picks there, going from A to B to make up a ton of that time. Oh, you see they've got to the spot and they've when the Justice is over. That's funny.
I mean, that's what you need to do with their particular lineup. You need to get those early picks. Like, that's the whole point of your entire composition with that Tracer, with that Roadhog. You need to get the picks. If you're not getting the picks, then you're essentially just being grabbed out.
Yeah, and you get the Widowmaker shot over the top, and then the switch back to the Sojourn. So the mirror matchup here is we saw Emma on the Zen on defense. The Zen on the offense will be so difficult to get the Zen through the choke. So squishy, even with the speed boost, still probably not good enough.
It's really hard to argue against having a Kiriko in the lineup to begin with, and I feel like the Washington Justice Red are one of the very few teams who are opting for that Zen over the Kiriko, just for personal reasons.
So you see a lot of damage being exchanged here at the corner. Disruptor shot, just trying to slow as Justice Red just trying to poke and poke and poke, just do enough damage to force Artemis into that side room and then take advantage of them all clumped up. But both Whole Hogs coming out here soon. So they're gonna have hers a little bit early.
Yeah, starting it off with a little bit of a brawl, trying to maybe get a lucky pick in there or just at least get their ults up and ready for the next big fight.
Sune rush. That'll be the Whole Hog actually just knocking players out. Oh, a long range hook. That is Overwatch 1 Season 1 type of hook there. It's all into the triple pulse bomb. So that is just a sick play there from Justice Red. It looked like for a second there, yeah, it looked like for a second. So when Emma dropped the Kitsune Rush, it was a really nice Whole Hog that maybe like knocked them out of it. But just a sick hook by Estet into the Whole Hog, and then Phone with another big pulse bomb. And that's kind of what they needed to get this going, right? And I was talking about, yeah, maybe you get a push up, you get an early pick, and you're going to get one here.
Yeah, I mean, it did cost them 3 ults to actually secure the point. However, they did need it. They did need that. They need that time. They need to make up for it because Altiora Artemis is sitting on a good time bank right now, and Mary doing so much work on that Roadhog. Incredible.
Oh, it's so difficult to get rid of these Roadhogs. I mean, right there, Mary's able to get 2. They had pretty close to death. And then what happens? Sound barrier. Oh, another kill there. Just going fishing on the hole with the Roadhog. But you have that brief moment of invulnerability with the Rico cleanse, right? You have the sound barrier. Roadhog's just own survivability. So difficult to take the Roadhog out in the choke, and what could have been like really good progress for Justice Red. Altiora Artemis gets enough kills to maybe stall that out for a little bit.
And because there is not enough pressure onto the backline, Anion actually has the availability to use that Suzu on Mary, on that Roadhog, to help keep the Roadhog alive, which is just absolutely massive.
As Bun has the high ground, able to find one here. As soon as you pop that overclock, it just forces everybody out of line of sight. Yeah, really nice shot. Ooh, clean
nice.
there.
Look at those clips from Bun. We like to see it.
The 3 headshots cleans up the fight. So this is where Justice Red, so they're going to need to come up with something fast, right? Because this is the part of the map I was talking about. It can get really long and windy, like lots of contests at the end, right? And OT just dragging it on. Need to kind of come up with something here quick, right? To have enough time to, match or beat Artemis at the end.
Yeah, they're trying to take the high ground, taking that road there. The Roadhog is waiting right there on balcony.
Not the stealthiest Roadhog.
Nope.
Oh, and you see how low. I know they can marry. It's okay. They either used a Whole Hog there. Now they're investing a blade to try and turn this back. But Justice Red had to invest so much just to try and get that Hog off of the high ground, and it still might not be enough. Phone actually gets a pulse bomb there, but.
A little too late. He gets a sneaky push there, but let's just hope he makes it out alive. There we go. Off he goes.
Yeah, not fast enough to get back as the rest of the team to make something out of it, but overclock here available for what? Gets one player weak on high ground. Can't really push that on the Genji. Gets another player. Oh, nice shots here.
Yeah, but looks.
Looks like Justice Red, even with those kills, not able to make it around this corner just yet. As this will be another Sigma swap. So going Sigma here against the Hog, later in the rounds, right, where Artemis ran it on their offensive side, trying to push it up to that high ground, and then now here at the end on defense, it's going to be difficult to dislodge the Sigma, right? You got to push into the shield, the hook not as effective, in the interrupt to block any of just kind of the healing that the Roadhog trying to provide for himself.
Yeah, now once again on the back of Emma's Kitsuna rush, the Washington Justice Red is trying to get in and get those kills. However, ESZ goes out very early into that fight, and that might actually have ended that fight right when they started.
Yeah, it's proven to be pretty difficult to just get this Sigma out from the back, as the Sigma that's kind of been like, you think about how you would play him on a map like Circuit Royale, right, where can get the high ground, becomes very difficult to get out of the way. Interesting that the Justice Red, they'll actually go towards a Mei, so you can kind of like wall the Sigma off, potentially like force him to bring his shield down, like redeploy the shield, maybe get the Hog into a better position here. Really playing more of like a rush style of comp now with the Mei and Roadhog in the mix.
I'm not sure I don't like it though, because Phone was so instrumental in getting those crucial picks which actually won them team fights and turned them around.
HK able to make it out, trying to take advantage, of just Genji's squishiness, as you have to know HK has Blade here set up on that high ground. Whole Hog trying to make its way to the distance, but Whole Hog might not be enough, so I mean there's a lot on the other side. Be a gravitic flux here.
Yeah, so right now everyone pops everything.
Yeah, every ultimate comes out here. Altior Artemis that are able to hold here before that second checkpoint. Large reason why is like they were able to win a bunch of fights there where they didn't really have to use a ton. Able to bank all those ultimates to use here at the end.
Yeah, this was definitely a great map for Altiora Artemis. They really understood how to play their team composition on this very map, and they did it phenomenally so. And that does mean that Washington Justice Red are now on the verge of dropping into the lower bracket. But yeah, I mean, there's always space to make a great comeback here. I'm very interested to see if this is going to happen, because those two teams did face off against each other already during the qualifiers. In fact, twice they faced off during the qualifiers, and I do believe it was the Altiora Artemis team which came out on top both those times. So now Washington Justice Red has to, reset their mental, not think about those previous games, not think about the previous maps which just happened, and just reset.
Yeah, Emma's got to figure out how to be a little bit late to school tomorrow if you're going to run this one back, because it's got to go 5 if the Justice are going to take this one. Where I think right now, if you're Washington Justice Red, just got to regain a little bit, right? You've been so close in both of these maps, right? First map went down to the wire. Second map as well. It's just a difficult point to get through. Kind of take this little player break, regain, and then come back strong for the second half of the series.
Yeah. What do you want to see? Do you think they have to really switch up a composition, or do you think they can just
I don't think so. I think they've been really close in the maps that we've seen thus far. So I think you kind of keep going with this, a play here or there, right? Really kind of decides. I know this second map and even our first map. So wouldn't really change anything up if I'm Justice Red. I think just tighten up some of those plays and you can come out on top.
Well, there you have it. I'd have you coach my team, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, once upon a time, I was a coach. Not anymore. I am out of the coaching. Yeah, not in Overwatch, but Call of Duty. I'm out of the coaching game now. But I think right now we're going to give our players a little bit of a break here, going into map number 3. Stay tuned. We'll have it coming up though right after this.
Welcome back, lovely humans. It is Matt, Mr. X Morello, and me, Zoe, and we are at match point currently for Altiora Artemis going up against the Washington Justice Red Squad, who has to climb back into it. We do want Emma to miss school.
Yeah.
Really,
Or
that's
be
what this
late.
is all about. Or be late.
I still go. Just be late.
I mean, I don't want to, like how I did it back when I went to school, which is a long time ago. If I was late, I was so embarrassed about being late that I just never showed up. I'd rather not show up than be late. That's where I'm at. That's not good advice. Don't take that advice at all. Don't forget that I said that. Anyway, let's talk about maps. Escort is coming up
Zoe
next.
30 years to finish school.
I'm still going to school.
All those late days.
All those late days. They do accumulate. Route 66, to change the topic, is the map of choice for the Washington Justice Red Squad. And Escort, I think today we've seen a lot of Circuit Royale, seen some Dorado, but now we're taking it to Route 66. How do we like that map?
It's one of the OGs, right? I know one of the
You're all
original,
about those OGs.
Overwatch 1 maps. I think this provides like an opportunity to kind of like slow the game down a little bit more, right? You can, if you're Justice Red, and we'll see kind of like who starts on D first. It looks like Justice Red potentially here first, but you can play the corner, you can play from Big Earls and kind of rely on Sojourn. Tracer really good here, right? Tracer able to like kind of dart around some of the train cars there at the start, cause some problems. So a bunch of different variations that Justice can do. Maybe not in terms of composition, right? Maybe you want to keep the same comp, but just in terms of where you can position and play, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Bun is hovering over that far, and I want it, Matt. I want it.
So,
I'm not gonna get it, but I want it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one of the issues with Farah right now is
Sojourn.
Sojourn for one. Yes, that's a very good point. You also have to dedicate to players, right? Because you effectively need a Mercy, right? So I know by playing the Farah, you essentially need another character as well just to make it work. Where Bun comes out, takes a shot on the Widow. Altiora Artemis, they've looked fantastic on this composition. You still continue to run it, right? And the Genji can be tough to make work here, but I know HK constantly, right? It may not be like the final blows, kind of like compared to like the Tracer, right? But being able to put down damage, finish players off, right? Get those dash throughs, those final bits of damage to finish players. But then the Dragon Blade, you would typically say way more impactful than the Pulse Bomb, but with the way the phone is played, about equal to that.
Yeah, I mean, Phone has been popping up left and right like all day long already. Even if the team is currently on the back foot, Phone has definitely put in the work, hitting such a good pulse bomb accuracy and really getting just so much out of it.
Yeah, as it looks like Justice Red here at the start, potentially gonna get a hold as finishes off on you at the end. So nice hold here from Justice Red, and this is what I was talking about. Like you can play this bridge, you can play corner, right? It might be a little bit harder. Remember how we were talking on Parisa where like the Genji closing that gap on point A? Like this is also like you just see the amount of distance the Genji has to cross with so many threats, right? The Roadhog, the Sojourn on the other side. This could be a very difficult point to play the Genji on.
Yeah, you're very exposed there, and Esdev getting that Genji off the field right away. So, as we said, very scary to be a Genji out there.
Yeah, it's trying to go for another hook there. Not able to get it. Okay, so you get the Tracer. It's going to be where the offensive spawn advantage comes up clutch, right? For Altiora Artemis is, oh yeah, they're actually going to get Esdev off to the side as well. So this could be good for Altiora Artemis, is they're going to be able to push this one around the corner. Maybe another opportunity to contest here. If you are Justice Red, then you have to consider it, right? Phone will get on the point, stop it for a second.
That was a bad stacker though. Like the fact that they got Emma there right at the very end of it, that can actually break it for them.
Let's see. It looks like they want to get a speed boost here. Maybe get out and try and contest this. That'll be the Kitsune Rush used there by Emma. Trying to hold this one again for the Justice Red.
And Mary getting a lot of value out of that whole hog.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, with Overwatch 2, right? That change that comes in for Roadhog, where you actually like, the first time. Okay, this is super embarrassing.
I can't wait.
the first time I had used Whole Hog, I completely blanked on the fact that you have to like mouse 1 to get Whole Hog to work. So I just kind of stood there and I was like,
Yeah, like,
yo,
what
should I
is going
report
on?
a bug? Like Whole Hog's done. Like I literally just did Whole Hog and nothing happened. But you see why it's like so strong, right? As you're able to start the Whole Hog, there he was, and then get a hook, and then start the Whole Hog again. And you can like use it to take a breather. So Whole Hog doesn't just lock you into that animation anymore. It's way stronger.
Absolutely. And we're seeing that mechanic being used to a great extent from both of those teams. Now, Washington Justice Red is still doing a good job at defending right now.
Yeah, it's, you do have the sound barrier to use here for Justice Red if you get a little bit scared, and really nice use of the protection suits. They're not able to keep Mary alive, but still really nice, well-timed. Not going to be good enough for Altair Artemis to keep the payload moving as Justice Red will get a hold, and I think the biggest part of that hold, so, is that they're able to hold on to that sound barrier, right? You have to know that Ana on the other side has that sound barrier lined up, so Auburn able to hold on to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna see that sound barrier on both sides ready for that next fight, as well as the Kitsune Rush coming up for Emma and being very, very close for Onion.
Interesting. So Phone actually goes over to Genji now. So really popping off on Tracer throughout the series. Now going to try and match with that Genji. May feel you just need like that big kind of game-changing ultimate there. And also the access to high ground here is really essential where Tracer doesn't have it. As well as the Genji is. This will be the Kitsune Rush for both teams. And Auburn, just like that, Auburn goes down before the sound barrier even opportunity to come out. So Altair Artemis is going to get a lot of payload progress off of that.
Yeah, I think the positioning there from the Kitsune Rush for Altair Artemis was just a little bit more convenient for where they currently stood in the map, so they were actually able to really go in on the back of it.
Yeah, and how you were asking, like, what does Justice Red have to do to change things up? And I was like, I really don't think of anything that they necessarily need to do, and I think you see just those like little micro plays, the thing separating between these two teams. It's been so close. As if you're Altair Artemis, you have to have an idea, yeah, this blade is going to come out, and you don't have a sound barrier, but really nice job at disengaging. Still not going to be enough, even if the blade doesn't get you. So it's just so much, so much focus on that Genji that everybody turns and just clean kills, easy kills for the rest of Justice Red.
Yeah, but now comes the switch again to that Tracer. Do you feel like they could have stood with the Genji for a little longer?
Yeah, possibly. I also think kind of maybe this is a response to the Sigma, right? Where Tracer can use those blinks, get around the Sigma a little bit easier, make it a little bit harder, where Genji just has the dash to close the gap, nothing to really escape. So interesting that Altair Artemis consistently goes to the Sigma here to try and get this high ground control, and then just force that Roadhog in, as that'll be a whole hog here from Esta trying to stay alive, but not able to do so, as even with the sound barrier rolling, not enough. A lot of damage coming out here from Altair Artemis. The overclock used there by Bun. He might be able to get the second checkpoint here.
Yeah, that's definitely the second checkpoint. We don't have any bodies on that payload for the Washington Justice Red. And that's decent enough time, Matt.
Yeah, it's still a pretty good haul for Justice Red, right? We've been talking about how close the series has been.
Yep.
Now we'll get a mirror in terms of Sigma. So Sigma, at least, when I kind of obviously heard like Overwatch 2, 5v5, like one of the heroes I thought would be the strongest would be Sigma. He just has everything in his kit. With how strong like Roadhog has been, and Junker Queen at times, right? Maybe we haven't seen Sigma thrive as much, but in maps like this, in certain scenarios, and different parts of the map where you want to play a little bit more control style, Sigma can really dominate it. Both teams now gonna add a Sigma to the comp.
I do see the Kitsune Rush coming out from Emma. We do have one ready on the other side as well. Let's see if that one is going to be used immediately also.
I think what they want to do here, so is when they have this kind of spawn advantage, maybe not feel as rushed into it. They're going to wait for everybody to come back, then end up using the Kitsune Rush. And you see Justice Red trying to disengage, but just so much speed, obviously, with the Kitsune Rush plus Lucio. Ravidic Flux there out the back. That's going to connect with two players. Only finishes off one. So payload will still get going. They'll get pretty close here towards the end, but Justice Red will have another attempt to come out.
They do have one more fight in them for sure, and it is down to a 20 seconds now, and that means we might actually get to see that last fight in overtime.
Oh, that'll be the blade that comes out by HT, but Mary drops early here for Altior Artemis, but HT with 2 kills with the blade. The dash through here, Phone just trying to contest. This looks like it'll be a map completion for Altior Artemis with some time remaining in the bank. Fantastic execution towards the end.
Absolutely. Genji dash reset, man. Fun.
Pretty good.
Fun. Pretty good.
Can be pretty effective.
Well, yeah, a whooping 2.8 seconds on the clock.
Still better than 0.
That is so correct. You are
you
a
know,
math genius. You clearly never was late for school.
Yeah, I was well in your terms, being late would just mean not going.
Not going, yeah.
Which, you know, well, my parents aren't watching, but I definitely didn't go a bunch. That's accurate. But
and here we are.
You know, in terms of the and here we are. In terms of the escort rules, right? You know, having a little bit of time there at the end, right? You know, could give you a slight advantage, right? But you know, nothing major. Is well, here's something interesting. I like this call actually to, you know, go with the Sigma right off the start, right? A lot of ways you can see this like snowball towards the team on the offensive side, especially with like Roadhog mirrors, is like Roadhog getting those early picks. Or if you feel like that Sigma in high ground control can force that you know, the opposing team off of the Roadhog, you feel like you're in a pretty good spot to slow the game down because you're not going to have so many one-shot potentials in.
Absolutely. Always a tease from SF on that Junker Queen, but we're never gonna get it. Sarge. No, we're back onto that Roadhog. On the other side, however, Altior Artemis actually do stay on that Sigma.
Mary puts her shield down behind in there, and just there's really no way they can access that front, right? So puts the shield down and has just great visibility and just poke damage as everybody coming out of the spawn is. So what do you do, I think, here, if you're the Justice Red side? I think you have 2 like options, right? Do you continue to run this Roadhog and, you know, you're really kind of relying on SF to be able to get a pick, or do you try and like switch, maybe go to something like the Sigma and play a little bit more of a neutral game?
I mean, the big question is, does SF really have it in their kit? We did see SF on that Sigma for a very short period of time, but not long enough to really judge it, if that is within the wheelhouse and what the comfort level is on it.
Because right now, you know, if you're not getting value off of the Roadhog with the hooks and the picks, a little bit of an ult battery or just a really you know, big dive target, you know, for the opposing team. And I know with the way Mary's playing, able to land those accretions, right? Interrupt the heal, forcing out the Suzu quite early. So you see, like, just here from that overview, right? The Roadhog has to push in through the Sigma shield and try and make a play.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Just able to stay on the map. I thought they were not Mary off the side, but not enough. Big rabbinic flux here is Altior Artemis with a fantastic front, you know, train car hold, and here's the switch. So gonna go over to Winston.
All right. Winton it is. That's definitely a composition we've seen a lot of in the past. We also could very well see Washington Justice going back to that kind of banana rush composition that we've seen so much. So Phone definitely can play that Reaper and might be playing that Reaper, picking that up.
Yeah, that's a great call. Like, do you try and bring a Reaper in the mix, maybe? Try and play something similar to like what we saw like in Owl playoffs. Is Altior to Artemis get a huge hold here now with the Winston switch here. Yeah, you're free to go to Roadhog here. You know, with obviously keeping ultimate charge, you're really going to lose nothing for it. So, and you have all these other ultimates. So, a huge advantage here for Altior Artemis here, because what you could probably trade sound barriers at this point, and then maybe hold on to your Mitsune rush. Looks like they're going to come over the top there with the overclock, and Bun is able to connect with at least one.
Yeah, and that's a crucial one too, because Watt would have had his overclock as well ready, and that would have been so very crucial to, you know, win that rail battle.
Yeah, it's no overclock from Watt able to be returned. Is HEO trying to use the deflect? Maybe you can take advantage of this. Oh, that hook is so difficult to hit. Like through like 3 or 4 players able to just snipe Emma with that Roadhog hook. Is Sound barrier having to be used here for Altiora Artemis just to keep Mary and the rest of the team alive as they're trying to try it back, as there are a few players on the card here for Justice Red.
So if you are the Washington Justice Red, what do you identify as a big threat here? Like, what do you need to do?
Oh, I mean, this blade coming through is obviously a huge issue potentially, but she gets a little bit low and you walk back in the fight, so you don't want to push it. So I think the biggest thing for Washington Justice Red, so you have this Primal Rage. You're going to get very close now to the Kitsune Rush. I was going to say win this before the Roadhog back in the action, but they may just end up giving this up. Yeah, it looks like they're going to walk out onto the point, but not going to be able to live for long. So you were really worried about the Roadhog if you're able to like kind of get back together and make a final push. But what going big there at the end, able to connect with a few headshots, push Justice Red over the line and keep them in the series.
Yeah, we now see what, as well as they're setting up on high ground, waiting for Altiora Artemis players to come out of that little door on the side.
I love. I was laughing. There was a screenshot where somebody said, "I want Emma to win, but I also don't want her to be late to class." Maybe they can figure out a way to play map 5 from class. I don't know.
Exactly. That's the ideal scenario.
Yeah. It's Altiora Artemis. They push up. They take control here. Justice Red, though, not really in an emergency scenario just yet, right? A minute and 40 plus in the clock. You got 4 out of 5 ultimates. A lot to work with your, an advantage in terms of ultimates in a large way. See how they end up using it. So they actually use the Kitsune Rush there on the high ground. And maybe just buys them a little bit of space. But you see the Roadhog just able to just play on the cart just solo and not really worry about dying, right? So not able to get anybody moving there. You see the high ground control from Altiora Artemis, not really a worry. Another hook there as that hook sets up HK to get a dash through.
So what was the thought process, you reckon, behind using that Kitsune Rush from that high ground position?
So you're like trying to force them around like inside of the saloon, right? Or like up on the high ground, and maybe you can actually get some payload progress off of that. Like the goal would have been like getting it under the bridge here, like around the corner. But with the Roadhog on the cart, you just can't really get the Roadhog off. Like, because you can give the Roadhog, the brief moment of invulnerability from range. It's not like the Kariko needs to be there. So you can play everybody up on the high ground and keep the Roadhog down low and not really worry about the Hog. And that's exactly how Altiora Artemis played that. And just were not able to take advantage. The idea behind it from Justice Red was right. It's just, with the composition that Altiora Artemis has, so difficult to another hook.
Mary's just going in at this point, like absolutely flanking Roadhog. Why not?
Oh, just.
Well, we're running out of time here for Washington Justice Red, and this is match point once again for Altiora Artemis. So they are about on the verge of potentially making it one round further in. Washington Justice Red dropping down to the lower bracket.
Yes, now they actually went towards that Reaper that you were talking a little bit about earlier. Is I know Mary with that first pick, able to land a hook and take out what is so difficult to move this Hog off of the point. Bun with 2, HT with another. So clean. Altiora Artemis, they'll take this series 3-0. But Justice Red, so he still put up a really good fight. I mean, map 1 and map 2 went down to the wire. Yeah, I mean, could have gone either way. Just a few plays here or there. But Altiora Artemis just seemed to always have the right answer at the right time.
Yeah, no, they definitely put in so much work. So once again, defeating the Washington Justice Red. I mean, at this point, it's going to be a grudge match. If they face off against each other again, there's going to be some feelings involved, I'm sure.
Yeah, where obviously a tough loss for Justice Red. Emma will be able to make class.
That's the upside. That's the bright spot.
Yeah, somewhat of an upside, but still, right? I think Altiora Artemis, they played fantastic. Being able to utilize that Roadhog to really perfection. HK as well mentioned it, like with her on the Genji, like the Genji's a really tough pick to make work, right? Especially with just the deflect and the dash against Roadhog based compositions, and was able to constantly, where Phone was on the other side playing really well on Tracer. come out with big Dragon Blade. So really just overall well-rounded play from Altior Artemis.
Yeah, no, they definitely they're gelling well as well. Like I think the communication is definitely on point. There were less little mistakes in terms of the general movement of the team when it came to how to go up against the Kitsune Rush,
So
etc. They
Hugo
just
fell
moved
asleep on
as
my.
oh my goodness.
He was taking a
No.
he's taking a nap here. It's getting late here on the East Coast, but the dog he
He's
looks.
just a tiny little Ewok. Like
Yeah.
he's actually the cutest.
He had to wake him
Look
up.
at
He
that
can't
guy.
miss these games. He's usually sitting on the couch watching all these with me, but now he's forced himself over here. But what are your cats doing? Are they arguing?
I don't even know whether they've not been super social ever since I
Okay.
had the baby. I brought it home and they're like, "What is this? And why is it still here?" So
Uh,
every day is just a surprise for them. Like they don't understand.
and now since we've gone into the bracket here for the final event, right? No, we didn't see Altior Artemis on stream a little bit earlier, but they did win their first series 3-0, so now getting another 3-0.
Yeah, didn't
Moving
drop a
on.
single map so far in the upper bracket, which is huge. And I
Yeah.
mean, they were considered, like, if you're just looking at their overall team, they were considered amongst one of the favorites. It was a little hard to really gauge during the qualifiers because a lot of the teams also had like some switcheroos in terms of
Yeah.
players. So some qualified with one team, but then ended up on another team here in the final event. So it was very hard to do research.
Yeah, no,
Especially,
but
especially
I
if you're
think
not
that's
super familiar with the players.
But I think that's what's awesome about just like open systems and calling all heroes, right? Is like, I remember I think the first week where there was a winner's interview and just talking about how didn't even know anybody on the team and just kind of got like, signed up as a free agent, met a bunch of new friends, and maybe you play with them again, maybe you jump back into the free agent pool, find another team. Just awesome to get involved in anyway. And now you start to see some of these teams I know forming at the highest level of play, right? With Overwatch League teams coming in and supporting, and some teams already, right? I know already just kind of in the scene with GM top 500 level talent. It's awesome to see.
All right, and I think we do have an interview ready in just a little bit. I'm not entirely sure if we go to a break first. No, we're not taking a break. We're live right now, and Anna is joining us for a quick chat. Anna, how are you doing?
Hello. Gasping for air. My heart is beating really fast.
So you and your team coming off a second 3-0 victory, a very dominant performance so far in the upper bracket. Is this what you expected?
Well, we did really well in qualifier 1, and to be honest, this last week we've had a tough time. So we were a little nervous, but once we got our momentum going, it just felt natural.
And it looked natural as well. Now let's chat a little bit about team compositions because during the open qualifiers as well as in the later rounds, it was a little all over the place. I do feel like there has been a bit of a meta being established in this Challenger Cup so far, and if so, which one would that be?
To be honest, like the meta right now is like if you're on Hog, you go Orisa. If you're on Orisa, you go Monkey. If you're on Monkey, you go
It's
Hog,
just
and
playing
it's like
chess.
that's the reason we've had such a hard time. Is it's just like it's so annoying because there's 3 different comps, and I don't know. I think Monkey's still the best, but we just played Hog because
Oh.
we wanted to have fun.
All right. Do you feel like your team is meta-proof then, like to play that little 3D chess game with the others, where you just have to be reactionary in terms of your team composition?
I think so. We have really 2 strong tank players, and as you saw that last map, Mari absolutely smurfed it. So
Yeah, Mario was awesome throughout the series. We saw a little bit of Sigma as well. Why the Sigma in certain situations? I'm really curious.
I think it just deals with the pressure that Hog gives well. Sometimes you want to like speed hook and catch the enemy off guard, and with hook and Sig's grasp, you just can't really do that. We had luck with it and just was like, let's do it.
Yeah, it seemed to work really well.
I love when the team can just do that. I was like, let's just do that. Let's see. Let's see if we
Just
get
do what
lucky.
feels
Why
right.
not? Yeah, exactly. Follow your heart, man. Anna, potentially your next opponent could be Altiora Nimbus or Dart Monkey. Do you have a preference for which team you want to face off against and why?
Um, Kind of Dart Monkeys. I'm a fan of most of the people on their team, so I want to be in lobby and play against them.
Right on. Well, let's see if your wish comes true or not. Either way, we're very excited to see you play again. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you so much.
And of course, congrats to you and your entire team. What a performance so far. How exciting. I can't wait to see them again, but that has to wait until next weekend when we are heading into the upper bracket final rounds. But for now, we're heading into a very quick break, and then we're back with the second semifinals of the upper bracket. Stay tuned. Hello, loves, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. We are at the final event, and everything is on the line. We're currently in the upper bracket, so let's actually take a look, dive right into all the action, and see what has transpired so far today, Matt.
Yeah, so we just got done with the Altiora Artemis Washington Justice Red match, which we didn't get to see their earlier match on stream, but we just saw them play Justice Red and they looked fantastic. Taking out Justice Red after they're able to, get a really close win earlier in the day, and this will be our second look at Altiora Polaris, on the day as Dart Monkeys will play them here coming up next. So another really close game there in that first round between those two Altiora squads. As we'll see kind of if Polaris could do a little bit better, right? Coming off of that, really tough, grueling 5-game series against a team that, won in a 3-0 fashion, if they can keep it close.
Absolutely. And shout out to the Altiora teams for their cute logos. I'm a big fan. No, honestly, I like your graphics. What can I say? So I was thrilled to see them. So, I mean, it's a beautiful team name already, Altiora. Does it mean it's Latin, destined for greater things, or something like that? You wouldn't know, not Mr. X. I don't assume you took Latin in school. You don't look like the Latin type to me.
No, I can say I did. I didn't. I didn't take that in school. I'm not even sure if that was even an option to do.
It might not have been. Either way, it was for us. So yeah, our next match, Altiora Nimbus. Nimbus is a cloud or a halo, also Latin. So
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, no, I make this education now. I gotta put that Latin to use because I literally never use it. So what was the point of me learning any, right?
Right. So we'll see. Like I mentioned earlier, Nimbus, we saw them on the stream a little bit earlier today. A bit of a break, right? Sometimes as a competitor, it can be really tough to like have a grueling series. You kind of like have this adrenaline dump of sorts, right? And then you're like, wait, we have to play again, especially against a team that with Dart Monkeys who didn't go to 5 games, right? Dart Monkeys kind of went through in a 3-0 fashion. We can take a look at Dart Monkeys for the first time we see them on the stream today. Aspen, SK, 2 players I think a lot of people at home would know. And then Barcode, Zemrit, and Moving Fish rounds out the lineup today.
Yeah, Barcode actually also quite a big name. I think a lot of people might have heard of her or seen her. She I believe she was fairly known for good Widow. Either way, her hit scan prowess has just been phenomenal and really stand out wherever she played. She's one of the aggressive types of players on that hit scan role, which I very much appreciate. It does get punished here and there, but overall, it's just fun to actually watch it. But I do feel like this is the one team which has some of the biggest names in the tournament, and they are getting coached, according to Lemon Kiwi, by Jake.
Yeah.
Poster boy Jake.
Coach Jake has been helping out the Dart Monkeys. We'll see kind of what that leads to, right? A lot of teams trying to figure out where the meta is at right now and just kind of what to play. In our last series, obviously just kind of like playing what feels right. So maybe we'll see Dart Monkeys play that. Maybe there's some kind of a strategy they have cooked up here as Altiora Nimbus. Actually, it's a pretty cool big advantage, right, for Dart Monkeys is essentially like you saw this team on broadcast earlier today, right? As look at this, you see the effects of Coach Jake already. So Dart Monkeys running a composition similarly we saw like the Outlaws and everybody run here during the Owl playoffs, and same with Altiora Nimbus.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the composition we saw Altiora Nimbus play against their team, against their fight against Altiora Polaris throughout the entirety of the series. So I expected to see much more of that from both teams.
And that first pick by AJMR, pretty huge, right? Your Dart Monkeys, you're trying to take control of that side room. I know maybe play for a little bit of a Sojourn battle, and you lose yours first. But Moving Fish and the rest of Dart Monkeys, they make their way onto the point. They actually get out of that rather quickly and rotate out.
Putting that Reaper to good use, collecting those kills, and really just some cleanup work right now.
In Reaper with the speed boost, I know from the DPS passive, plus the speed boost of Lucio, that's what really kind of empowers this comp to be so strong, right? You just get the Reaper in the mix. He's like a battering ram. As soon as he gets the first kill, it almost becomes impossible to just disengage from the Reaper, and he's able to put down so much damage on some of these squishier targets. So right there, Dart Monkey's doing a nice job, even being down early on, battling back.
Yeah, and they just Nimbus rotate back in. Let's see if they can actually translate it into some kills here. SK actually getting that kill onto Essel. And another one?
Ooh,
No.
Oh, a boot back to the other
She's
side.
like,
Friendly
"Wait, what?"
boot back to the other side. It's AGMR with another nice railgun shot. Maybe that'll allow Nimbus to get in and touch the point. It'll be Aspen with a Kitsune rush. I know, same from him. And moving fish there though. Primal Rage. It can be so difficult. You want to use that Kitsune rush. You're kind of all grouped up together. Primal Rage just comes through, knocks everybody out of line. SK with the sound barrier at the end there, just to make sure they win the fight. That'll be Dart Monkeys with yet another really clean looking fight.
Yeah, Nimbus is coming in here with really just 2 ults right now. We do have a sniper, of course, coming in with his Winston ult. AJMR will be having that overclock, which just got used and actually translates into a great shot there onto SK.
Yeah, HAMR has been able to find a few kills, I know, whether it be with the overclock or just charged up rail shots. And right there, able to go in. You have to use your sound barrier, but definitely worth the trade, considering you're up to 90% on the point as SK makes it back just to contest for a little bit of time there. So Dart Monkeys, you'll be able to come back here. You'll have your Death Blossom, you'll have your overclock. You know, really it's on Sniper, right? Maybe you can actually use the Primal, force some of these ultimates out, try and stay alive, and then come back, you know, with a Death Blossom of your own.
Yeah, but this was a great play by Altiera and Nimbus, because quite frankly, they got it on the back of only the overclock. They were able to keep their Primal still from Sniper. Essel now got the Death Blossom ready as well.
Yeah, and that's huge, right? You take out moving fish really early on. Maybe you'll actually able to come back and fight this, but SK's able to get a boop on the Sniper, who also had Primal. Is that now you might be able to go? It'll be Barcode using the overclock. Nice Winston bubble with Essel using the Death Blossom there. HMR with another pick on the Sojourn, but it may not be enough. Is the boop onto the Winston there from SK. That is fantastic. It may be enough to actually just give Dart Monkeys round 1.
I wish we have player cams. I want to see SK's face doing all those boops. This is gonna have a great old time.
Sammer coming around the outside with a Death Blossom, looking to close it out as that'll be 2 getting the Kariko in the Reaper. Quite massive as Sniper no more Primal left. I see, I'm super impressed though with both teams from the standpoint that like AJMR on Altiera and Nimbus, able to pick off Barcode and other members like constantly, but then on the other side of things, Dart Monkeys able to win a lot of these fights, battling back from whether it be ultimate disadvantages or even player disadvantages, really playing a lot of these scenarios nicely.
And a lot of it is on the back of players like SK. For her to get those sneaky picks with those boops and whatnot, that really just opens it up for your team to come back into the game. And then, of course, if you have absolute, like, snipe warlords such as Barcode, then good luck if you're the other team, really.
Yeah, as we move into the next round, we'll see if there's going to be any comp changes for these teams. Throughout all of the playoffs, right? Didn't really see much of that. A Doomfist was hovered there a little bit from Sniper, but not going to go with the Doom here as a very difficult pick.
You can make it work. We definitely seen some Doom in niche situations, depending on the team, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Doom, obviously on live, we know very strong in his current state. Is looks like Dart Monkeys, they've opted to actually just take hold of the point here first. Make Nimbus be the team that's offensive, trying to work through these chokes.
Yeah, Nimbus is trying to move in, and they might actually be able to once again on the back of AHMR, getting a good pick there onto the opposition. Monkeys down, Lucio's down as well.
Yeah, so a little bit of early percentage here for Dart Monkeys, but nothing major, right? Altiera Nimbus is actually going to come up and control the point and now get the lead. They were in a really difficult position, right? Dart Monkeys able to get control of the point first, but Nimbus able to kind of navigate that, moving through just those 2 tight corridors to be able to flip the point. And Miman has a Tsune rush here, so potentially could use this, catch Dart Monkeys off guard. As Aspen and Co may not know that ultimate's available already for Nimbus.
Yeah, and there it goes already. Here's a Kitsune Rush. Let's see if that actually helps them defend. And it looks like that will do just that. As we do see the Dark Monkeys, they have to disengage and move away.
Yeah, it's really nice plays here by Nimbus, just using that Kitsune Rush to end up winning that fight. So you're gonna be a little bit behind here, Zoe, obviously using the support ultimate in this next fight. But yeah, if you see Dark Monkeys, let's say, use that Kitsune Rush, look for Sniper to use that Primal. And then if you can force SK to use the sound barrier, that's kind of considered a little bit of a win. So that's Aspen's Kitsune Rush. You're not even going to be able to kind of answer it as, oh, that's a huge pick as Karopi was going up with the sound barrier. Nice shots there from Barcode, able to shut that down.
Yeah, and the good news here for the Dark Monkeys, who are winning that fight and recapturing the point, is of course that they did it on the back of just 2 ultimates.
Oh, that railgun shot, able, you know, the Lucio just poking around the corner, just beautiful shot there from Barcode, able to hit that. And it's especially difficult with so much actually happening, right? You have so many players in front of you. Kitsune Rush is going off. That also allows Dark Monkeys to hold on to their sound barrier here, so they're primed to make a comeback.
Yeah, and sound barrier is being used as we speak, just about that. HMR goes down first in that fight, and that, of course, was then pretty much already it, because they're not going to have enough firepower.
And this is where Dark Monkeys has looked really good in this series, Zoe, when they can actually be the team that kind of starts the fight and kicks things off, right?
Yeah.
Where Altior and Nimbus, they've kind of been, you know, successful in the opportunities where, you know, Dark Monkeys playing a little bit passive, and they're able to actually kind of dictate the terms of the fight. As you see Moving Fish jump in, put a nice bubble down for Zemrit to get the Death Blossom off. It doesn't result in a kill of the Death Blossom, but still you're able to take out AGMR. So that'll force Nimbus back again, as Dark Monkeys getting very close to taking the lead.
Yeah, clearly a zoning Blossom, so it's all good. Let's see, Altior and Nimbus and back together, trying to go in for yet another fight. Let's see if they can convert anything into a kill. Essel has the Death Blossom ready and will be using it on point. Nope, not quite yet.
I mean, why use it when you got the Reaper just firing the shotguns off in the Kitsune Rush like it's a Soldier 76 rifle? I mean, that is so difficult to stay alive. I mean, no, Moving Fish trying to get out of the way, but what do? I mean, the Reaper's just charging down. He's got the speed boost. Just so much damage being put out with those shotguns. Winston not able to live there, is get up to above 90% here. Dark Monkey's going to have to get a touch.
This is a close map so far. It's quite a back and forth so far for both of those teams. Aspen just used Kitsune Rush to see if they can capture the point on the back of it.
Yeah, and there was a Kitsune Rush, you know, with a Wreath Protection Suzy they held with the Death Blossom that came down from Essel, so able to hold here. The overclock use is just trying to get a stagger, maybe. Not able to find it just yet, as now it's going to be on Altior Nimbus to get in here and touch the points. They have nothing to work with.
I was just about to say, however, on the other side, Dark Monkeys, they used everything as well, so it's really just going to be like an equal round for both of those in this fight.
I say they get on. For a second there, I was a little bit scared. I thought SK with the boobs coming over the high ground in that window could have been a difference maker, as the Lucio's in this part of the map could be so difficult. Moving Fish gets so low, not able to keep Moving Fish alive. And the sound barrier, that's huge. SK drops 98% towards barrier as well. The barrier from Karobi may be the difference here. Could turn it in favor of Nimbus. 99 will tick down, as so we'll have a round 3 here in map number 1.
Yeah, but that was 100% on Karobi sound barrier. That came up just in the nick of time and hit the entirety of the team, keeping them alive when it mattered the most. But it is a close and very contested round, so I'm interested to see where we're going here on Control Center. Would you switch up any of the composition?
I think you roll with this. I think both of these teams are executing this type of competition. Like, this comp can be really difficult to execute just because of how fast it is, and with just so much burst damage coming down from the Reaper. Both of these teams, though, been playing phenomenal. I don't think you move off this. I think, like, if you can play this just about everywhere, I feel like this is the comp you would love to stay with.
Yeah, I mean, why change a working system, right? As long as it works, don't need to switch it up.
Yeah, as both teams look like they're going to try and go for a little bit of that, you know, high ground plateau control here. As will be Dark Monkeys forcing Nimbus back down towards the point. But gonna see from Nimbus' POV, they could actually get a little bit of a crossfire, but maybe not now as Barcode takes out Karopi.
Alright, that puts out Fiora and Nimbus, of course, right on the back foot as they have to disengage, at least for a little bit, Aspen getting that kill onto HMR.
Oh, and double here is Aspen on the Kariko getting quite aggressive. Is it's interesting right now, like Kariko with like Roadhog is played like way more in just kind of a healing type of centric way, where a lot of people thought that Kariko coming in would be used pretty offensively. Where
I mean, in my ranked games, she is being used very offensively, but that's also way
also
below
true.
level.
I think in a comp like this, though, as Barcode with another really nice shot, you do play Kariko a little bit more aggressively, right? You think of like the plays that we just saw from Aspen, able to push up, connect with two. You think of like Teru from the Overwatch League playoffs, playing really flanky, aggressive style of play. So those headshots with Kariko are so devastating.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, unless it's being punished. But if the other team is not actually punishing it, then go for it. Have at it. And clearly Aspen is just lighting up the kill feed right now as she's dragging out on her Kariko.
As you could kind of see how that was set up, and it's a really nice idea from Altior Nimbus, right? You don't want to push through this central choke. You want to try and like wrap around. They don't have really the speed to close that gap, and Moving Fish gets a little bit close up, and then Aspen uses the TP with the Kitsune Rush right away, and they follow it up. As I tell you what, so it's going to be difficult though. Like you're going to have a lot of maps, obviously, that have pretty strong chokes, you know, throughout this series and just in Overwatch in general. With Barcode, it feels like you're getting a pick every single time now from the Dart Monkeys, where I know round one, it was really kind of split, you know, between AJMR and Barcode, but Barcode really popping off here in our final round.
Yeah, I said Barcode heading into this, definitely known for her aim, and she's showing just why that is, as every single click results in an actual frag.
And me being able to get that pick on the SK is huge, because SK had that sound barrier there, so Ro be able to use the sound barrier, try and keep players alive here on Altior and Nimbus, but still not entirely in their favor just yet. Now it is. You get that Reaper off the point, right? The Reaper, in these type of comps, the Reaper's almost harder to get away than the Winston. Like the Winston, you know, you could obviously get on there, you know, contest the point for a little bit, but the Reaper, you know, with a lifesteal could be the one that's a little bit even harder. So look at this SK though, he's back with another kill, but just the firepower from the supports. And Dart Monkey's been huge, but that's going to be Death Blossom there from Whistle and AJMR with a pick there on the Aspen, as this one just going back and forth, kills flying
I was
from
about to
both
say,
directions.
it's really hard to tell you who's coming out on top if it's literally a back and forth on the kill feed.
It's going to be Nimbus in the end, yeah, and really I think, you know, obviously Sniper able to stay alive for the entire time, and AGMR just using the Sojourn movement, just getting around, being able to put down your damage, finishing off a kill there at the end. And even still, though, it just shows you how big of an advantage is Sniper will actually take out Barcode there. How big of an advantage the Dart Monkeys got at the beginning. Like, that fight felt like it took forever. And Altior Nimbus now just getting over 50%.
Yeah, so that definitely puts Dart Monkeys in a still comfortable spot in terms of the percentage they have on the clock. Now HMR will have Overclocker ready for that next big fight. Let's see if they can actually translate it into some kills.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush as well, so you may see them back up, give space so they can get good value out of this rush. As will be an overclock from the side and then a Kitsune Rush right up the middle. That Moving Fish is going to be so difficult to stay alive. Primal, nice jumps, gets all the way out, also gets the protection Suju there. I don't know if you saw that from Aspen, so able to heal back up. Moving Fish, you're going to be able to go back in, maybe end up with your own Kitsune Rush of your own for Dart Monkeys here, but this is going to be 99.99 last fight, so.
I love how close these teams are playing it right now, and this is exactly the type of games that we wanted to see. Barcode getting that first pick onto HMR, and that can be huge for this fight.
And then even after getting the first pick, just the supports from Dart Monkeys able to keep Barcode alive. The Primal really good from Sniper right in front of Barcode, just taking away any lines of sight, moving all the way back. And they're just like the last series, a really close map number one, but Dart Monkeys comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, that much firepower with their DPS, but then it's being backed up by supports like Aspen and SK, who are not just keeping their DPS players and their tank player alive. No, they're also fragging out in the backlines of the opposition. So that's exactly what you want to see. Fantastic play here.
I mean, both teams really. I mean, this is actually such like a difficult comp to execute.
Yeah.
Thinking back to like our playoffs, right? A lot of teams experimenting with like Roadhog type comps and other types of things, and then kind of figured this out. But really, it was like the Dallas Fuel who were able to execute it at a high level, and I think, and both of these teams playing what's a really difficult comp at a high level in this series. So excited to see it keep going.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of that. We are heading into a hybrid map next. The loser gets to pick, so Nimbus gets to pick. If you were Altiora or Nimbus, where would you take it?
In hybrid, I mean, so if you're gonna keep playing these comps, uh, I think it's just actually like personal preference. Like, I think it's been proven that this comp can really kind of work on just about any type of map, in the pool or just in Overwatch. Uh, where if you kind of look, I would say probably the weakest this comp would potentially be like Eichenwald or maybe King's Row because of just how close that streets phase is in point two. Paraiso, we saw teams play a ton of that, where I think that could be a pretty strong map. But I don't believe there's like one certain map that this comp dominates over another. I think this comp can be used at any time, any map. So I think it's really just down to team preference.
I really like the map pool for this one. If you're looking at Eichenwald, the Kings Row, and Paraiso, because all those maps have some choky points, have the high grounds at certain points, which just makes it so dynamic in terms of what compositions or like just niche picks can be viable.
Yeah, and I mean, well, you could go King's Row and there's maybe you play like Sigma up on the high ground if you feel that you need to, but I don't think either of these teams at this moment should feel the need that they have to change comp to be able to win. So it will be King's Row. Does offer a little bit more flexibility, like you talked about. So could see potentially like a Widowmaker at the start. Maybe you see, Sigma on the defensive side of things. So definitely some options if you want to make changes. I just don't really feel like either team's in a position where they have to.
No, they certainly do not have to, because although it was the Dart Monkeys coming out on top, it was a very contested map, right? So
Yeah.
there's not really a big need to change anything up when it really comes down to like a few individual plays. Or you just rock up on King's Row with Reinhardt, like just do it.
Look, I know you were Selly is a Reinhardt player at heart. I'm sure there's a lot
I
of players
am.
out there who love Reinhardt.
You'll come back into the meta, don't worry.
Yeah, maybe
It's just a matter of time.
if you want to play Ryan, maybe find a custom game. Maybe find maybe jump in a quick play, maybe some Shambali only. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, is a competitive tournament where everything is on the line the place to
Well-
do it? Probably not, but
No, and I just think with how much speed is kind of like in the game, with how good like Reaper can be, especially like it comboed with a Winston and this type of thing.
now you just get bullied as a Reinhardt. Like there's nothing in your kids to.
Yeah, you do this.
help
You do
you.
the sad Reinhardt dance where you hold your shield and you just jump up and down, and you're just turning, and you're not really
Yeah, that's
accomplishing
me.
much. It just feels like you need a ton to make the Reinhardt work. So, although it's kind of like a Kings Row classic, I feel like if anybody is kind of encroaching on territory, defensive Sigma I think is kind of coming up there. Zarya, you think back to like Beta 1 was really strong on Kings Row and just overall, but I think you see both of these teams just commit and play that Winston based composition. I think they both looked really good. You kind of look at how this first map went down, right? 2-1, but it was like 2-1, like 99, like really close back and forth. I think you just kind of play that mirror again if you're Nimbus.
Yeah. But I mean, we did see compositions like throughout the qualifiers so far of the Challenges Cup. We did see that Zarya, Sojourn, Genji, Lucio, Kiriko kind of composition being played, not just on King's Row, but like on plenty of other maps, like Zarya still obviously being a really, really strong pick, really helping the Genji stay alive there as well, and is really kind of lessening the load on the Kiriko as well with her Zuzu, right? Because you have the bubble to keep that Genji alive, and that means that you can, you don't have to commit your Kiriko Zuzu onto that Genji, which makes it viable for the next big fight.
I actually think so. I think instead of like playing the Winston, I actually think the comp you quite well could entertain potentially would be the Roadhog base comp, right? Roadhog not incredible against Reaper, but if you wanted to try and take advantage of like Winston, you most certainly could try and play the Roadhog. So Nimbus on defense, they'll play the Winston-based composition. Teams like sometimes actually go Sigma here just because like it can be really difficult to play. Winston on D is puts a lot of pressure on Sniper. There's not like a ton of cover here for that Winston.
I like the Semrid tease on the Bastion.
Yeah.
Got a hat now, very strong.
Right.
Good stuff.
Yeah, the hat didn't make him quite strong enough.
That's what you say.
I mean, look, maybe with some of his season 2 buffs, we could see the Bastion come into play. But Barcode, right off the bat, able to find one. And this is where it becomes so scary. Like I was saying, where it's so difficult to play that Winston on D. Like look at Sniper's health bar drops below 50%, has to back up into that corner, and it just provides insane sight lines for the other team's hit scan players. And Barcode takes advantage, and that'll be point A already over to Dart Monkeys.
Yeah, so aggressive. Moving Fish, moving in there right away, like really pushing them back, enabling the rest of the team to capture that point uncontested.
So now as we move into the streets phase of the map, Dart Monkeys, they win that fight so fast. It's like, so it's really like just about instant that they're really building up towards like huge ultimates for either side. So Aspen a little bit ahead in terms of Kitsune Rush, and maybe you're just going to play here to farm that up, right? You see Moving Fish just jumping out, taking some damage. They're letting Aspen farm up this healing, right, to be able to try and use that ult. Oh, so Barcode actually ended up in the side there, Sonny. How in the world did that happen?
I have no idea, I just tried to figure that out as well. By the way, Barcode is down, so that gives Altior and Nimbus a good opportunity to kind of regain, regather themselves and hold on that choke, which can be quite difficult to overcome.
I think this is where you're going to see the Kitsune Rush here from Aspen. They push on in, and then you get the speed boost from SK. You see everybody just trying to hightail it from Nimbus. Not able to make it out, and I think, yeah, you chase this if you're Dart Monkeys, right? Semrid ends up finding a kill in the feed, leave one on the cart, push up a little bit. This is where you can start to get a large time advantage, right? AJMR does have the overclock coming back, so maybe able to get some high ground here, but see Barcode farms up one of those railgun shots here as Sniper comes in, takes a big rail shot, may be forced to use Primal.
Yeah, and Mima now actually using that Kitsune Rush, trying to defend it. Great shots here from the soldier. And
AJMR has hit some really nice shots. Think back to like Lijiang Tower right at the start. They've been able to connect at key times for Altior and Nimbus. And I think also a big thing was that they didn't have to end up using Sniper's Primal. Tons of damage, right? Barcode had farmed up that railgun shot, connected with a shot on the Sniper, but trusted the supports enough to just not pop Primal as well. This is so difficult. Yeah, not able to make it out. They're also going to have a sound barrier here for Dart Monkeys to try and get this one to a second checkpoint.
Yeah, and all the while as they're fighting, the payload is actually just moving. Whilst, of course, we do see the Monkey just creating a lot of space on that front line.
Yeah, and this is what you want to do, right? You want to get that Sojourn in an advantage where you can peek off of the spawn and be able to land some of these shots.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're just about to hit that second checkpoint pretty much uncontested. There's nothing that Altior and Nimbus can really throw their way. They will have Sound Barrier ready, as well as the Death Blossom from Essel. But on the other side, of course, Aspen once more will have that Kitsune Rush available as well for a good timed attack.
And I was gonna say, I wonder if they have an idea. Is that'll be a sound barrier here in response for Nimbus. So they feel that they absolutely must need this fight. Beautiful protection Suji there from Aspen, keeps Zemret alive, and then the Kitsune Rush. I mean, that is such an insane play there from Aspen and Zemret. Zemret uses the Death Blossom, then able to stay alive with the Wraith form. The TP from Aspen with the protection Suzu, then the Kitsune Rush. I think it just caught Nimbus off guard a little bit, so but that is such a massive play. It gets them around that first and second corner.
Yeah, I don't think Nimbus expected them to commit that heavily into the fight, but that got them so much push. Now we do see HMR using that overclock. Let's see if it will translate into some kills. Excellent sniper are fragging out, so now Aspen is down, of course that could be crucial. SK falling as well, so that should be the fight for Altera Nimbus as they can try and stabilize.
Yeah, they absolutely needed that. So now maybe you can actually get set up on the high ground, maybe get like a Death Blossom coming on down. Maybe you kind of like play around the corner. And I was going to say, maybe use the Kitsune Rush into the Death Blossom, as that'll be Essel uses the Death Blossom early. And that is so important. So at that moment in time, right, you had lost your Sojourn right off the rip. And you're getting to a point where, you know, Dart Monkeys needs one pretty good push to complete the map. And right there, Essel responds with a huge Death Blossom.
Yeah, we do have the Primal Rage available as well for both teams right now, as we're waiting for any other ults to pop online.
I know you want to use the Primal early. You want the Primal for the survivability, like towards the end, as Moving Fish taking some damage, then uses the Primal to get all the way into the back line, and yeah, just trying to knock players away from the fight. Anyway, I think from both Winstons right now is Sniper trying to make it back. That'll be Barcode with that overclock, and they have to use that sound barrier, push on through. Sniper getting so low. That's going to be Dart Monkeys getting pretty much a clean sweep here, so he might be able to contest this for Altura and Nimbus yet again, but Aspen's got that Kitsune Rush as they come out of the spawn.
They might not even make it to the payload in time. Nope, they will not. And that is round one completed with plenty of time on the hand still as well. 152. That's not too bad.
No, they got really close to making it back. I believe there was like a boop there in the mix that I know knocked a player back from getting on and contesting, but still really well played by Dart Monkeys. You know, 1:52. I gotta say for Altura and Nimbus though, pretty good third point defense. That was the one where, you know, it could have been a fantastic, even better time for Dart Monkeys. But Altura and Nimbus was able to win a few fights there to, you know, keep them in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, I just applaud both of those teams. They are playing it close, like throughout the entirety so far of the series. There's not been a real blowout at all. You see a lot of opportunities they give themselves to like get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, as we'll see what Dart Monkeys decides to do here on defense. You know, the ball echo, not typically the combination we see, especially with the Lucio in the mix. So we'll see what they actually decide to end up running. They'll end up playing the Winston with the Reaper Sojourn as well. So just like how I talked about Altura Nimbus, they have to be so careful, you know, especially Moving Fish, being able to stay alive. Not a ton of cover to use.
Let's see if HMR is gonna get one of those early picks. Yep, they do.
Is a Sniper actually goes over and will play the Sigma on offense, which is interesting. Maybe they thought there was going to be a Sigma on the other side to contest some of that high ground. So typically we see Sigma on defense here, but it'll be the Sigma on offense for Nimbus. They'll push up to the choke. They may get a really fast take on this point A.
Yeah, I mean, being able to actually connect those early Widow picks. I mean, usually you just have that Widow pick at the beginning, like that's not very often actually resulting in a kill, right? So for them to take out SK right from the get-go, opening up so much point time.
Dart Monkeys though is battling through this, so you see Moving Fish goes on in. SK was able to juggle the point a little bit. It'll be 2 ticks over to Altura and Nimbus. It's JMR trying to find one of these picks yet again. They've been fantastic throughout the day. 100% charge, lands a shot on the Moving Fish, but look at this Aspen is already being able to charge up this Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, and there it goes. Kitsune Rush is being used.
Oh, the Flux does so much damage. But they're able to back out. SK actually uses the speed boost, gets them a little bit back towards their side of the map, and it's still
This is actually
Primal
incredible.
Rage, as it looks like Dart Monkeys are going to be able to battle back and win this fight.
It's incredible that we saw the Kitsune Rush being used, as well as the Flux being used, and absolutely no kills were resulting in those two ults. Like, nothing.
Yeah, and I think now here, this is where Nimbus, like, you have to take advantage of this, right? You got them to use their Primal, you got to use them the Rush, and really you just kind of traded your Gravitic Flux for it. You have double support ult, big advantage here.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are coming in with the Kitsune Rush, forcing Dark Monkeys to actually go around the corner and kind of get out of the way of that. If they want to make it out alive, which they will not. Karopi is getting that kill on Moving Fish. And yeah, this is Dark Monkeys having to retreat. They have to give up that point. Now finally, Altiora Nimbus will be able to finish up that capture with a little less time they initially thought they would get after that first really good push onto it.
Yeah, and even though Altiora Nimbus, they ended up layering the support ults there, they're almost forced to, right? Because the Kitsune Rush comes down, and then the Dart Monkeys, they respond with their own Lucio sound barrier. And at this point in the game, if you're Altiora Nimbus, you just couldn't risk it, right? You ended up having to use that sound barrier while inside of the Kitsune Rush, even if the Kariko may have been able to apply enough healing just to be safe. You needed to end up using that barriers. Looks like it's going to connect the Flux with like a few players. Is all they're able to keep SK alive. That is huge.
And they're all so low. The fact that no one went down there just yet is actually incredible. Gimar trying to follow up, getting those kills, going in aggressively.
This Sigma's working out. So we've seen the Sigma
It really
for
is.
a few times today be pretty effective. And right there, you know, they try and play the corner. The Dart Monkeys, it's a perfect time to use the Gravitic Flux. There's no, you think about, you know, with Sigma's Gravitic Flux, right? Like one of the biggest things was, you know, do you have a Sigma on the other side to interrupt it, or a Roadhog to, you know, hook out of it? There's nothing for the Dart Monkeys to be able to interrupt that, right? So what happens? Like, they take a ton of damage. They have to use the Protection Suzu once they land to try and heal everybody up. Pretty big ultimate. Good usage of it from Sniper thus far. As Aspen will use the Kitsune Rush, and they'll push on through. It'll be Barcode who gets one, gets two. And now we'll see how Altiora Nimbus goes about breaking this once Dart Monkeys have set up again.
So why do you think the Sigma is actually working right now?
I just think he's pretty difficult to dislodge. Like, even with a Reaper in the mix, right? Kinetic Grasp, he can just, you know, take all of that damage in, is just extra healing. He's got the shield, so it denies a little bit of the poke from the Sojourn, and then also has like the accretions and the big stuns. You're always a little bit scared to get close to it.
Altiora Nimbus will come out on top of that fight. And they should now actually be able to convert that into getting that second point secured. No separate.
The Reaper TP, the least stealthiest TP in the game, is
Yeah, if you try to be stealthy, don't announce it verbally.
teleporting.
It's
Flying
football.
gang.
Let's go.
Yeah, Reaper. Reaper. It's been 6 years and Reaper hasn't gotten the memo. Maybe next year.
Dark Monkey, quite a forward defense, trying to push Altiora Nimbus back away from that payload.
Look at that though. As they're disengaging Altiora Nimbus and Dart Monkey's trying to get close, they use the Flux and they're actually able to get a pick. And you know, the Flux just does a little bit of extra damage. Everybody pushes them back. So now you get HAMR set up on the high ground here. And look at this time that, you know, Altiora Nimbus is potentially setting here, Zoe. 2:23. They're down the home stretch.
Yeah, and a lot of that is also on the back of Essel doing a lot of work on that Reaper. So much damage, and right now it's just kind of free firing uncontested.
As Zemret comes down with the Death Blossom, you see a little bit of that, you know, eaten up, I know, by the Sigma as Kitsune Rush. That's actually going to get the sound barrier out here from Altiora Nimbus. As Aspen using the Texan Suzu get a little bit more aggressive there. Pushes on up, does a little bit of damage, forces back out to your Nimbus. So just eating some clock here. This is going to come right down to the wire.
Is that a trade you're happy with?
I would say so.
In the rush out for a sound barrier? Yeah.
If you're Dart Monkeys, I mean, you're coming up on having the overclock here. You believe you can probably farm up a Primal Rage, right? Moving Fish very close. So you feel like you can maybe take advantage of this. I don't think that Flux got anybody.
Nope, that was a 0-person Flux.
Oh, here we go.
No.
Zemrit coming out of the spawn. The Capitan Bastion here trying to make a play. Oh, they get the Reaper. Bastion does enough damage, but also Barcode from behind.
The last thing they probably expected was to see a Bastion coming out of that spawn. Even though it is a Zemrit's, I guess, signature hero, it's at least the one she wanted to have as her profile pick. So, yeah, we take it. We take the Bastion.
Yeah.
Little did we know that that's what we're going to see. And now they're behind on time after they did so well on their initial attack. Now we see, of course, a disrupting shot coming in, slowing them down yet again just a little bit.
Yeah, this Death Blossom from SL needs to be big, but moving Fish with Primal. SK as well with the sound barrier. Reaper lets everybody know he's on the way. Oh, they get a pick.
So just trying to find a good in for that Death Blossom.
That'll be the sound barrier here that comes out from Dart Monkeys, just trying to keep everybody alive. 10 seconds left. The Bastion just kind of poking at range, but is it enough? And oh, they actually don't have anybody on the card at the time. So the card just basically goes right over the line there at the end. Is see how much time they're gonna earn for this. So it'll be 1 minute here for Altior Nimbus to 2:44 here for Dart Monkeys.
Yeah, it was SL as well, just using the Death Blossom right by the card. So like there was not really any way for the Dart Monkeys to like get onto point without just dying.
We almost got really close though as well to a scenario where if Dart Monkeys were able to contest a little bit longer, you would have had a Zemrit with the Bastion ultimate to just drop the bombs on top of the payload, which would have been wild to see.
Yeah. Alas, no Bastion ult yet for us to enjoy in the Challenger Cup, but you know, still got some games to go. It's still a long way.
Yeah, and it'll be the Dart Monkeys here on defense. So Dart Monkeys on defense, Altior and Nimbus on the offensive side. Dart Monkeys, yet again, they'll actually end up playing this Winston-based composition. Altior and Nimbus on offense, they'll end up potentially going with that Sigma again, which I think they made work. They're gonna have to be really close to perfect here at the start. I wonder. I was gonna say AJMR. I was gonna go back to the window. I wonder if SK is still up here. No, can't do that yet again.
Let's try though. How could the opposition abuse the Sigma pick though? What vulnerability is that giving that team?
So Sigma's not really fast, right? I know it doesn't have a ton of mobility, so maybe you try and just take advantage, right? Once Grasp is down and the shield, not a lot he can do. Is it'll be Dart Monkeys pushing up here. You're just playing at the choke, right? You just want to force some of his cooldowns down, right? Or alpha cooldown. That's when Sigma's not really too dangerous in this type of situation.
Dart Monkeys retreating to the hotel. Moving Fish has to back up again, and that is a lot of capture time for Altior and Nimbus.
Yeah, so that'll be Altior and Nimbus taking out 2 players here on offense. Looks like they're going to be able to take point A. I mean, that is massive. Anything after this is just bonus for them, right?
Absolutely. With just 1 minute on the clock, like this is they're playing on house money right now, and we do see Sniper going quite aggressively forward with that Sigma, trying to just maybe get a lucky pick here or there, while as we do have only one body on the payload, trying to move it forward.
Yeah, so Dart Monkeys don't really have anything to work with at the moment, getting very close here towards that Kitsune rush. They're going to have to dodge this Gravitic Flux, though. That'll be the rush here from Aspen & Co., and that'll be the Gravitic Flux. It looks like it connects with a few players. Looks like Aspen, though, the only one that falls, though. The Kitsune rush just so strong. So the extra attack power, the speed, pushing on through, knocks players off of the cart. So that will be the end of Altiora and Nimbus's attack. But they did get point A.
Yeah, they get 8 and then a tiny little bit on top of that. This is definitely still within the realm of winnability. 244 is not that much time, so that's
Winnable,
holdable.
for sure.
Winnable, for sure, yeah.
Look, you just need a little bit of a good hold on point A. I think the thing is, though, that if you lose point A, if you're Altiora or Nimbus, right? You really have like one shot here on point B, because any type of like kill trading, Dart Monkeys has such a huge spawn advantage, right?
Oh yeah.
The walk back for Nimbus is forever. So you have to, if you lose this point A, you have to be perfect here at this choke. You almost can't lose anybody.
Absolutely. They really just didn't get it far out of the choke, so it's not a long way to go, as you can just see on your screens. And it looks like Altiora Nimbus, they're sticking to that Sigma comp, which has been working well for them. On the other side, also, of course, no changes. Because why? Why would you change anything?
Yeah, the only thing I would say is, like, I'd love to see them take some high ground position with the Sigma, right? Like, play the Sigma off on, like, a little bit of an off angle, right? When you play the Sigma on this low ground, I don't want to say, like, easy to dive, but kind of lose some of the best things about Sigma, where if you play him up on the high ground, you can create really, like, interesting crossfires with a Sojourn, you know, put down some extra damage. As you see now, right, they can try and just bully the Sigma back out.
They pushed him back quite a bit, but that was a great shot from HMR onto Barcode.
I think Dart Monkeys, they back out a little bit. They realize that without that Sojourn, you just do not have enough firepower across the point. So they back out. They wait for Barcode to come back. Oh, AJMR with another pick here onto Barcode. So throughout this series, I know both Sojourns, they've had some really big moments, but AJMR stepping up big here for Nimbus and OT. And that kind of like removes a little bit of the lead that Dart Monkeys had in terms of time.
Yeah, absolutely. We're now down to 145, so at the moment they're looking pretty good. No team has any big ults to work with as of right now, as there has not really been much in terms of fighting going on to actually charge that up. Now we do see Memon going in with the Kitsune Rush right there.
Yeah, it'll be a Kitsune Rush for both teams, as Moving Fish ends up popping the Primal, just trying to live, as forces Sniper onto the point to try and contest alone. Is nice aggression there on the Zimmer. Now going to try and use the
huge
you here is nice protection to keeping Zimmer alive. A minute to go here, and you don't have point A unlocked for the Dart Monkeys.
No, just got one single tick, and that could be it for Altiora Nimbus. That was fantastically played. They do have Overclock ready. A beat is coming out anytime soon as well on both sides.
The
Moving Fish
Roadhog
switching over to the Roadhog, yeah.
Yeah, Roadhog coming out here for the Dart Monkeys. Trying to take advantage, maybe around that shield or getting an early pick. The second sound barrier, though, comes in from Altiora Nimbus. Karopi ends up using the sound barrier a little bit later, and that could be the difference here.
Essel getting that kill onto Zamorit, taking out that firepower for the Dart Monkeys, and even though they do have a spawn advantage, that does shave off, once again, a little bit more time off of their clock.
As Barcode ends up getting a pick, overclock available. Needs to go massive here. Jeez, look at this Zamorit from behind. Oh, beautiful protection suit, but not able to keep everybody alive for a very long time. Is right here at the end, Dart Monkeys, they'll get control of the point. Altiora Nimbus, they need to get out here, so they do still have another opportunity at this. And I think the thing for Altiora Nimbus, right, it's going to take a little bit. This door's going to open up. You're going to be able to regroup. This Gravitic Flux in this choke could be huge, but you do have to be careful. The Roadhog can end up getting that hook out of it.
Yeah, we say Essel coming in as Tracer now to get onto that point and just have a little bit more flexibility.
Oh, Barcode with a pick.
Movement. Oh, man.
Oh, and that's what I was talking about. Such a sick hook there from Moving Fish. Is I was talking about before, you know, right? The best part, you know, about the use of the Gravitic Flux there was that there was nothing on the other side to interrupt it, and they switched to the Roadhog right there at the end. The Flux about to go off. A nice hook there from Moving Fish. That'll put Dart Monkeys up 2-0.
How great that match was, Stone. They played it so very close. This could have gone down either way, honestly. I think that was just like a matter of the last two team fights for Nimbus to drop this one against the Dart Monkeys. We saw fantastic plays on both sides. So that was a lot of entertainment, Matt.
Yeah, in this series, although 2-0 to Dart Monkeys, like it really could go either way. I mean, with these two series we've had here in the second half of the day, I mean, even the first half, right, we're so close, 3-2, 3-2. This series, I mean, it comes down to the final control point, like almost 99-99, OT here in Kings Row. This series not over just yet.
No, it certainly isn't. We are heading into a very quick break, however, and after that, we are back. It is match point for the Dart Monkeys. Let's see if they can get it done. welcome back everyone. Zoe here, joined by Mr. X Morello, and we are ready. It is match point for the Dart Monkeys. However, Altiora Nimbus has been playing it close, and they will be deciding which map we're headed onto next. So the big question is, where do you want to take it, Mr. X, since you are the unofficial coach of literally every team?
The unofficial coach of every team. That is a large statement. I mean, Jake is the coach of Dart Monkeys. They've obviously
the official one, yeah.
They've obviously been doing pretty well. It's honestly, like I said earlier, like I don't think the difference between these two teams is which map is selected. Like Altiora Nimbus is what, a fight away. I mean, maybe even like a Flux getting off away from tying this series and taking that second map.
That's why I think we're gonna go to Circuit Royale.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you want to play, okay, there you go. So Circuit, yeah. I was gonna say, if you want to play more Sigma, which we saw them play Sigma really well there on King's Row, this is the perfect Sigma map to do it on, right? I mean, this is the one we see Sigma on all the time.
Yep, there we go. Called it. It's happening. I can't wait. It's going to be fun. Circuit Royale, a really, really fun map to play, because we do see some diversions from the quote-unquote regular meta, because you can play things such as the Sigma, but also because it has those long sidelines, right? So we might see some double sniper there, which is really, really fun. We might see them busting out the Widowmaker together with the Sojourn. A lot you can play on this map, and viably so.
I also think if you're the Dart Monkeys, do you just not do that? Do you just play the Winston, play that, like dive and just keep on going, right? I think that easily could be an option that they decide to go for.
This is the saddest pool floaty I've ever seen. What
do you mean?
It's just alone. There's no one having fun. It's very shallow too. So what's the point?
Well, I mean, it's pretty cool. I think it's cool pool floating.
I love it. I love it. It's sad that it's not used and loved. You know, the situation is sad.
Yeah,
the floaty. Floaty's great.
You saw there. Visit the Calling All Heroes website. We have a ton going on with the initiative. We did the caster bootcamp. I think that was like 2-3 weeks ago now. That was tons of fun. Getting in submissions here shortly, starting to do some real review with that. So a lot of awesome programs going on for Calling All Heroes, and get involved.
Yeah, make sure to check that out. So we hope to see much more of these kind of opportunities.
So we have a sub here, looks like, for Altiora Nimbus. So Senna comes in here for Altiora Nimbus. Play some Widowmaker.
Yeah, we did see Senna already playing a little earlier as well. But yeah, as I said, double sniper works definitely super, super great on this map. We do see both teams rocking up with that Sigma, so no big surprise right there.
Yeah, and before the Dart Monkeys, you can now put Aspen over on the Baptiste. SK will pick up the responsibilities here of the Kariko, as you do want the Kariko in every single comp. The difference here is that no Widowmaker for Dart Monkeys. They'll actually go with the Hanzo in play.
It works just as well if you hit your shots, so no complaints on that end. Absolutely. Semrid taking out the opposition there.
He may not have that like long range damage here, right? For Dart Monkeys with no Widow in the mix, as I say that barcode switches, but you do have that Hanzo who can be very dangerous, like in that medium to close range. You talk about like one shots in the game with like Widow and Sojourn. Like Hanzo can do that as well, especially now, as Aston's building up to an Amp Matrix. Like Amp Matrix plus, Hanzo can do loads of damage in a short period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be extremely scary if the opposition has good aim, which we definitely see on this play here from Semrid. Dart Monkeys trying to connect those shots, and great shot there onto Senna.
Now this will be a Gravitic Flux here. Nice job at dodging the accretion there from Moving Fish. His Immortality Field, keeps, I believe, who's that, Groby alive for a brief period of time. So yeah, pretty tough here as well for Senna. You're down 0-2. She comes in here late, right, against a team in Dart Monkeys that is very highly rated, like just a high skill to come in here at the end. A very you know, tough situation, right? To come in and play him. We even see pro players at the highest level they come in just to play the Widowmaker at the end. It's so difficult.
That's exactly it, right? Because when you're coming in as the Widowmaker, there is a huge expectation on you to obviously hitting those shots, because that is your job. That's what you have to do. It's like Big Boss Pine, right? You subbed in to play that Widowmaker.
And you see there from that POV, caught it perfectly as Kropi uses the Amp Matrix. They actually just fire the Hanzo Dragon Strike right on through to take away the ability to just stand there and fire through that. So he'd get the kill onto Barcode. Barcode falling a little bit far out there, playing around the corner. As Art Monkey should be able to hold this for a little bit longer. As we're getting close to OT.
Some good shots there onto that Hanzo. HMR actually manages to result in a kill there with it. They do get some movement in the payload, but now
are they gonna be able to hold this for a little bit longer now? As Aspen will fall. Same with SK. As they did end up having Barcode come back off a spawn and hit a shot you thought possibly could have maybe just jumped down onto the card, but Dart Monkeys, a pretty decent defense there at the start. It'll be Altior and Nimbus though who complete that first checkpoint, and they push on up.
This is the toughest part, I feel like, on this map, to get that push around the corner and up, because the defense will just have that height advantage.
Yeah, nice use of the immortality field there, able to keep Sniper alive as they were caught inside of that Gravitic Flux.
This is kind of where they need to snowball off of those kills. Get it around the corner, and they almost got it done now.
Yeah, as Hanzo trying to track down a shot there. That'll be the Kitsune rush here for Altior and Nimbus as Moving Fish just trying to live. They're going to lose Barcode. You may be able to come out here and have one more defensive stand as Emmerich from the off angle actually takes out HAMR. So now you're going to use the Kitsune rush and push right on out.
Yeah, SK coming around the corner, and they manage to push them right back down. And this is where it gets really, really tricky on the attacking side.
Oh yeah. I mean, this could be really difficult. Oh, look at this. They actually catch Aspen in the flux, and like it's interesting. They thought maybe catch Aspen by moving up a little bit forward, but with that flux ends up she gets right back up on the high ground and has that immortality field to live through that. So Kuropi will use an Amp Matrix here, so more ultimates being used by Altior and Nimbus as I see HMR backs up on through it. Now it's going to be the flux here from Moving Fish. Oh, not able to get it off. Takes loads of damage trying to get up in the sky. This should be that second checkpoint for Altior and Nimbus.
Absolutely, and HMR is keeping the aggression going, really pushing in and making sure that no one is getting anywhere near to that payload. Now I'm dying because of water. Thanks, Matt.
Moving Fish takes some damage. Pushes on up, gets a large chunk of it back now with Aspen and SK behind, able to help. So Dart Monkeys make a change here. They're not going to run the Widowmaker at this end of point of the map. They're actually just going to go to the Sojourn. So I like the switch here for Dart Monkeys. I think in this kind of close quarter, I think the Sojourn just gets a lot more consistent results. Nice Widow shot there though from Senna. Senna will take out Aspen here, just playing a little bit further out in the fight, just trying to take an angle.
Yeah, there's plenty of angles to take really on that third point.
It'll be a Kitsune rush here from Mimi. Just trying to push on forward here. Just give Altior and Nimbus a little bit more space. Aspen's going to use the Amp Matrix here, use it for a little bit of healing and damage, just trying to keep Moving Fish up. HAMR though, able to pick up a few players here on the Sojourn. So this will be a Kitsune rush from SK, as I think you're just kind of throwing bodies here at the point if you're the Dart Monkeys. It's going to be Altior and Nimbus getting very close to completing the map. It'll be Zemrit coming out on Tracer. They'll get a touch. SK coming over. That's Aspen on Mauricio actually coming over the top. Yeah, they're trying to stall this for as long as possible.
I mean, so far the stall is actually working quite well for them. SK getting that pick up. Senna, of course, getting a million. Zemrit, however, that one less firepower on the opposition.
Yeah, that's like a Gravitic Flux there from Moving Fish. As not able to keep it going for long. But look at this SK barcode. You have Aspen alive as well. Nice protection Suzu there from SK, not backing up into the pulse bomb there. Senna's now over to the Tracer. Doomfist here for moving fish. We got a barcode Bastion coming out. As oh yeah, this looks like you're going to be able to get hold if you're the Dart Monkeys. Took just about everything though to be able to do it. So now you just kind of take a look at where we are in terms of what does anybody have left here.
I mean, it made so many switches on one side anyway that there is nothing left really on Dart Monkey's
yeah,
side.
so Dart
They have
Monkeys.
Zemrit, of course, maybe with a good pulse bomb.
Yeah, you're gonna have a pulse bomb here, and for Altior and Nimbus, you're gonna have this Gravitic Flux. Can they get in a good position to use this though?
That's what we're gonna find out in just a second, as we are in overtime right now. So let's see, the Flux is being used. Can we actually get some Doomfist being picked up? No kills resulting in it.
Yeah, and Doom is just, the mobility is so crazy. Just get out of harm's way. As it will be 2 kills though, going in favor of Altior and Nimbus. Make it 3. That'll be a Kitsune rush, but I just don't think you have anybody else here. So wait, look at this barcode on the backside of the point. Able to get 1. Aspen still here to be able to contest. Oh, that was Deadeye coming through. Aspen gets the sound barrier though. This is so huge. So
this is incredible. The fact that this fight has been going on for actually ever, and then some, it's still going. But how much longer can they actually stall it? Eventually, they have to run out of bodies on that point.
somebody's got to keep contesting there for the Dart Monkeys. Yeah, Aspen just comes in. He gets a little bit of healing. Sniper on Altior and Nimbus actually goes over to the Wrecking Ball, so we should have a Wrecking Ball sighting coming in here rather quickly. Oh, that'll be the nade there, comes out from Barcode, but it'll be the protection Suzu there. Man, that is a long fight as Dart Monkeys, they battle. They come out on top at the end. They do need a map completion though.
Absolutely. However, to get this close to map completion ain't no small feat on this particular map. It is hard enough to actually be on the attacking side. So yeah, still everything out on the table for both of those teams.
Yeah, and we'll see kind of what Dark Monkeys decides to do on offense, right? They were not running the Widow at the start. They made the switch to the Widow, you know, about halfway through, I would say. Barcode, it's coming off on the Sojourn at the start.
Do you think we're gonna see Hanzo again from Semmerin?
I think there's a better chance the Hanzo is effective on offense rather than defense. I think just the shield pressure and being able to just push back Altior and Nimbus consistently. I think that's probably a little bit more impactful. As looks like Senna just dropped out here real quick, so we'll get Senna back in the game and get this one started. But yeah, like I was talking about, I think that the Hanzo can be a little bit more effective on offense. I think pushing the shield back, breaking the shield, making sure your team has that shield advantage should be pretty big. So sounds like Senna just needs to restart, and then we'll get right back in the game.
Exactly, but man, like these two teams, they're playing it so close. Like really, if you're just tuning in right now, don't let the result fool you. It might be 2-0, but those were hard fought, really close 2-0 games, right? So everything is still absolutely possible for both of those teams. They came this far. Let's see which team can take it further.
And you see how far Altior and Nimbus pushed it at the end. You are going to need like a full clean team wipe to be able to make that happen. If you are the Dart Monkeys, you kind of staring down the barrel of that, right? Is you're not going to be able to just get like a pick or two and be able to, you know, take that final point. You're going to need to just take out everybody at one time, because the defensive advantage and the stall is so good.
Sorry, my cat is zooming out in the back.
Cat like kind of going crazy back there.
Yeah, Nori has found something to obsess about. Yeah, so he's probably gonna break things in the background in just a little bit. However, it doesn't matter because I'm distracted.
Hugo's acquired a new trick here since we moved. You know, where we have a couch, there's a spot behind the couch. So what he does is he drops his toys down there where he knows he can't get them, and then just screams at us.
Sounds about Hugo, yeah.
Yeah, we really find this new trick awesome. We get Senna back in game. We get right back to it. Dart Monkeys will run the Hanzo here on offense. I like this decision. I think the Hanzo is a little more impactful here Then on D is, yeah, look at that. SK with a long-range headshot there onto Kariko, you know, onto the Sojourn. So this is where you see Zemrit can like get high ground. I know, obviously, gain some insight there with the Sonic Arrow. But I think more importantly, right, you just can't keep the shield alive long enough if you're Sniper in Altua and Nimbus.
Yeah, that's gonna be really, really tough. There's so much damage after coming out from the Dark Monkeys right there. So,
like, look at this here, this situation. Like, how do you keep the shield up, right? You have all that damage from
you don't
coming out. It's so difficult to keep it alive.
Yeah, it's essentially a wasted shield if you put it in front of a Hanzo.
AJMR with a really big shot there as he needed to stop the offense that was coming in from the Dart Monkeys, but just as I say that, Zemrit answers back with a headshot. This crossfire is so dangerous, right? Sniper knows that there's going to be a Hanzo on one side, a Sojourn on the other. That'll be the dragon. Is where does the dragon come from? Does it come from like the side there? Potentially, you just not get anything with that ultimate. So this could be good for Altua or Nimbus, and as I say that, it's completely jinxed them.
That's how it works though. Last time we casted together, I just, every time I said something, the opposite came true. I was like, oh, this is the caster curse I heard so much about.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is.
It's a real thing.
Altua or Nimbus needs to use some ultimates there to stay in this, so they ended up having to use their Amp Matrix. You don't have a Kitsune Rush, as they use Senna's Infrasight here just to buy some time. Just need to buy some time, you know, wait it out, you know, get everybody back at full strength. Because Dart Monkeys, they may just jump around this corner. They'll have that, Kitsune Rush rather fast. Maybe you actually even see Moving Fish get off the Graphitic Flux. Now we'll see them attack once that Infrasight is off.
Yeah. But they also will be getting that overclock anytime soon, so that can be a lot of firepower coming the way. The lamp goes down. And Sniper dies right after.
So much damage onto the Sigma. It's a nice shot here from Barcode at the end, but Sniper takes so much damage at the start, right? With that extra damage from the Hanzo we're talking about. Backs up into the corner, and then, like, there's really nothing you can do. Is yeah, look at this, Altua or Nimbus. They're not going to go and play that Widowmaker anymore, and not going to go like double sniper, like a traditional double sniper like Hanzo Widow. They're actually just going to bring in a Hanzo to play with the Sojourn. They find that, hey, this is pretty effective on the other end. Let's turn the tides.
Yeah, we will have the Dragon Strike ready in just a little bit. But that's about the only ult that we'll have as they're pushing up that street.
Pretty good progress though here, right? We talk about how difficult Circuit is. To be able to just kind of get around that corner is massive. Dart Monkeys, look at this. It's going to be like a little bit of a dragon through the ground. Separates a few players, but maybe not enough to get an advantage. Oh, Kurobi takes a big hit of damage there, so have to wait up. Nice accretion there as actually takes Sniper out of the Gravitic Flux, but still might not be enough. Yeah, Matrix for both sides, but the SK with another pick. Look at all the headshots there.
SK Aspen on that Kiriko, he's just absolutely scary to go up against. He's essentially an additional third DPS player.
Yeah, just such a sick support line as Moving Fish hits the Gravitic Flux there. Now just push on forward as Sniper in a tough spot. I mean, well, you got the Hanzo on one angle, the Sojourn, everybody else on the other. So this looks like it'll be a second checkpoint here for the Dart Monkeys. 344.
They're running a good time. Yeah.
344 is pretty significant here. So we'll see. I think the big thing, you see how far up Moving Fish is. You want to just try and allow your team to get space to get around that corner.
I mean, Altair and Nimbus, they don't want to give them any extra push right now, so they have to play close to be able to take as many more fights as they can possibly take and shave time off of that clock. That's crucial right now.
Dragon coming on in. You have a good idea of where that's coming from. I think they actually spotted the Hanzo before that, so so they lose their own Hanzo. Now it's going to be the overclock here from Barcode, and that shield with the Sigma not going to do anything there, as they'll combo this with a Kitsune Rush. With a little bit of extra time here, so they can use that Kitsune Rush here and not feel like they're not going to have it for the end. Like, there's a good chance they get it back, right? As Senna goes over to the Widow. This is the tough part. getting out of this area of the map. Dart Monkeys potentially with like a Gravitic Flux plus Dragon Strike combo here. Amp Matrix as well, potentially, right? You can use this Amp Matrix up on the high ground, so a few win conditions here for the Dart Monkeys.
Absolutely, but on the opposition, we almost have both support all being ready as well, and that can be really, really tough to go up against, and now everything is
Barcode gets a pick.
directed to
Barcode gets a pick, and you end up using the Gravitic Flux in the corner where they don't have the Immortality field. Looks like just Kurobi just trying to live for a little bit longer. Yeah, even there as well, as this is where it's going to be difficult. Barcode up on that high ground just needs to land some of these shots. Kurobi's so low, doing a nice job hiding around that pillar. And kills coming in here for Altior and Nimbus. So just in the same...
Sniper showing up big times on that
Yeah.
Sigma Dark Monkey. That was an expensive fight. They did use every win condition they had heading into that, and that means that for this next fight, they most likely are not going to have that much available. Whereas on the other side, AJMR at least has got his overclock.
Yeah, so we'll see. Use that overclock maybe here in this fight, or wait if it gets a little bit scary. So Dart Monkeys, you're looking to just try and poke here, right? You need to farm up a railgun shot onto Barcode. You need to get Zemrit with the Hanzo, maybe find an angle, able to get just a kill here is all. Yeah, that almost results in one. There's that overclock you were talking about. AJMR turns the corner. It's just a lot of damage coming down from the Dart Monkeys here as Altior and Nimbus, they know how crucial this is. They have to play perfect from here on out. Just one lost fight is going to result in the Dart Monkeys taking the set.
Sniper using his flux. It looks like another good hold from the side of Altiora Nimbus, and now we're getting into closer to last fight territory here, really. Dart Monkeys, they do have to make this work. However, this time around, they are coming in with 3 ults.
Yeah, a little bit of an ultimate advantage here for the Dart Monkeys is Zemrit gonna go over to Genji here, so overclock. You have that available. You're going to end up with an Amp Matrix most likely, and then SK also with a Kitsune Rush. Also most likely ends up with a Gravitic Flux, so our Monkey's going to have just almost everything to work with here. So that'll be the overclock used early. That's that is overclock Kitsune Rush and Gravitic Flux. You got to get some kills out of this. They do.
This is exactly what they needed, and that is it for them. There is no way we're going to see anyone from Altiora Nimbus coming back onto that point, as that is a team kill, and that means that they are able to finish out this map. Whereas the opposition did not manage to actually finish that match, and that was the match point for the Dart Monkeys. But how close they played it. That was such a close victory.
Down to the wire. And I got to say, like, for Nimbus, they kind of put themselves in a great spot to potentially win that one. Dart Monkeys just knew how much time they had in general, and were just so patient with, basically at the end saying, look, we know we need a team kill. We just need to just stack ults. Just hold on. Maybe we lose a fight or two. We're going to have to win this in OT with this large ultimate bank.
And this really just goes to show that that team has great communication, and I feel like almost like I can sense the energy of Jake in there, the patience, that takes a lot of practice to like hold back for that long, not overcommit into fights, especially when it might be the last fight. So for them to show restraint when it really mattered, really, really big plays.
Yeah, just a really good game sense from everybody on Dart Monkeys. Really everybody on both teams, but the Dart Monkeys having a clear idea that they needed to hold on to ultimates, couldn't get into a scenario where they have to trade these back and forth type of ultimate fights. And they end up holding on at the end and coming through, right? Using the overclock, the Kitsune Rush. I believe there was like a Gravitic Flux there at the end. So having a ton of ultimates being able to use, and they get another 3-0.
Absolutely. So both teams which made it into the semifinals are winning their respective games 3-0 in both instances, quarterfinals and semifinals. So neither has dropped a match, and that will make that upper bracket final match more exciting. But speaking of excitement, we do have SK on the line now for a quick chat. SK, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, thank you. I am SK.
Well, we all know who you are, certainly. No introduction needed. Let's chat about that match 3-0. However, that was a hard fought victory. They played it really, really close. What do you think gave your team the edge?
We're just cooler. That's all, really.
That's a fantastic
I
answer.
mean, there's not much you can do
That's
about
simple
that.
as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
It's
you
tough.
can't really work on your coolness, right? No scrim will do that for
Something
you.
you're born
So
with.
there is that. Exactly. Now, when we were watching you guys play, honestly, there just seemed to be a lot of great communication and synergy. How much time did that team spend prior to this Challenger Cup playing together?
Okay, so the qualifier tournament was our first time playing together. And then since the qualifier tournament, we did one scrim that was 2 hours long.
Oh,
We didn't warm up today.
so
Our matches are warm-ups.
perfect. So it really just
yeah.
came down to you just being cooler, and that somehow works.
Yeah, something like that.
I love that.
Coach Jake is gonna have everybody scrimming a lot now after that.
Oh yeah.
So were you at all nervous given that there was such little scrim time?
No, honestly, I think we all came in with just extreme confidence, knowing we're better than everyone. I wasn't nervous at all. I didn't shake at all today. We were just vibing out. Dart Monkey Gaming.
That's good, just vibing.
Hell
Love
yeah.
that.
We really
Oh,
have nothing to lose, right? Because we didn't put any time into it.
there you go.
Very true, actually.
How with you on the Kariko there at the end, just putting down tons of damage. Is that how you're finding playing Kariko in that type of like more aggressive type of role?
Oh yes, I love playing her very aggressive. It doesn't work most of the time, but it worked there, and that was great.
Hey,
I was really
if it
nervous
works
to play
50% of
Kiriko
the time, you're
actually.
fine.
Yeah,
Exactly.
pretty much.
Yeah, no, you and Aspen both on that Kiriko, you're both just fragging out. So that was an absolute blast to
Yeah.
see that. Yeah, so that means you guys made it to the upper bracket final where you will be meeting Altiora Artemis. Is that the team you faced off against? Are you at all worried or just still cool as a cucumber?
We definitely know how good they are. We're going in with respect, but we're not scared. I can tell you that much.
That's good. Respect, but not scared. That's exactly the attitude you need. Well, SK, I'll let you go celebrate. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us, and we can't wait to see you on the server again.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
You too.
So,
Yeah, you hear it. You know, it's just cooler.
I like
Sometimes
that
that's
strat.
just where
Just be cooler.
I love that. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how we got to where we are as we just concluded the last match of the day. These were the upper bracket semifinals. Altiora Artemis beat the Washington Justice Red 3-0. And on the other side, Altiora Nimbus and Dart Monkeys faced off against each other. And that also resulted in a 3-0. But as we said time and time again throughout the series, it was a very close match. Now, in the winners' final, we're going to see Altiora Artemis and Dart Monkeys battle it out. Neither team has lost a single map so far, and the other teams will be seen again in the lower bracket, which is going to be very stacked as well.
Yeah, I think well, I'm excited for that winter final. I think it's going to be a tremendous match, but I'm also excited to see how Washington Justice Red and Altior Nimbus like go through the losers bracket. Right, they were really strong teams today that just couldn't win some of those key and crucial fights and end up losing those series. But I think going back watching some of the footage and then coming back next weekend could have put up another really strong performance and make a run.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a lot of footage, right? Because the Shock Timeless versus Washington Justice game that went all the way to map number 5. There's plenty of tape to review. Same on the other side, Altiora Nimbus and Altiora Polaris. They also played it 3-2. So for that side, there is also plenty of things to do some homework off of. Kaiju Corp, We didn't see them today, not on the stream, so I'm not entirely sure what went down in that match, but they will be facing off against the Shock Timeless. On the other side, Shiki and Defiant will go up against Altiora Polaris. Lots of great games still to come, so let's take a look at the schedule so you know exactly when to tune in for what. As we're starting things again at the same time next weekend on Saturday, 1 p.m. PST. Altiora Polaris will face off against Shiki Defiant. Then afterwards, we're going to see Keiju Corp. What does the BLNT stand for?
The what?
BLNT. Keiju Corp.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not a native speaker, so I thought that maybe that's a common English word, which I don't seem to know.
No.
Bioluminescence.
Glowing stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what we're hearing. So I'm gonna go with that. They're just glowing.
Sure. Just
Also for this, the 17th and 18th, there will be drops on the Owl YouTube channel on the 18th, which will be awesome. I know for that final day of Calling All Heroes. So excited to see these matches and then just kind of everything culminate there on the 18th.
Absolutely. And also make sure to check out callingallheroes.gg for all information regarding this initiative. It's a fantastic program done and participated by a lot of fantastic people. So make sure to check it out, join the Discord, join in on the fun and all the love. And we can't wait to see more competition heading towards all of our faces next weekend. Matt, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you.
Always
carrying me.
Time, so.
And yeah, we're going to see you again next week. And thank you all so much for joining. And good night for now.